Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, Lucy, how you doing?
Hello. I can hear you, yeah. We have to get some people in.
I'm sure you're already swamped, but I will happily wait.
I'm not swamped. There are three people. Oh, it's
And what a
okay.
lovely couple people they are.
I have just started, it's okay. Let me see. I have to put you on screen somehow.
You
Mm,
don't have to. I'm happy not to if you don't want to.
let me new layout stream. Hold on. What's on the screen right now?
I have
Uh
no idea.
oh, PayPal payouts. Mm, all right. Let me set this all up. Oh, I am on the screen. All right. So I add you. Boom.
Excellent.
Window capture. In the meantime, how are you?
I'm surviving. It's been a long few weeks. I'm trying to get some work stuff going and just a lot of a lot of shit. Otherwise, good.
Yeah.
Kids are happy and healthy. Wife's happy and healthy. I'm happy. Well, I'm
You're
healthy. And
you're
so, yeah.
happy?
How about yourself? It's
I've
been a
been
long few weeks. It's
oh,
been a long few weeks. How are you doing?
I've been doing a lot of different things. I'm trying to finally get the article to a place where anybody will agree to publish it about the kids.
Hmm.
Yes, yes. I've even interviewed a 15-year-old when in Ukraine.
Jesus.
Yeah, a rescued 15-year-old from unoccupied territory. He wants to talk to everybody because his mom is still kidnapped in captivity, and he wants everyone to tell his story so that maybe she'll be exchanged as like a prisoner. Her story is very specific.
Oh, this stuff is just breaks my goddamn heart.
Yeah.
Fuck. My kid's old enough. Not my daughter. My son's old enough now where it's for a while he was too young to really tell really what was going on. It was just like, well, some people are being mean to other people. Like when he's 3, what are you gonna say?
Yeah.
Um, but now he's 7, and it's like he knows what war is. He knows what he knows where things are on a map, and it's like, yeah, well, here's how this works. And it's like
Yeah.
this is complex, nightmarish shit. And so,
It's
how much
kind
do you
of
share?
it's kind of
Fuck.
surreal when something happens long enough that you witness people going from knowing totally nothing and growing up with the events and learning about them as they experience them in real life, in real time.
Yeah, I had a friend who out of the Middle East, and he grew up in the 80s. I mean, I'm dating myself, but he grew up in the 80s, which we'll say was tumultuous in the Middle East. um,
Yeah.
and his stories were fascinating because he didn't like he remembered things, but he remembered them in like a very childlike, I don't want to say dispossessed way.
Mm-hmm.
And then because he and his family got out when he was 12, so like early 90s,
Yeah.
and it was just very interesting because his parents did everything they could to keep him out of things and not having to deal with it.
Yeah.
But he knew stuff was wrong, and like family members were dead, and it was just it's really surreal to hear those stories. Oh, it's so
Yeah.
depressing.
And even with the 15-year-old, there was a very interesting thing that he said that the Russians showed their real nature when they started using. Um, he thought that it was just mines, but then they started using full scale invasion weaponry, missiles, tanks, etc. And it sort of made me realize that this 15-year-old was grew up in a situation that was always war since 2014. He basically was so little that he probably did not have any mm, you
Well,
know,
yeah. I mean, it's the kind
and
of thing where someone who says, "I thought it was just mines."
yeah,
I'm
well,
like,
that's the
"You
thing.
mean
The
just a
mines,
war crime?
yeah,
Just a war
the
crime?"
mines were the norm, and then the
Yes,
full scale
mines were
invasion,
boring.
yeah. Then the tanks and other things, those were outside of that. Those were the showing of the true nature because those were outside of the what was established thus far to be the norm.
Ooh,
And
God.
also, you also realize that kids like him grew up in uh, Ukraine that was never completely free. Because throughout this kid's life, there were always terrains occupied by Russia since
No, that
2014.
was when my time in Ukraine was fascinating because it's one of those things. Anytime I traveled, and this has been for years now, anytime I traveled to the Middle East or when I traveled to Ukraine, and there's a couple Southeast Asia a little bit, but less so. The normalcy of what I mean in America, we're very dispossessed, like distanced from everything. We're deeply alienated from our impact on the world,
Mm,
to say the least. Like we have people who we know who came home fucked up from the war, but we didn't. Like no family was killed. Like that's not really how it works, right? When
yeah.
you're the invading, you're the imperial army, and so it's always been like uh, it's always stuck with me whenever I go somewhere and the normal is this kind of weird state. I was out in Dnipro, which is far east side of Ukraine, and this was
Yeah.
pre-war, post 2014, but pre-invasion. It was right before COVID, actually, and the it's one beautiful, like incredible city, amazing people. It was wild, but uh, right down the street was Donetsk. Like it's not far. Down the street's the wrong side, but it's like there were you could hear explosions on occasion. Like and they were very casual. One of the guys I was visiting was like his brother was there. I'm like, well, wait, what do you mean there? And it was, oh wait, that's Donetsk. This is an active war zone where people are dying.
Mm.
And it was like he's like, yeah, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours that way. I'm like, that's how long it that's like at the time I was in LA, I'm like, that's the distance to Vegas. It was just very surreal for me.
Yeah.
And I think the more that I traveled, the more that I got to see like how much of a state so much of everyone is the UAE. Everyone there is aware. Like you can see across the water to Iran. You can see across like these things are everything's right there, and these things are happening kind of just like it's part of life. Very different here than here. Very different than here. So
Yeah.
very different.
It's very. And of course, there are people still. There becomes a pretty sharp generational difference. There are people that still alive. There are basically three generations. There's the generation that still remember the USSR, so still remember basically occupied Ukraine in its
Hmm.
entirety. There are people that were raised mostly after 1991, so they remember Ukraine that was completely Ukraine without any um, occupied territories. And now there's the generation that's growing up in Ukraine that has parts of it occupied, which can, interestingly enough, relate to the people more that knew the entirety of Ukraine occupied.
Hmm.
Isn't that sort of an interesting thing? They have
Yeah,
these.
it's the and the way that the different generations talk about it because the kids who were there like I was working with a games company who was out of Dnipro, like a ton of talent there, but there was like kind of like the three ages of people.
What
There
games did
was
they make?
people. Well, they worked on like Hello Neighbor and a bunch of other stuff. They were an outsourcing house,
Out of the more
and
Kondo Cossacks games?
no, no, no. They were an outsourcing house. I'm not sure if they did other work. It's a long story, but really good guys. but they had like the older generation who was like slightly old, like I want to say mid 50s, and then they had like the guys who were like my age, and then they had like the guys in the mid 20s who were like the new generation of developers. And the way each one of them sort of viewed Ukraine and the world was fascinating because the youngest grew up in a space where they were never part of, the USSR. They were never part of anything else. That they've been just sort of growing something new their whole life, but they've known
Yeah.
Ukraine. And then there's the older people who like they knew like split half and half. They grew up in that world of the USSR, but then also not. But then there's the old guard who like the way things used to be, like kind of mentality. And it was really I've always found it fascinating how this generational stuff visits us. I talked to friends about one of the, and it's not really a joke, but it's sort of a comment I make on how the U.S. got to where it is we kind of had a generation in World War II who experienced general horror, like everyone globally did, and then no one got help for it, and instead became deep alcoholics, and then
Right.
that's how they treated their kids, and then lo and behold, these are the children, like our elected officials are the children of those people, and so we're kind of like this country of horrifying untreated PTSD, and uh, I think there's a lot to be said for us when we talk about war. The easiest cost is to talk about those who die, but the difficult cost, not just from a perspective of like how do you even measure it, but in a how do you even talk about it, is the people who live. Because we're talking when we talk about Palestine, for example, uh, anyone who's alive at the end of this, like, what the fuck does that mean for them? How do you even possibly exist in a world after going through that? But even if all of that seems like it's fine, you've gone through famine and trauma in ways that we can't even imagine and fathom. And that the human that produces is necessarily going to be malformed. Like there's only so much that can happen. And it's a worry I have when we talk about all of these wars that the U.S. put on the Middle East. We've got basically all of Iraq and Afghanistan. Every man over the age of 45, we kind of just murdered or bombed or blew up. So this next generation of politicians is coming in. They grew in this space. What is the psyche that creates? What is the person that makes? And I think Ukraine's going to see it after this. I think Russia's going to see it at some point.
Well, we've
Um,
seen even some documentaries that have been tackling this topic. A
yes, there's
psychologist
some
in the
very good ones.
Ukrainian army saying how Ukraine will have a big problem with people suffering from psychological issues after the war, and that is a thing that should be thought about now rather than hastily dealt with after it happens.
Yeah. I mean, we won't. That's not what we do. But but we should. I'm not going to like
Mm.
it's there's this documentary that came out recently called Kix, Kix. It's Hungarian.
Yeah.
And it's about and it's kind of hitting into some of these things. It's not about war, but it's about just one little boy and how he grew up in the system.
Mm.
The way that a broken home and like the way that it, things exist. And the documentary is 10 15 years or something of this kid's life, and I think it's very telling when we talk about like how again these things come about, how they survive, how we talk about them, how any of this works. It's absolutely worthwhile to have that sort of,
Yeah.
I don't know, mental space.
Yeah. When the emotions of fighting for survival come to an end, and you have to deal with the all the emotions of what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also for many people, that's also an aspect that's not being discussed, because depending of the aftermath of what happens, this can be easier or this can be far far worse. For example, depending on what sort of peace can be achieved in Ukraine, there are many people that keep living in the hopes that one day they will be liberated. And what happens when they just get abandoned, when they learn all those years that you've been waiting were for nothing. You're just part of Russia now. You'll be endlessly occupied. That's your life now forever.
Yeah. And you're seeing, I think, one of the things I like to look at when it comes to media in general is I tend to think the media that's produced by a culture is representative not of like that culture's values. I don't really look at it that way, but instead, there's things that are coming out in it that are part of the culture. And over the last decade, the end times concept, or the end of the world, or what it means to be the last person alive, or the end of everything, it's clear that generally it's something we're grappling with, and there's a lot of different versions of it. And I just watched a Macedonian film called Beyond the Wasteland that I think will stick with me for a while, that really touched into these things as well. The film overall is fine, but I really liked sort of how it really did focus on how kids might behave in a space like that.
Yeah.
And it's, again,
I'm hoping to get a few more interviews. I've
Yeah.
managed to interview one young person that was rescued. I've actually think I've made a good impression on the organization overall. Because the press lady that writes me said that that she's heard good things about me.
well, if you need help with refining or editing or any of that stuff, I've got experience. Happy to help.
Editing as in written pieces, or
Yeah, or whatever you've got. Yeah,
yeah? You'd like to take a look at what I've written?
always happy to critique and help and see,
Oh,
because
okay.
it's
I'll send it. I'll have to translate it from Polish, but I'll send it.
or it's just send it in Polish and I'll figure it out.
Yeah? Really?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Well, there's
Alright,
translation software, and you'll be able to tell me if it's terrible. But
Alrighty, I'll send it then. Nice.
it's just easy. Don't have to
It's,
spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah, I've been working on a few articles that I want to publish. And it's been a specific time when I, on the way to one of the interviews with a refugee, a lady that had to run away from the Kherson region that's occupied. I got a phone call from my mom saying, "Oh, that friend, that childhood friend of yours, you've known since you were 5, she's dead."
Sorry to hear.
Yeah, it's like, so I came into the interview with a mindset. Karasu says here, "Nice to see you two talking."
Oh, hey, Karasu.
Yeah, Karasu has been talking to me lately, on the voice.
I am. Don't know if I've ever actually heard Karasu's voice outside of that. Actually,
Yeah, because Karasu's,
doesn't do that.
yeah,
You've been graced by Karasu's voice's presence.
it's true.
All right, so off to because it is depressing. Board games.
Yeah, tabletop RPGs.
Yeah, there we
Actually,
go. Get into something that's less depressing.
yeah, I mean,
Um,
sort of, kind of, because it leads into a topic that sort of is depressing to me.
Okay, let's do it.
And that is the fact that, and you can see it everywhere. You can see it in politics. You can see it in war, in fact. You can see it in almost every aspect of life now. This invocation of the ever omnipresent wokeness, of this never definable, never tangible, never really this amorphic thing that can be anything that you wish it to be. Anything you don't like will become wokeness, and it's destructive to whatever sacred value that you hold, basically.
I basically, anytime I hear someone do it, I kind of presume that they're a 90s kid who are trying to use a word other than the F word, because it tends to be used pretty much interchangeably with that kind of sentiment. Well, that's woke tends to mean caring, pathetic, sad, loser, nerd, like this, like there's that insult and that push behind it. Because again, the core idea of wokeness is one of those things that I mean originated in black communities, minority communities, in order to sort of speak truth to power, to
Right.
be awake,
Like
to
the
wake up.
first time I heard the word woke was from some people that described it as being that most people usually walk through their life on autopilot, asleep, so to speak, not
Hmm.
aware of what's going on around them, not really aware of anything besides the narrow autopilot life that they lead,
Yep.
and that being woke is awakening, so to speak, to the wider world around them. I guess that's the
Yeah. It's
description I got.
I mean, it's the the right's most anger. Their anger is really focused on the fact that they can't like co-opt the word, because they did that with the red pill, which was the Matrix's version of being able to step beyond the simulation and stories and narratives that are given to us,
Right.
which is the modernist take, and to move into that of the simulacra, the post-structural, whatever it is. And that thing they were able to co-opt, and they did very well with it. By the way,
Yeah.
they've co-opted that extremely well.
I ref-
But that was literally about waking up.
yeah.
Like being woke is taking the red pill to be woke. It's the woke pill.
Yeah.
And they can't co-opt wokeness because it bled so fast on the progressive, the leftist, the whatever agendas, because it happened to like explode most around BLM and Black
Well,
Lives
that's
Matter. And
because if you're like, this sounds condescending, but usually when you're completely anti-progressive, then it's a pretty strong indication that you sort of are asleep in a way. You are um, living with
yeah,
those
and
horse-like
well, and
blinders.
that's why they're angry, because they can't co-opt the term. It's such a fucking good, like, what are you, not woke? What are you, fucking still asleep? It's such a very simplistic, basic thing that they have to turn it into this thing that people are scared to say of themselves.
Right.
And uh, it's one of those. I've always being called a leftist. Oh, you're a leftist. The Republicans do this all the time because they run, and their existence and their resentment is built on a shame mechanism.
Yeah.
So they spend their time. Rush Limbaugh. I grew up with Rush Limbaugh teaching us about the liberal elite and the feminazis, and this thing that they did where they basically turned liberal into a dirty word. And I'm not saying I want to be liberal. Again, lefties fucking have started to do this too because it's a very easy thing to do.
Yeah.
But the shame thing is where a lot of these people begin their work. And so it's about shaming what you're woke. And then I tend to go, yeah, so what? It's if you just don't give a shit, they don't really know what to do about it. Because again, they're trying to shame it because they can't co-opt it.
Yeah.
And that's the way it works.
And there's a lot of the ways that it slips into things like war. When Putin said that he wants to fight Western degeneracy, that basically the invasion. At one point, he said that trans people are responsible for the invasion because he needed to save Ukraine from the transness. And
The transness and the Nazis, which are always on the
yeah,
same side, as you know,
yeah, oh, naturally. And
naturally.
it seeps into things that are seemingly simple, like hobbies, which brings me to our topic of conversation. Are you familiar with a content creator called Wick, Wick TV?
I do know Wick.
You do
I
know Wick or
I
of Wick?
do. I know. I have I've talked to Wick twice, and neither of them were pleasant experiences for Wick.
Oh, what were the topics? What did you talk
I
about?
think it was just a call in where I basically both times just called him a series of things and mocked him because I don't have a lot of care for him, and I think what he does is embarrassing as a human.
Hmm. Are there any
Why
creators?
do you like Wicks? Do you like Wick?
I guess I'd say that I'm pretty neutral at this point. I remain a neutral stance towards it. There were some things that I did not like, from what
I,
with
I tend to, and it's a lot of the same thoughts I have for like Dylan Burns too. The idea of debate as a thing, one, that no one has interrogated and had a conversation around, hey, is debate a thing the left should participate in? Is it a thing that actually encourages revolutionary fervor or thought? Because the answer is no. And it's been pretty resoundingly known in traditional activist circles, but also in theory circles. Like debate is something that is purely about rhetoric and reactionary tendencies, not anything else. So this is why you tend to see on the debate shows, you don't see a lot of
someone
like good leftism displayed because good leftism isn't about debating. Debating's about
right.
opinion. And opinion and doxa are boring as shit.
Someone just said that Lucy loves Wick, but I think that
Oh,
I don't
oh,
know.
I'm
I
sorry. I didn't mean to be insulting to.
to my beloved. Well, you know.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. You said that similar things to Dylan Burns, but I think I would put what Wick does and what Dylan Burns does in for me two different categories, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I tend to mean more in like the hippy dippy context. I think
Oh yeah, but that's
I
sort
have.
of over and not the main thing that
Oh
is
yeah.
done.
Well, true. I tend to have a I have a stronger opinions on these things, but the debate thing specifically is what I mean. The sitting there and
Because
going,
I think that the main uh, situations in which Dylan Burns engages in debate is when people push certain harmful narratives about the war, and he tries to correct those misunderstandings that people might have about the war. The
hmm
narratives about NATO, the narratives about Euromaidan, the narratives about aid
yes,
given
it
to
and it and it
Ukraine.
and that part does very little good. The good work is done when you're talking about individual stories that people can attach to and understand from a generally human perspective.
So
The larger scale,
that's the brunt of his
but that's
work,
not what
isn't
he's
it?
doing. That's
Isn't that
not how
the
I've seen it displayed.
isn't it the brunt
Like,
of his whole documentary thing?
uh, from what I saw, it was the brunt was actually very large narrative stories about why this is happening and how sad it is and how awful, um, and the feeling for a person, but not ever sort of going beyond that. But again, I have different takes. The less the point on the documentary stuff though, because again, I can. That's fine. That's trying. Wick does just sit all day and do the same stupid shit where he
Oh
has
yes,
panels of people
unfortunately.
who naturally just disagree, who just disagree. And debate does nothing. Debate exists only to create sort of the moments of opinion and doxa for
Right.
people to attach to
But
and have
that's
reactionary
sort of
investments in.
why that's sort of what I would differentiate the two people, because Wick engages in what I have criticisms for. I'm actually maybe I'll try to talk to him about it. The it's when it comes to the tabletop thing, he often organizes panels like virtue signaling in RPGs, or woke orcs, have orcs gone woke, or man rights activist goblins, and makes this as a centerpiece to what ruins the hobby, quote unquote, and ignores glaring actual problems in the hobby, like the company that creates Dungeons and Dragons starting a very real cooperation with gambling companies, potentially introducing very real gambling mechanics into its systems,
hmm
and combines this with a push for digitalization of the hobby, where you have a very big room to actual real
but
abusive
there's a reason he doesn't do that. You know why, right? Because there's no debate there. Like you're not going to find anyone except for like the libertarian basic of like, well, they have the right to do what they want as a company. Is it good? Well, no, but they have a right to do what they want. No one's going to argue for these things. They'll all argue against them in various ways and disagree
well,
over why
I'm
it's
not even
bad.
sure about that. I'm
Oh,
not at this point I'm
I
not
have
even sure.
reactionary friends. I have reactionary friends who are furious about magic and how they've gone woke or whatever by selling out to the companies, by doing these weird, crazy packs and making them part of the core deck. And like these things are quite real in that space. They're against it, but they're not for stopping it. They're not like, and so
Yeah,
again, the
but that's
debate
why
doesn't.
I think the debate should be okay. Why don't we focus more on pushing against these, creating awareness about these things that are actually harmful, rather than focusing on the smoke screen that actually doesn't hurt the hobby, but takes away people's energy and attention from what's, well, you know what I'm trying to say, I think.
Yes, but again, my point would be that for Wick and for the debate community and for what debates are, you and I could have a discussion about this. And let's say I was taking an opposing side. We could have a discussion about any of these things.
Right.
It's not going to be interesting to watch. It's not content. It's not the thing that needs to be put on YouTube for someone to have a successful channel. Like,
Well,
I
I'm
kill
not sure
views.
I'm not sure if Wick has a successful channel per se, even if
He
it's
could have a
bigger than
worse
mine.
channel. He
Well,
could have a worse channel.
you could have my channel, and I know, but
Well, you could have a smaller channel. You've got a 1.36 isn't anything to sneeze at, but it's the thing is that the excitement is in these big moments. He could have the other side. And by the way, it's again, this is the reason that they craft and debates are crafted like they are. You could take the other angle where it's are Nazis insane for like Nazis are angry about wokeness in board games. How silly is that? You're not going to get anyone on the right to debate that because they are conservatives by nature and reactionaries by nature are deeply incurious and not willing to defend their position in that kind of thing, but they're willing to attack, they're willing to shame. And so if you give them that fodder, they'll do it. People who are in even middle of the road or center right positions will constantly take positions that are or debate positions that are anything because they kind of think of the principle of the thing. Reactionaries don't have a principle. That's why they're called reactionaries.
I think. Oh, some people in the chat have some words for you.
Oh,
You interested?
sure, why not?
Question for Brooks: if not debating, how would you try to change someone's mind?
I generally don't try to change people's minds. I used to. I stopped doing that. The best way for someone to have their mind changed is experience. And there's a lot of things that can be experienced that do that. The only way you or I believe I as a person can change someone's mind is through sort of affecting them in a way that causes them to question their own beliefs, which is so fucking difficult and so personalized and such part of that that you're not going to win it with like facts and knowledge. That's not how debate works. It's not how people work either. We like to pretend that we're deeply rational and that, oh, if someone just shows me something else, but that's just not the case.
No,
The
it has to
interpretation,
touch us on an emotional level.
yeah, interpretation is what matters. Facts, even if you get everyone to agree on the same facts, interpretation becomes so deeply fucking important to that that is so nuanced and emotionally charged and complicated. You're just not going to do that. If they're already open to it, it kind of doesn't matter what you say as long as you keep them moving on that track. But I don't believe in changing people's minds. Not like that.
I think some people might think they're not open to something, but once they're open, because discussing something, you said that people's minds can be changed through experience, but discussing a topic in itself is a type of experience, isn't it? They might see something
No,
from,
no, no, no. It's intellectual and
yeah,
it's
but
symbolic.
it's
So
also a way to make people think, well, I haven't considered that. I could
they
go out and try to have that experience.
sure, and they'll say, "Oh, I didn't consider that," and then when they get a chance to think about it, they will because they're able to, because language is necessarily symbolic, and metonymy or metaphor enables these symbolic connections to sort of shift and change. You're never really going to change their mind. You're going to slightly shift maybe how they define something, but they're not going to go, "Well, that's actually a very valid point. My worldview is shattered." That's not how people work. It is on television, but it's just not in real life.
It's true. Although I don't know. I think discussion can lead to people shifting their perspectives.
Well, it's you can in my experience, discussion and rationally trying to talk with someone is like the least effective thing.
Well,
The
discussions are not always
shaming works
rational.
extremely well. You'd be shocked at how much peer pressure works incredibly well to change people's opinions. But then the biggest thing is, it's a term I take from Deleuze, is a counteractualizing, where you say something so absurd or you push them into a corner so insane that it simply isn't possible for them to do anything but start stating a different position. Swift, for example, with A Modest Proposal, is a fantastic example of this, where he's like, hey, we need to do something about poverty. No one wants to do anything. And he goes, well, I have a solution. Why don't we have the poor have lots more children and have them eat them? If you haven't read A Modest Proposal, I highly suggest it. Because then they're having to defend a point where it's like, well, we don't want them eating their own children. Why not? You don't care about them. They die on the streets. Wouldn't it be
Oh,
best
I
if they
mean, I'd
were,
have a different answer for that. To them making a lot
what
of
would that be?
children. How? What would be
I mean, A Modest Proposal
if you cannot
was
afford food, then won't the children just be no nutrient, skinny
Well, that's
bone
what he's
like
saying is babies don't need very much. And so you feed the babies and then the parents can eat the babies. And it was intended to be satire. Like, again, if you haven't read A Modest Proposal, go read it. It's actually fantastic. It had to do with the famine at the time, Irish famine. And it was about, hey, are you guys, this is how you treat the poor. And taking something to such an extreme degree that they're basically forced to defend a genuinely abhorrent position
right,
tends to work pretty nicely. But at minimum, in reality, it mostly shuts them down, doesn't push them.
right. Someone asked, what would Brooks say to streamers who say I've changed so many people's minds? I assume you just dispute the claim.
Yeah. I mean, anyone who's already had their minds changed. Oh my God, I was watching this and it's like, yeah, but if the streamer had an impact, you're pushing it towards the edge. The reality is people are far more complex. A single person having watching a stream, watching a debate and changing their minds. For example, if someone comes to a pastor and says, I realized God's real yesterday just because I was thinking about it. Or I watched a sermon and that guy just convinced me. It's like, is that really what happened? Or is there like a lot more going on that people aren't really given understanding for causation for, what drives them, what pushes them? It's a lot more than
isn't
that.
it sort of, isn't it a little bit of an argument in favor? Since our life is built of many experiences, many little bricks that build what we are, and you could say that this debate or that book, this sermon, this lecture is one of those little bricks that helped me to
Oh,
become
I
who I
would,
am.
I mean, sure. And then I'd say at the same time, how many people does it actually harden their beliefs and make sure they never change, which is the vast majority, if anyone exists who's
I
changed.
mean
And
that's
again,
true,
I'm not
but
even sure that those
that can
people
be said of
exist.
any type of experience ever, no? It can either
No,
change you in one direction or the other. You can see
no,
you can
no,
see
no,
a
very
child,
different.
you can see a child die, and you can decide that I'm gonna dedicate my life to not allowing children to die, or you can see a child die and say I'm gonna dedicate my life to revenge against those who let that child die.
Yes. And what makes you make that choice?
Well, experiencing the child dying.
No. Experiencing the child dying makes you make a choice, not
Yeah.
the choice. The choice is made by everything that precedes that
Well,
experience.
yeah, but that child dying is one of those experiences. Is one of the things that forms the
Mm,
thing,
I mean, it would be the traumatic cleave in the world that gives you room in order to make a choice or
right?
to
Like
perceive that you're
it's
making one.
like
But
there's a
everything that
big
came before it is what
there's
determines which direction you take.
yeah,
That's my point.
that this thing becomes one of those things that came before it, before the next thing that happens. Like the whole thing is made out of those things that happen.
I think the number of people who see a child dying or hear about children being killed and say, oh my God, we must do something, and ultimately never do anything is far, 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 far outweighs people who were changed to do something positive. Um, the
Well, yeah,
idea
of course,
that
but what I'm trying to say is that
so we should be
every
killing children,
every experience matters in forming
right? But
who
that's
we
what I'm
are.
saying. So then we should start killing children because obviously that's a formative thing for people. We should start murdering children on stream.
Why?
Well, because if it's going to make people make shifts and change and try to make the world a better place, shouldn't we kill children?
But
You just said that's what
that's not
causes some
exactly
people. It's a big experience that does it.
that's not exactly what I was trying to say with this. I was trying to
Well, but
say
I mean, it seems like that's the direction. So if we
no,
get to
no.
the
The
point where,
direction is that every single experience affects us in some way. So even that
sure,
debate or stream or whatever will affect it. It won't leave us completely
right, but again,
desynthesized. So it's happening.
affects us is a we'll just say to say affects us and then utilize two examples. One being an online debate where people are discussing whether or not wokeness is in magic cards or seeing
Right.
the death of a child. I'm not sure that these
Well,
experiences
these are
uh,
very different experiences, and the
I would
impact is
say
very different.
in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And the biggest difference, this is presuming that they make a change, but the biggest difference would be that there is a sort of a thrust or a traumatic angle to one, less to the other. But again, the person who visits that, and I have a lot of experience with this, as do you actually. People who come to a dead child or a child who's just been killed or an experience where a bunch of children were just killed, that person sees this as a transformative moment. But is it a transformative moment, or does it just shift how they place their power in the world? Because the person right before that who decides, I want to get revenge, I must get justice, I must do this, I must change the world to prevent this from happening again, were they that before that happened? Yes. This just hardens and makes particular that setup. It doesn't change them. There's very few people, and I've had opportunity to know enough. There's very few people who come out changed in sense of like they do different things. They have grander gestures. Oh, they're I'm going to give up my life and work for this, but they were that person before it as well, right? Like
I
I don't
mean,
know
I'm not.
to say another way. I don't know anyone who like the day before like a bunch of a bunch of black kids get killed in their neighborhood and lynched. The day before they were screaming the N word, and the day after they're like, "Fuck, we must abolish systemic racism." Like this isn't a thing, right?
I guess, but because, and you're probably not saying that, but it feels like you're saying that people are sort of formed and experiences just reinforce a certain mold that already exists.
They do.
And I'm
How a
saying it
person
is,
interprets those things,
and
yes.
I'm saying is that people are more malleable in a way, and series of experiences make small little changes that compound into bigger changes over time within people.
I can agree with that. The series, I agree with. The singular, the debate, all of that, I'm hesitant to agree it has any impact. It's
I mean,
there's The Onion has
I
this
think
great
it.
article. The Onion has this great article and video, and it's titled. It goes. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. I had to
Yeah.
pull it up because it's just my brain. It's from a Trump voter. I voted for Donald Trump because I thought he'd create a better America for everyone. But after reading 800 or so pages on queer feminist theory, I realize now just how much I've been duped. You got to understand, I come from a small steel town in Pennsylvania. If I had known foundational texts on intersectional theory, well, I got to tell you, I would never have checked lock her up and lock her up, where, as we told Hillary Clinton, was the enemy. But it's clear now the true enemy is the patriarchal capitalist society that maintains its ascendance by making powerful and ambitious women appear threatening only to protect my status in a system purposely designed benefits white men like myself. Jesus Christ. I love that because it's clearly silly, right? It's clearly silly. And that's the thing. It's not it's a great video. It's a great setup. And it's worth a watch. I'll send you a link. But
Okay.
like, and the guy's also really pulls it off. He acts it well. But this is the thing. It's the build up in this direction. I, as a yeah, let's go personal story time.
Right.
My dad is a Trump voter. My mom now too, which is just horrifying to my brother and I, who both are people who reluctantly voted Kamala. We're very, very different in the space of politics. And why? Because my parents obviously raised us, and we were raised inside of a white, middle-ish, lower middle. We were comfortable, white suburban, middle America school in a Christian area. We had all the things, and yet we've both come out not that in any capacity. And we were talking about it, and for both of us, there was this like formative thing my dad did, and we talked to him about it. It's worth the story. My dad, when we were younger, every Christmas would make us go to the toy store and pick out toys for kids we didn't know. And it was like for donations, or they'd have these trees of like these kids who like wanted toys, and they kids would write like their wish, and you'd pick them off, and we'd buy toys for kids you didn't know, and he'd make us deliver them when we could. And when you're 5 or 6, there is a trauma in giving away toys you want to another child. It's a weird feeling, like because you don't get it, you don't know it. But my brother and I never forgot that, and it lives with us. Where we were Santa's elves delivering toys, and the excitement, the kids, the dad crying every time. We will never forget it. My dad doesn't remember this being a big deal at all. It was not a thing for him. Like it was like we don't know why he did it then. We don't know why he made this big impression on us. But there's this thing in us that is now wherever we're at, even when we have not had anything, I've had tough times, he has too. That no matter what, we are in a place of thinking about others, thinking about the positionality of others, how we fit, how we can be helping people, how we ourselves can fit in, how the world can be made better. And my dad is a Trump voter. These things. And he thinks he's doing what he's doing for the best of everyone. And I genuinely think that about a lot of Trump voters. I think their interests are invested completely differently. But why is this? Why is it built this way? And again, I go to the investments that are created very early, the way that we are socialized, the way that we understand the social space, how we invest there, and how we build those systems into ourselves, become recursive, become repeating, become our habit of existence. And the change of that habit is something that is possible, but it is not a thing that happens just by seeing a debate or seeing 10,000 of them. Because when we see the debate, like my dad or I, it's either going to be something that sticks with you or something that changes you or something that doesn't matter. And that's not determined by the debate. There's no like great debate. It's determined by how you go into it or who goes into it. That thing is the challenge.
Right. Well, I think there are a few aspects to this, a few very different aspects. One of them, I think, is that because I've mentioned that series of events, and I think that this debate can be one of those events, one in a series of events. And that even if the debate itself
It
is
in
not
theory could, if someone's contingently happens to be coming to it and needing that, and it's the moment. But again, this is presuming an exception, because the vast majority of people who do watch the debates are pre-decided and are rooting for their side. And there's no changing a mind. There's no one who would ever go, boy, Destiny saw his mind changed. He changed his mind. Oh, Vosh got his mind changed. They've had incredibly bad takes, sometimes the right take, but whatever it is, there's no one who's like come away from these debates going, oh shit. I've watched flat earther debates. Like they're arguing rhetorically. They're not dealing with the actual meanings of things.
well, I think it also depends on the topics, right? I think that there's value in, like I've mentioned those discussion debates about regarding war in Ukraine, right? When I think, especially for an American audience, often people just don't know about certain things. on a purely factual level. They don't know the history of the region. They don't really know about these countries. And sometimes they end up hearing certain things for the very first time in their life during those even debates. In this year, this happened during Euromaidan, which led to this politician deciding to crack down on protests, and that led to people uprising, and that led to uh, this and that event, and that led to Russia invading. And I'm pretty sure that there's not a small amount of people that will look at that and say, I've never heard of these events before. No?
Say it again for me.
Well, basically, the TLDR would be when discussing certain topics, there can be an educational value to it. In other words,
I would
I
be
feel like
very.
many people
I get
from
what you're saying,
the US just
and I think
don't have the knowledge about certain things, about different parts of the world. You said it yourself. Like people from the US are pretty isolated from things, or pretty uh, treated as something that is far away, and they say, "Well, why should we give money to Ukraine?" And then they will hear, "Well, there are certain obligations that the United States have taken upon itself as a country at this and that point." And I feel like if we are to be the most powerful country as we are, then we should treat those obligations seriously. And I feel like many people are not made to think about these things on the daily, and I feel like hearing about these things can be valuable.
right, but at the same time, the kind of person who would say that is not going to be swayed by any argument. They don't understand how money works at that point, right? Like the we can't keep sending this money to Ukraine. Why not? Well, we need to be taking care of things at home. We can do both.
Right,
What?
but
Like
also they don't
like what
understand
what is
that
the thing they're asking?
Ukraine is not even sent money.
Well, yes, I know. And that's I think my point is like they don't understand any of this shit. And in order to get to that point, to explain one international politics, let alone the history between countries, let alone like there is a base level, very simple version of this, which is Russia invaded, and we are supporting a country from being completely taken over.
Yeah.
That's it. And if you go beyond that, and there has to be rationalization, I don't see a conversation. I've never seen one be successful. At that level, if they're like, oh fuck, Russia invaded, I thought the U.S. forced them into it. You've already lost them, because at this point, you're no longer again. You're debating with their emotions. You're not debating with the facts on the ground. This isn't.
Yeah, but I feel like you can make uh, even. I think you can speak to people's emotions. I believe that.
I believe it's possible. Karasu's saying that your argument is a bit that the online debate format does educate, that uh, it is at least informative as well. I don't know if I agree with that. I'd have to see examples of this. I have not seen examples of this. I've watched people scream over each other about how having black superheroes is good or bad. And neither answer is right. So um it's I don't know. I don't the debate thing I don't get. I don't and I say this as someone who like I did debate in high school. I'm a decent person when it comes to rhetoric. But I tend to find that debates are like definitionally manipulative rhetorical shows for an audience of dimwits.
Well, I don't know if I would condemn debate as a way of discuss as a thing, but I have a track record of debate, quote unquote, but I kind of suck at debate because no debate that I've done thus far has been a debate. Usually, the debates that I do just turn into conversations, friendly conversations, even.
Well, that's
Just
because, so here's the
because.
thing. This is the challenge. And this is why, like, you and I are, in theory, debating on whether or not debate is good, but I wouldn't
Right.
even call it that. We're talking about it, we're discussing it, and we're going back and forth, and we're earnestly regarding what the other person says and thinking about it for a moment, and then disregarding it, which is fine, but we're giving that. But this is not how debates work. They're not entertaining. They're not fun. This isn't how any of the debate formats work.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because of that, you have to realize that actual debates, and this is probably why you're bad at them, is actual debates don't care about what the other person says. I mean, this is a thing high schoolers learn. Lincoln Douglas debate is a form of competitive debate done in speech competitions here in the States. And it's named after Lincoln Douglas, as the Lincoln and Douglas debate was a famous U.S. moment. And it's meant to be about moral values and sort of more philosophical, and it's got a very particular format back and forth. And what it teaches, and they teach you this from freshman year on, is very particularly how to handle responding, not interrogating a concept, but responding to what the other person says to win. And that is debate. That's a rhetorical tactic where I'm not really caring about the content of what you say, but more the expression of it and ways I can turn it back on you. And it's very easy to do. It's actually, rhetoric is one of those things that is a skill that has to be learned. But as far as like interesting skills that are useful,
Mm.
I'll take critical thought and response any day of the week. Like it's debate is boring,
Mm.
very very boring. It's exciting and fun to watch, but like the reality is you end up. And the best example of this, I think, would be the Zizek Peterson debate, because about and you can watch it and you can watch Zizek's face shift. He opens and he is very much, because they're there to debate communism, and he is passionate about it. Whatever you may say about Zizek on other things, like he's always been very open and passionate about communism and how it might work and what it might do. And
Mm-hmm.
he's debating Jordan Peterson, who is a mentally incapable of a lot of things. And Zizek gets up and he's impassioned. And he goes at length, and he's going fast. He's going so fast he barely even has time to sniff. And then he sits down, and Peterson gets up, and Peterson pulls out, I've been reading the Communist Manifesto. And you can see in Zizek's eyes where he goes, oh, I thought we were going to debate, like almost, ah. And from there on, he's friendly and he's open because he realizes this is not what he thought it was. It's something else. And that else is the back and forth. And for that, it's not a question of who you're up against or the ideas, but the audience. And at that point, and Zizek is so clever when he knows this, he turns from being academically difficult and incapable of being understood by most people, which he is when he opens, to being affable, fun, and absolutely dog walks Peterson through some very basic concepts, but does it in a very friendly, happy way. That is all debate. All debate is encapsulated in that thing. And it may reach some people. Fine. I always tell people when we're in our Discord and we're doing debate stuff or we're talking about politics is like, remember that the person you're talking to doesn't matter, that you'll never convince them of anything, but people reading exist. Yeah, I generally believe that. And if that's the case, debates for that, great. But in my experience, actual debates is just people yelling at each other, and trying to get clever dunks and disses. It's a yo
Yes,
mama
the
contest
clever, the
intellectual.
clever, the clever. Yes, the
Yeah,
dunks.
it's yo mama intellectually
I
coddled
mean,
inside of some bullshit.
I guess we see celebrities matching each other gladiatorily, says Karasu. I think, but I don't know. I'm still not giving up completely on the idea of discussing things between two people that don't necessarily agree on things, and even maybe exposing people watching to certain ideas, or even facts that they've not heard before that might want make them want to look into it a bit more. Introduction to certain concepts, introduction to history of certain areas, introduction of even the current situations of certain people.
I have I have a lot of issues with debate in general, opinion in general, and these other things because it just makes it so.
I don't know. I'm an optimist.
Well, so for me, it's one of the great challenges, and the other thing I find distasteful about debate is that you do see a huge number of people debating anything,
Yeah.
and they're all experts in nothing. They pretend they're jacks of all trades. They aren't. They're
Yeah.
like fourth
There
grade
are
level in
very
almost everything.
there are very prominent examples that exist
They're
in.
very prominent, and the reality is that I've gotten a handful of people upset with me when I say this, but you don't have to talk about everything. Like you don't have to have an opinion on everything.
No.
There isn't like a demand that, hey, if, and I mean this about everything. It's like, oh, when it comes to uh, uh, fucking trans issues, when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to civil rights, if you don't know stuff enough to have an opinion, stay out. And that's kind of fine. Like if that's just where you're at, that's kind of fine. But to start weighing in emotionally because of anything else, and it just becomes this dog pile of emotions and garbage. I would take someone who honestly goes, look, I don't get any of it, and I just want to stay out. And I'm like, fucking thank you. I almost want to say thank you because the idea of someone who doesn't talk is almost incredibly valuable at this point.
Right. Although there were some people that I've seen say, I don't really know anything on this topic. If you
It's nice
want
to
to,
see.
if
Isn't
you
it
want
nice?
me, I mean, it is nice. If you want to hear about it, there are other people that talk about it. I don't talk about this. I don't know
It
anything about
happens.
this.
It's just very rare.
Like for a trans creator, for the biggest Polish trans streamer, I actually don't talk about trans issues much on my streams.
Well, and that's like it. You want to talk about something that to me is like part and parcel of like the setup of why this shit doesn't matter. Like the idea of debating someone on whether or not you exist is to me horrifying to
Well,
put anyone in that position or to justify your own experience and life.
okay,
I
that's
just,
sort of
I've,
because I've talked about debate with a person I remember years ago, and they put a concept to me that is very important in my opinion, and um they basically put forward a model in front of me that said that's because debating trans issues is not good to debate because well certain things are just not up for debate. There are certain things that are fact. There are certain things that are like debating
well,
should be more about the ways. There has to be a certain baseline for people to debate. Like let's say we agree on a destination and we debate on the ways where we get there, but there are certain fundamental things that should not be up to for debate.
right. But so again, debate as a thing, like as it exists in modern times, does come from the Stephen Douglas Abraham Lincoln debate idea, because we're not talking about discussion or consultation or a Platonic or Socratic dialogue. Like this is not that.
Mm-hmm.
This is debate, and debate is specifically from Stephen Douglas and Abraham Lincoln. They were competing Senate candidates, and they sat and they just went, "Hey, we should because we're in leadership. And it would be better than us saying, here's what I believe, and generally kind of saying almost the same thing, having some differences, but letting people see where we disagree. Because the point of debate was not to come to a conclusion or to find out who's right.
Right.
It was instead, who am I going to vote for? And if I watch these two guys go at it, I will be able to know because of how they argue and how they fight over things, the person I more agree with. that was the idea of debate. It has nothing to do with convincing a person.
Right.
Like Stephen Douglas was an avowed fucking pro-slavery asshole. Like this was not a debate on whether or not slavery should exist. It was, but it was not a debate on whether it should exist. It was a debate on whether or not people should vote for it to not exist. And that thing is naturally performative. To pretend that it's anything else is, and to pretend that it's about changing minds, which it's not. It was, again, political in nature and intended to get people to the polls, to excite them, to drive them forward. So, again, there's not a lot of history of debate actually doing much. There's a handful of people. Sorry, go ahead.
Ah, no, sorry. I just thought that maybe the stance that I'm taking is because I sort of kind of see debate as a concept as something that we're doing right now, basically.
Oh no! This is much
This
more
is
of like
basically how
a
I
dialogue,
kind
a
of.
discussion. Yeah, this is not a debate. A debate is very clearly statement response, statement response, statement response, back and forth, beating up on ideas, and again, it's a rhetorical, performative thing. That's the Lincoln Douglas debate is rhetorical performance.
Right.
It's like a stage play. You and I are not intended to have our minds changed. You and
Right.
I are intended to perform better. That's it.
I sort of would like to see it more of as more of an explorative thing.
Well,
If
then
that
that
makes
would be
sense.
discussion.
Yeah, that's why most of my debates turn into discussions.
Yeah. Well, and when you do that, and it's I spent this last week like 4 days in a row, I think, going over really bad Deleuze, and these two reactionary fucks read some anti-Oedipus, and I mean I'm not even sure they really read it, but they basically read it badly, really badly, and they said like this book's just purely against us. It hates us. It hates what we believe in. Blah blah blah. But here's the thing. The reality is, if they were intellectually curious, they would have read it and gone, wait, why is it the Democrats are like this? Because ostensibly their worldview is that they're for freedom and the Democrats are there to enslave everyone and be fascist.
Right.
This is how they talk. This is how their side talks. This is how they even talk directly during this thing.
I've just been told that I
So,
bait and switch. Bait and switch Lucy. She lures you into a debate but really wants the discussion.
I appreciate this kind of bait and switch.
But I think I've had only one debate that was more debate-like with a person from India that argued that draft is slavery and therefore Ukraine should not be receiving aid, and that Ukraine is sexist against men. But it was because it was very negatively
Ukraine is
debating.
sexist against men?
Yeah, because it drafts
I mean,
only
I've been
men.
there. That's not sex. Okay.
So
Man, people don't understand. People don't understand how this shit works, do they?
yes, and
Like
it's really like
that's the bonus. Like
I felt
I'm a big dude. The positive side, like the idea of masculinity is that I'm a big tough person who will defend and fight. And that isn't that it comes with like no negatives.
right,
Like everyone gets fucked by toxic masculinity, even the masculine. Like
right.
everyone gets fucked. Ah, god damn it, people.
But it was a debate in the very negative sense because we would stumble into situations where the person would ask, so do you think that it's not good that only men are drafted and not women, for example, into the army, right? And I stopped for a few moments to think about it, and the person said, ha, do you see how much you took to answer? Do you see how
Yep.
that makes you
That's what I mean.
dishonest? Do you see
You're
how
thinking about it.
how do you see how dishonest you are? You're a bad faith actor. I'm
Well,
like,
it's the same
wait,
thing as when people shit on
I'm
you for looking stuff up on Wikipedia during debates. That's my favorite one.
I'm
Is when
bad.
they're like, oh, you have to go to Wikipedia. You don't just know everything,
I'm
and it's like,
I'm bad fight because I think before I speak.
but again, this is, and to respond to the handful of people in chat who are still saying, I believe people can change their minds. I'm not saying no one can ever change their minds. You just need to start looking at studies at how absolutely
True.
difficult it is for people to change their
It's
minds.
all true.
Like, intensely difficult. People will believe something, and if you give them incontrovertible evidence that they are wrong, they will extend their belief structure to create a new fact or new scaffolding that will hold it back up. People do not change their minds. It takes excessive trauma, work, other things. There's a lot of other shit that goes into
I
it.
will for sure. I
Extraordinary.
will for sure say one thing: when a person does a thing, lives that thing, breathes that thing, constantly educates themselves on a thing, tries to spread awareness of that thing, I think there's value of them discussing that thing, even in not necessarily completely friendly manner, if it means exposing more people to that thing. What
Well, it's
I find weird
go
is
ahead.
people that are go with the attitude of I'm a debater. I debate anything. I'll debate anyone about anything as long as it's a debate. I'll debate any topic. Let's go. Pick a topic. I'll debate it, and let's debate. I that's the part that loses me. I will say.
Um, Veritasium's a pretty huge YouTuber, and he tends to have really interesting science that he ends up interpreting really wrong and kind of runs with in a bad, like he's good at hard science, bad at sociology, which is not a shock given how many people that applies to. But he did this one thing. It's a great little mini test because one of the things that happens with people is that we are presented with and we have an idea of an outcome in our head
Mm-hmm.
and a meaning in our head. And the internal desire we have to break a thing apart or to undo our own understanding is incredibly rare. And the example he gives is he says, I'm going to give you a series of numbers and you're going to guess the rule. You can then say any set of numbers, 3 numbers. I will tell you if it applies to the rule. And it's like, okay, cool. He goes, okay, 2, 4, and 6 applies to my rule. And inevitably, everyone goes 6, 8, 10, or something like that. And he's like, yeah, that applies. And then they keep going. And they guess, oh, it's even numbers. And he goes, no. And then they guess, okay, then 2, 4, 8. He goes, yes. And they're like, but that's even numbers. Is it like square numbers? Like they keep trying to guess.
Mm-hmm.
This is a thing that the thing comes from studies. He's got a paper in his description that you can read through. It's a big study they did where they basically did this with people, and almost nobody did the thing, which is give numbers that actually invalidate their own hypothesis. So when they think, well, it has to be even, but let me see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that applies. That's it. It invalidates my hypothesis. Well, wait, then 3, 2, 1. That does not. Whoa, that doesn't apply? Then you start to be able to do it. Testing and seeing the negative of what one believes in order to test it is incredibly difficult. It takes excessive amounts of time and sort of expertise in knowing how to do that. But even doing it when you need to or on an emotional level on a moment is almost unheard of. So having people and assuming people are going to do this in a debate about any of these subjects, or that they're going to see an online video and have anything more than that happen, I think is asking too much of people.
Right. But
Cognitive
it's
bias is a
difficult.
real thing.
It's difficult. It's like no matter the medium, no matter the
Oh no, it's always
mode
difficult no
of,
matter the medium.
yeah, no matter mode
100%.
of communication.
100%. But in an online debate when you're anonymized, there's like zero chance of it.
Mm.
There's a wonderful paper I've got somewhere on the nature of auxiliary hypotheses, it's called, which is COVID's made up. A lot of people are dying. Oh, really? Well, my friend fucking says that all that's fake. Well, no, actually, we've got the numbers and we've seen the bodies and we have proof. Oh yeah, well, my friend says, like the scaffolding that you can keep moving, that
No.
alternative hypotheses that
COVID
continue
gets a
to
bit
build and
personal since I just say, well, my father died of COVID.
I've lost two friends to COVID, um, and it's no joke.
Yeah, right
Um,
before the vaccine rolled out as well. If you'd be very brutal about it, be able to say, well, someone that believed the masks don't matter and stuff like that basically gave my father COVID.
yeah, I woke up. Eric Spinato was a producer at Fox News who actually I'd gotten to be friends with pretty close over a decade. I woke up one day and he was on the front page of Reddit with everyone laughing about how he died and how funny it was that someone from Fox News had died of COVID. It was
Mm.
before the shutdowns of February, I want to say. It was right before everything. And that was fun too. It's a people are very happy to believe what they want to and will continue to do so. It takes an extraordinary amount of effort and work and or trauma to change someone in that way.
Yeah. I think people sometimes relish in suffering a bit too much when they believe that
Yes.
it's something that's good, if that makes sense.
Um, Nietzsche always said there were two people, those who felt guilt and those who used that feeling in others. And I've always liked that way of thinking about it.
Mm. But yes, tabletop role playing games. I was about to say, Karasu beat me to it. I think that there is a tendency of ignoring big glaring problems that hurt the hobby, that move towards exploiting people, towards changing the medium in a real drastic way, tangible way, the way that companies will try to, especially in English speaking countries, from what I'm hearing. Because in Poland, for example, you have community centers, you have places where you can go and spend time and indulge in certain types of hobbies. But from what
Hmm.
I'm hearing in English speaking countries, those spaces that you don't need investment to spend time in, and for example, play tabletop, are controlled by the companies that produce those tabletop systems, and they're being shut down, they're being limited, increasingly rare to find. And that's combined with the gambling problem that I've mentioned before and digitalization of the space, which would force people into those gambling mechanics that
Well,
probably
and you end up in
inevitably
a
be.
place
Yeah.
you end up in a place where the actual licensing of these games ends up becoming far more lucrative than the games themselves, which inverts how the business model can work. Because,
Yeah.
for example, Monopoly. Hasbro owns just an extraordinary number of game properties that they've bought over the years.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of an incredible story. A lot of depressing shit. So much depressing shit. But they own Monopoly. And they sell a good number of copies of that game every year. Do not get me wrong.
Yeah.
But the margins on physical copies are small. They almost exist in order to drive other IP or to drive other partnerships. And one of those is like when they do, special edition Monopoly, they do Mario Monopoly, Barbie Monopoly, any of those. They sell
Yeah.
a couple extra more. They've got the vertically integrated production cycle for that. But Monopoly Go, which is nothing to do with Monopoly at all except for a visual cover, they get a huge amount of money from Scopely from. That game pulls in multiple billions of dollars every year, and it's straight up gambling. There's no gameplay in it, not any at all.
Yeah.
There's no agency. It's literally just tap and the dice rolls and you move. There's no choices. Everyone does the same things. You just either do it slightly faster or slower than everyone else. And if you pay money, you can do it a lot faster. That is the entire game. And so what happens is Hasbro, and if you read their bottom line, you'll see this kind of across the board. Hasbro does okay, but with these other ancillary sort of digital outlets, they do very well, which gives them capitalization in order to buy other companies, to buy other game developers, or to buy shelf space, which is what
Yeah.
they have to do. And when they start buying shelf space and pushing other people out, or they start changing how things are manufactured or this or that. It puts other game developers in an incredibly difficult position of how do they actually make enough money to justify the company that prints to do this in smaller runs. I
Yeah.
have a
By the
wonderful
way,
game. Yeah, go for it.
would you mind if Karasu joined us at some point?
I do not care. I only have like another 30 minutes. I
Oh,
already lied and I went way over, but
yeah.
I can go. I'll go a little bit longer. I'm going to be streaming later tonight. I don't want to burn myself out.
All right. Let's see. Karasu, would you like to join in the conversation? I can make a call. I'm interested in what he says now. He's in a flow. All right, you're in a flow. Are you still on the flow?
I am.
All right, let's continue then.
Oh,
So you wanted
okay.
to show?
Yeah. So here are some really, really great games. If you haven't heard of them, I highly recommend them. So this first one, this is called. My camera is not going to really show the cover very nicely. It's not. It's a beautiful piece. It's called Dialect. It's a game about how languages exist and how languages die. And you literally build via card pack. You build a language with people with you, and
That
you
sounds
do it
like a
sitting
game
there.
for me. That sounds like a game created for me.
Yes, it very much is, and it's an extraordinary title. This was made. This was printed by a single little group, Thorny Games, which I believe this is their only game, and they have all of their fun little rules. It's a beautiful book. They really spend a lot of time on it, and it's very interesting. Another
really
one
wanna
that I
get it
think
now.
is it's interesting, but it is niche. It's not the kind of thing I think I could pull out with random people.
Yeah, but I'm a
So
big
they
language person.
so when you make, oh no, 100% for you. It's one of the reasons I brought it out. But it is niche. So the number of copies they're going to make and how much they're going to make per copy is going to be limited. They're not going to print 100,000 copies of this game. They won't sell 10,000 copies of the game because
Yeah.
there's only a handful of people. Like if I hadn't mentioned it to you, you'd never know of it. So that's how that works.
Yeah.
I also can't bring it out with friends, so it's not like it's going to get word of mouth like Arcs or
I am
any of the
happy
other
you did,
games that I
though.
have. Well, as an example of a game that is absolutely brilliant, though, that I can bring out with anyone, Alice is missing. Alice is missing.
Nice artwork.
This is this is a really weird game. It's not that weird, but it's unexpected. It is a in-person role-playing game that's silent,
Oh.
and it's everyone trades your phone numbers, and everyone texts each other. The entire game takes place inside of your texts.
Like those that like that game of telephone.
No,
No.
their
what I
job
mean?
is to figure out what happened to Alice.
Yeah.
It is a detective game, only through text, and you kind of have a person who's like, it's meant to be played once. It's easy, it's tiny, it's simple, it goes really, really nice. This could go absolutely huge. Now, how do you print one of these? Well, this is a bitch of a game to print. You have the guide, you have the box, smaller, you have larger size format cards that are all color. This costs a decent amount to print. It's
Yeah.
a decent amount. I want to say it was, I think it cost me $25, I want to say. Something like that. That was on shelf new. That money, cost of goods minus cost of goods, COGS, minus retail cut, minus anything else that you need in that, shipping and all that other stuff, and you're left with $7 for a $25 board game.
Yeah.
That is, how many copies do you have to sell in order to make money to do that? Back in the day, once upon a time, you could do this and you'd sell it, you'd drive door to door, you'd sell it, you'd get it print out, you'd do cheap versions. People don't buy cheap versions anymore. They don't do
It
any
also
of these
sort
things
of
anymore.
had those magazines which would feature certain games, certain types of catalogs.
There was curation. Yep. It's and you're going to where I'm going. So there used to be curation. There used to be a handful of tastemakers. We don't have any of that anymore. I know we have Shut Up, Sit Down. We have a bunch of YouTube channels. I've got a whole bunch that I really enjoy. They're great, but there are an infinite number of board games to go play. And on top of that, they have to put out in order to print and make money off any of them. They do what everyone else does, which is a portfolio, because you only want one to succeed. All that matters is that one succeeds. You could have 10 failures, but if that 11th hits, you're set. If the 11th is a Catan or a Final Girl or Arcs or fucking name it, then the rest don't matter. And you get to just go wild. And this setup puts developers and game makers in a really fucked up position of, I need to be able to survive. How do I make money? How do I do this? But on the other side of video games, you have anytime someone starts poking their head up and they become like even as big as like an Asmodee or anything like that, they are bought by a bigger company. And the moment that happens, then efficiencies, vertical integrations, and all those other things crush all of this into a very, very tiny section of, here is what we are capable of, make it work. And you have to, because now they're talking about much more money for you to compromise even more. And it's a vice grip that slowly squeezes people until they collapse. This setup is what creates the situation we're in, where we have these everything pushing into Magic the Gathering, everything pushing into these big giant projects, and everything being part of these 5 or 6 same games over and over and over. It's incredibly frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah. There's, I guess, because we were talking about games now, tabletop games, board games, and well, unlike video games, for the most part, which either you can play just alone if you have the right equipment, or now online if you have those means, board games and to a certain degree, tabletop games require a physical space and for people to coordinate time to meet in those physical spaces. And as far as I understand, which I've hinted at a little bit, those physical spaces where people can meet without paying in somehow are becoming rarer and rarer, not as available anymore.
They're fairly common here. What you tend to see that they're taken up by is, and it's kind of, you have to go during off areas. So weekends are Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, Warhammer,
So thank
the
you
big
for
guys.
the $5. Thank you very much.
During the week, during the day, there's a lot more opening. But
Can you tell
then you
me
also have to
about these
contend with
spaces? Can you tell me what sort of spaces
board game
are?
stores.
So they
Board
sort
game
of,
stores as
they
a
sort
thing.
of create a separate little room for people to be able to go to and play.
Yes.
Okay, that's been my experience in Poland. That there are comic book stores or other dedicated stores that lend a room to people to use for events, activities, not really even necessarily related to what they do as a store. I know of a comic book store
It's
that,
pretty related. So for us, it's game shops are still the same kind of thing that they were when I was a kid. The generally speaking, when I was a kid, they were, I think, less reliant on magic cards specifically, like magic cards and all of that, and the tournaments and all of these things that come with it. I think they're very, very much more dependent on. It's basically,
yeah,
in order to have the space for all the games that they need in order to make markup and in order to make profit, they need a huge amount of space. That huge amount of space is best used by continuing to have card tournaments and dealing in magic cards in and out as a thing,
yeah,
which tends to be what most of these stores rely on.
yeah,
But then the problem is that, and I say this with all the love in my heart, people who play Magic the Gathering and Pokemon and all that are just some of the grossest people who've ever lived.
Well, in what regard?
Like, have you been to tournaments?
No.
Oh, then you wouldn't know.
Yeah,
Like-
that's why I'm asking.
Like, people who smell like they shit their pants.
Pokemon players smell like they shit their pants.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about children. Like, if it was kids, I'd be like, like whatever. But I'm talking about like adults. They're gross and not nice and kind of weird. There's a Meat Canyon of all people, Papa Meat. If you don't watch, he's great. Just did a big thing going over some of the best stories people had that he found on like the Pokemon subreddits and everything. And I think, and people do shit their pants. I know Boon of Tyrants. I'm trying to be very nice, but there is, the the grossest people. And I say that like I've been to Comic Con multiple years, and Comic Con has a lot of them there. But they're special, and so what you have is, and they're also non-welcoming. They're really, really, really unwelcoming to people who are coming into the space, especially women. And so you have this like weird thing of this type of person who naturally creates their own safety space and their own walls and keeps people out almost naturally.
Naturally is a very fitting word here, considering what you've described. But
Most game stores in America now will have signs on the door that say, if you're here, you must have showered. Because it's so gross.
really,
It's been so gross. Yes.
that I was about to ask about what, because that feels like a problem, doesn't it? That feels like a problem that begs for some form of solution.
It does. But it's not happening. So they're just forcing it. Every game store I've ever known always had, and this was for years, always had like deodorant behind the counter for the guys who needed it.
Because I've always only experienced these hobbies in direct circles related to me. Like when I went to school, I had friends at school, then we'd group up and go and play these tabletop games. I've never experienced it in a more randomized setting with strangers, with random strangers that go to a space. It's more like we have a group of friends that go here or there. Usually we would not even go to a dedicated space. We'd even go to a bar or a restaurant and buy something to drink and play in those settings. And when we were kicked out, we'd
No,
go
we're
to a
talking about,
playground and play.
you're talking about people who enjoy playing games.
Yeah.
Like this, I don't even know if these people get pleasure out of it. My favorite story is when it was on the Pokemon subreddit. So the way Pokemon tournaments work is you register your deck beforehand. Like you go and you say, here are my cards, and these are what I'm going to be using. And if at any point it turns out you're not using that deck, you actually lose the round. Like a person can prove it. And there's this post of this guy who went, I pulled my deck out. My opponent took one of my cards and ate it. Like ate his card. Like fucking ate his card, which forced him to be a win. Like it was a loss for the other guy because he didn't have his deck anymore. Like these aren't people who enjoy the game.
That's crazy. You'd think that the rewards for these tournaments are hundreds of thousands of dollars or something.
No, I think that was a regional, maybe. I don't know.
Well, what's the reward? I'm trying to make sense of
I'm guessing you get to take a photo with a pretty girl. Like these people are very
I'm
strange. And
surprised
again,
pretty girls agree
I've been
to
out of Warhammer
participate.
since right after high school.
Which
I stopped
Warhammer, tabletop or the war?
tabletop.
So the
I'm
RPG,
old.
not the figurine war, battle war
The
thing.
figurines.
Oh,
Yeah.
because you have the tabletop. The tabletop as in like Dungeons and Dragons. You have
Oh no.
Warhammer
Don't.
Fantasy
Warhammer's.
Battle, and you have Warhammer
Oh no.
Fantasy
We're talking
Role-Playing.
about like, yeah. Yeah. No.
So you're talking
Blood
battle.
Bowl. I even have Blood Bowl figures. I still have Blood Bowl figures.
Wait, so
Um,
what army did you build? Out of curiosity.
I'm not getting. It doesn't matter. But I'm not. I don't want to go down this road. I hate this. I hate this hobby now so much.
Why?
A few
Is it
years
because
ago,
of it's
because of the people.
oh
I went, and it had been years, and I was like, you know what? I love painting. I do it as a hobby, and I was like, I kind of, in a couple of years, my son's going to be old enough. I want to start taking him to, these games. I want to like do that thing. It seems like a fun thing. So I was like, I'll go local, and I went. Well, they're having a tournament, and I went and tried to talk to people. Not only did no one talk to me, like people got upset that I approached them and it was the weirdest antisocial shit. It was psychotic. It was like, so, how many times a week are you in here? And I'm like, oh, I'm just looking to get back in. He's like, huh. And he like just walked away. And I was like, what the fuck? Like how there,
I
it was
feel
just so
I
awful.
feel like in Poland, when I witnessed it, there were so small amount of these stores. The whole scene was so small that I feel like people were a bit more appreciative of anyone that wanted to do it at all. So it created this friendly atmosphere out of necessity almost, if that makes sense.
It, it, I don't know. I think I used to like spend, it's been years and I just have stopped caring about like meeting friends anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to like really try to break it down because I remember when it was like, mid 90s and anyone was wanting to get into any game and you were only so excited that someone else gave a fuck about what you were talking about that you couldn't help but like be excited. This was my experience, and it was my
Right.
experience with everyone who was into these things. Like, you want to learn about you want to learn about Warhammer? Oh my god, thank you. Like it's this it was so but it's the opposite now. It's just the worst. It's the
Yeah.
worst.
I don't know. I'm still kind of. I like the idea. I just feel like it's pretty expensive, you know. Warhammer, um, Fantasy Battle. It's quite the expensive hobby, isn't it? To me, at least.
It's incredibly expensive. Well, Warhammer is intensely expensive. Magic less so. Magic is fascinating now. It can be, but it's different. Warhammer is incredibly expensive, and it's worse because it orcs. I'd get through my time painting and building and doing weird stuff, and then I'd be like, at some point, bored of a set, and I'd get another one, and then it became this like, I don't know. I enjoyed making them, and
I
I mean,
feel
I enjoyed it
like
more than playing.
those. I
Really,
feel like those armies can be pretty nice set pieces. If that makes sense to display, not
yeah.
even to use them. They, if you arrange them the right way and if they're well
Well, no, it's
painted, they
I
can
now.
really look impressive on your table.
Well, that's why I've taken up. I buy board games now, or I buy figures just for painting and just like kind of having because I just don't care anymore
How do
because these
you
people are
create
just
this?
deeply unfrustrated,
How do you
deeply
create the
frustrating.
sprayed blood effect on weapons, for example, on armor, on characters?
You drip. I mean, there's a lot of ways. Depends. It's a flip
Yeah.
with the
When I was
paintbrush usually.
small, when I was small, my mom helped me paint the figurines, the little figurines that I had, and she would take a toothbrush and she'd do the flick with the toothbrush to make the effect
Yeah.
stronger because the toothbrush is more stiff, you know. It's nice. So what do you think? Do you think it's an issue, this sort of smoke screening of this is woke, that is woke, our hobby is being I think it's part of this gatekeeping actually that you've encountered with people, to be quite honest with
I
you.
would love it if these things became more woke and interesting because that's the other side is the like I was saying earlier the idea of the debate we had with black comic book characters or whatever, and it's like none of it there's it's not good or bad. It's positive in the sense of there's good representation, but at the same time, like is representation income you can debate these things and discuss them all day, but the reality is I just want interesting characters and unexpected characters and characters I don't share 100% of my life with or that I need to be confused by. Penguin and the new Batman movie.
Yeah.
Did you see the Batman?
The which one?
Okay,
Which the
the good
Batman?
one.
Which is the
Uh,
good
the
one? I mean
the good one.
I like
The latest with the dude from
I like
Twilight.
the Jack Nicholson one. Okay,
No, the
so
dude from Twilight.
the Batman, was it the one with the newest Batman I've seen was the Batman with The I think it was with the Riddler.
It was the terrorist Riddler and the Penguin and
Yeah,
Catwoman.
yeah.
And the Penguin, it's fuck, fuck, he's so good. Colin
Everybody,
Farrell.
everyone was so. That movie was interesting because everybody was so quiet in it.
It was interesting. Like
Also,
that's the thing
Gordon was, I think, the actor from that movie about robots. The TV
oh, no.
series about robots that was based on a movie. The cowboy robot movie.
Oh, yes.
I'm trying to remember the title, but it's blanking out.
Westworld.
Westworld, yes. The actor from Westworld played Commissioner Gordon, and I have to say, he made a pretty good Commissioner Gordon, in my opinion.
That I really liked, but again, the film was interesting, and it was unexpected, and it was something I wasn't ready for, and that's why I enjoyed it. Was it great? The best thing ever? No, no, not at all.
Wait,
But it was.
why am I infuriating someone in the chat? It's not my fault I didn't remember the word Westworld. I liked Westworld. Did you like
Um,
Westworld?
I like the first season.
Yeah, I did like the first. I think I liked it the best. I think the further
Um,
it went, the more of the whole concept it's sort
it
of
was great
lost.
for a season, and then they started to forget what the whole point was.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my point more is a lot of people really, really were like that movie is it's Batman who's wrestling with his position in society. That's why I liked it. His position in society, what it means to be who he is, how he exists, what he's set up in, and I again, genuinely, that movie it could have been. I mean, probably given that it was a sort of a critique about hierarchies in society, he necessarily needed to be white, but the the setup for the entire thing was so interesting and different. Give me that. I don't give a shit about anything else. Give me that. And
That was the newest
that
Batman
type,
movie, I think, today.
yeah, I mean, it's only a couple years old.
The
The
Batman.
Penguin TV series that followed on from it, phenomenal as well,
Mm,
by the way.
oh,
Oh,
wasn't
TV series is
isn't that a
incredible.
spin-off of Gotham?
The movie.
Oh, I thought it
No.
was the like
The
from the
Penguin?
Gotham.
No, it's off of the movie. It's Colin Farrell.
Okay.
And he's amazing. Like he's unrecognizable as the Penguin.
Nice.
But it's interesting, complex characters that are characters in a real world, and it's not just sort of falling back. But even if we fall back again, James Gunn I think does this better than anyone else in the comic book movie space,
Right.
where he actually makes interesting, unexpected choices. And those things that are happening, I'm hoping Superman is at least watchable. That would be nice. But that thing that he does even is playing with these tropes and these setups in ways that are sort of inverting what it means to be a superhero or how superheroes work or any of this
Right.
shit. And it makes it far more interesting.
Although sometimes I think that creators think that inverting what it means to be a superhero means, well, what if superheroes were just evil
Right.
and killed everyone? And yeah, we're deconstructing what it means to be a hero that way. And I feel like it's
Well, that's like my
not really
continuous
the.
joke
Yeah.
of like the lesson from the first Iron Man movie on is in order to have a character, a superhero, be cared about, you have to put them in a position where they're in danger. The challenge is that as soon as you actually take any time to think about Green Lantern or Superman or any of these people, you realize they're never in any danger. And the moment it becomes grounded in that, you realize how silly all of this shit is from the ground up.
Yeah.
And so,
Unless you take a character, you don't plan 10 different sequels and you decide, you know what? We're gonna take this established character and we're gonna kill him. He's gonna die at the end of this movie, or even near the end of this movie. That
yeah.
technically speaking could happen.
Well,
Like it
well,
happened in a children's cartoon. Are you familiar with the Transformers franchise?
I did grow up with Transformers.
The first generation. So you must be
Hmm.
familiar with the first two seasons that introduced so many beloved characters that were unceremoniously killed in the animated movie because the new toy line was moving in and the old toy line was
Yep.
going out.
Had to make room for the old and
In a
make room for the
in a
new.
way, it did what most movies won't. It put characters sort of, kind of in danger because it killed off the old cast, which I don't think the kid in the cinema would differentiate in their mind. Oh yeah, these characters are new, they're safe, and these are characters are old, so they're gonna die. So from the perspective of a child, everybody
Well,
was
on
sort of
that,
in danger.
the example I love to use when it comes to this stuff is actually two movies that do that, and I think do it well. It's the juxtaposition that makes it. It's Suicide Squad movies, because the first Suicide Squad movie is like an abortion. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's like one of the worst. It's hilariously stupid bad. Um, but the second Suicide Squad movie is kind of brilliant
The
in a
one
lot of ways.
with the second one was it with the Peacemaker character that received a spin-off whole series of his own?
Yep, which is also brilliant.
Yeah, I
Also,
like the Peacemaker
and
too. Yeah,
I'll fight for it. The Peacemaker series is
it
like
is good. Yeah,
genuinely interesting
yeah,
and well
it's
done
very
and
funny.
hilarious.
Yeah,
But the Suicide Squad, like, so they went from like, oh, this is about Joker, it's about Harley Quinn, blah blah, all that shit, to like James Gunn who stepped in, and James Gunn comes from trauma. He comes from a very different filmmaking background, uh, uh, like Toxic Avenger trauma. Like, he comes from splatter horror, and so for him, he understands like what people attach to and how to make a decent story. Is you need to make relatable characters at the start, and you can, if you do that, you can make Toxic Avenger, and people will root or cheer or hate or whatever. And so he created these characters and set up this really odd moment where the entire thing, they're being forced to do it and they're doing it, they're under orders, they have no choices. And
yeah,
he actually has one moment, the whole only moment they have in the film is where they make the choice to actually go defeat Starro, despite saying they're going to be killed immediately if they don't turn around. So against everything, we have a movie of momentum, constantly moving forward, and then they turn around and decide at the one moment to save a lot of lives, putting their lives at risk. They actually did the heroic thing. And it's this amazing turn that he did, because this is what a hero is. Someone who against all odds does this, who's
right.
literally at risk. And it's why that moment works so fucking well.
Yeah, and it did create that great spin-off series.
It was.
Very,
And again,
very.
I just generally almost everything in like the Suicide Squad saying every single character is so good, the moments are so well thought through, and it's, again, James Gunn is a
And I
master of what he
believe
does.
the movie starts with killing off a lot of the characters from the first one.
It did literally open by doing that, yeah, which is hilarious to me. It makes me laugh so fucking hard,
Yeah.
because the way he did it is like it just, I he literally made it about two movies where like it opens and you've got the squad and they're getting assembled and all that, and then it just cuts and it's like, yeah, they announced, yeah, we're killing all those guys, they're meant to die, you're the real Suicide Squad. And it says that in the film, and I just have always loved that he's just very upfront with that. It made me happy.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
and Peacemaker has an exceptionally leftist universalist message in it. It's an anti-paternalist film. The entire movie, the entire series,
Series, yeah.
is about the dangers of paternalism. And again, James Gunn is such a fucking talented writer, and the people he works with are so good that if you think about it, but at no point is it like hitting you over the head. But afterwards, you're like, oh fuck, yeah, his dad,
Yeah,
butterflies. Oh yeah,
the guy. Yeah.
everything's about paternalism, and it's like it's a critique of
There's
paternalism from the
there's only
ground up.
there's one character that I sort of kind of felt bad for through this in this
Who?
series. The detective that chased the Peacemaker throughout the series and then she just died in seconds and became an alien.
Well, yeah, but that was the the butterflies are the paternalistic. They're the symbol of paternalism,
Yeah, but I sort
and
of
she's
felt
the
bad
police.
that that the character's sort of life was just snapped out like that.
Was it?
Well, yeah. Like the butterfly used her as a suit. She was basically dead, and the butterfly just retained the memories of the person.
Right, but so then the question would be, uh, as a detective of the police who's there to enforce order and to protect people and everything, she would have bought in completely to the butterfly's message anyway.
Sort of, but it doesn't mean that she would have said, well, then just kill me.
No, but again, this is where it's uh, she. This is the point of the entire idea of the butterflies is. Is it a thing you have to affirmatively ask for or give approval for if you're already working towards the hardening of a paternalistic father state?
Right.
If that's the thing, then your position in society is simply just moved over. It's one of the things I really like that they do that entire scene where all the police are taken all at once,
Right.
and it's uh, pretty incredible actually. I really liked a
And
lot of
then
that
there's the
series
fact that the protagonist kills the cow, but still spares the last butterfly sort of as a pet, I guess.
because it's for him. It's not about killing anyone. Like it's his moment is realizing that no one should be dictating how things are done. We should not have a plan in front of us. We shouldn't have someone laying the groundwork. We should be moving forward. It's not about killing anyone. It's about
Right.
preventing that groundwork. And by killing the cow, he has no need to kill it. So he saves the last butterfly who joins him on the porch for a drink, which I, again, always loved.
Right. Which, what the butterfly will sort of just die out of starvation, won't it?
Eventually,
Because no cow.
no cow.
Yeah.
I really liked it. And also, genuinely, one of the funniest ways to have an anti paternalistic message is when he says, battering ram helmet, go, just fucking under his breath, and it just shoots her right through. I fucking loved that
I
movie.
had a really nice
I love that show.
relationship with the. Oops, sorry. I have an app that tells me
Yeah.
when there's bombing in Kiev. So there must be something happening in Kiev right now. Did you hear?
I did, but you're fine.
Yeah, but because I'm in Warsaw. But there is a drone alert in Kiev right now. I'm looking at the app. Attention Kiev, enemy strike UAVs are approaching your direction from the north and the east.
They're hoping they're safe. It's 2 o'clock. I got to bounce. I've got work
All right.
stuff I got to get done before
It's-
Friday closes out for me.
It's 11.
If I can recommend, you should look into the dialect game.
Oh, well.
I think you'd really like it.
When will we
It's
return
interesting.
to our semi-regular video gaming?
We'll find out when I can. Life is just not predictable enough for me right now.
All right. Well, thank you
So,
very much
and-
for.
I know.
Okay.
I'm happy too, and thanks for having me in this. Always good to have a debate.
Yeah, exactly. I think I won.
You won. I mean, I got dominated. It was brutal.
Yeah, it's. I'm gonna do a compilation of the dunks as well.
Many dunks had on me. I know.
Yeah, it's.
I'm
like,
just terrible. I'm just awful at this. But
Yeah.
you win, Lucy. Thank you for having me, as
again,
always.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Fine.
We'll see.
See you soon.
All right, that's happened. So how did that go? Did you enjoy the thingy that happened right now? Was it nice and fluffy? If you enjoy the stream, why not join the page? And I'm trying to see if there's if I'm showing any folders. Okay, good. Okay, I'm not showing any suspicious folders. I'm not ruining my reputation that I still have. How was this? You see dialectically obliterating someone once again. Always enjoy you and Brooks. Nice, thank you very much. So I suppose I have not really prepared anything else for the stream. So we have a choice. We can sort of kind of wing it and read some news together, or we can play some games. I'm gonna start an enquete, which is called a poll in English. Wing it and news or games. Wing it news games. And I expect someone to create a similar enquete in the side chat, which works now, and you can go there. And if you enjoy the stream, you can go to the side chat and, how do I put it, donate and subscribe, so that I can and afford to go to Ukraine once again. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that an exciting prospect? Whew. I guess that was pretty cool. That has been a pretty cool thing. We're gonna try to get more guests. Maybe the stream should revolve around having more guests to talk to one on one. I feel like the conversations are something that go well for this stream, for this channel. I feel like the conversations are a pretty big draw. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I feel like that's. Do you think so? Do you think that conversations should be a bigger part of this channel, of this experience? Make your opinions known in the chat. I'm gonna see if we're uploading. I'm gonna DM the editor. Uh, all right. Hello. Our news now. Uh, our news now are doing more conversation.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, wrong computer. Hold on. Wrong computer. I always do this. Hold on. Hello? That's better. That's so much better, isn't it? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, that's so much better. Let me see. Let me go back to the stream. Oh my gosh. That's the person. Helps you grow. It does help me grow. Like very healthily grow. I gotta go do stuff with my day. It's after 14 and I've eaten cereal. Take it easy. Nice, thank you. You should debate Destiny. Karasu, do you think I should debate Destiny?
No.
Why not? What's wrong with debating Destiny? I think I would dominate Destiny.
So I do agree with Brooks that the debating is not a good scenery or scene. It's not something that I endorse.
You do not endorse debate?
Well, it's okay. So I think this whole online political commentary and debates, and I said this a lot of times. This is the progress from bit tired. Sorry,
I
I'm
wrote
really
guess
sleepy.
Destiny because someone
So
said I'm debating
this is
Destiny.
this this is like what's that? The reality shows.
Destiny.
So this is from reality shows and the infotainment married together, and you
Right.
have like a progression from soap opera. Then you have the shows, the the Big Brother and stuff like that, right? So you try to make a drama like more real instead of the theatrics, the theater itself, right? And but you still have to make the setting, and now it's progressed beyond that. And the other arc is how the news became entertainment, and it became a kind of infotainment. You always watching 24 hours in a day, always on, and it's always interesting, always something happening, and you marry these two together, and that's the online debate culture.
Right.
It's really bad. It's basically it's soap opera for online consumption. That's that's it. Except that it's the soap opera was at least more interesting in my opinion, and less harming to people who were engaged as an actor or actresses in the soap opera.
Right. Although I don't know, I think that there's positive potential for such format, for such spaces.
It's the only positive, but we see that there is no really positivity out. The only positive would be that you can reach massive amount of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what's happening? You have a constant shift further right.
Right. But
Uh,
I feel like there can be positive even if even if you don't reach a massive amount of people, if that makes sense. Like,
but I don't think so. It is really so. The online debate is
well, I'm not
and
even talking
look,
purely about debate. I feel like, and that's a big part of how I feel streaming in general can have a positive impact because streaming
I
generates
mean, generally, media can have a positive effect,
like
right? So when you do some stuff and you broadcast it, it can have a positive effect. Sure, that's true.
Mhm.
That's not. But what is the exact format of it? What is um, the way it's distributed? How it's reaching the audience? How the audience engaging with that format? And it's all matters. And what's happening with this online debate and these political commentary culture? And I think there are people who are not really like so. I kind of like Lance from the Surf, for example.
Yeah.
I think he avoided, and when he engaged with the debate side, he was awful. He couldn't, first of all, he couldn't really perform. Uh, People ignored his points, even when he had good points,
Yeah.
because he had really informed opinions or relatively informed opinions, and he's striking about the Native American stuff in Canada, in little bit less in US, but obviously he's also partly from his mother is a native Canadian person, and yeah, so he engaged with it. But what's happening? They sat down to debate with Lawrence Sutherland and ContraPoints, right?
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, I think we wanted to watch something when with ContraPoints on to comment about that. And they everybody who engaged with this online political debate thought that Lance was really performing very badly, and Lance's partner was performing very
I
badly.
think
I
I
believe.
think I think that was with aristocracy, no?
No, but aristocracy is also
No, I think that
similarly
debate was
a
against
bad position.
aristocracy, no? That
No, 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 no.
the
It was
lens
Lawrence
one
Southern.
again about
No,
the
no.
No,
No,
about the
it was Lawrence
genocides.
Southern and ContraPoints.
Oh, Lawrence Southern.
Lawrence,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah,
yes.
you're right. Lawrence
And and
Southern.
and
Yeah.
and ContraPoints was really bad. He was talking about that it can't be a mass grave because mass grave is a grave when there is only one hole and everybody is put together there.
I
So that was his
remember.
argument.
I remember clearly,
And
like
that's silly
my.
argument because if that's the argument about what's the definition of mass graves, then a lot of mass graves in historical setting are not really mass grave necessary because people might dig up their own holes
Right.
before they shot to death.
Yeah, of course. That was the case with the
In
majority, if
Holocaust,
not
I mean,
all, of the Holocaust. Yeah.
yeah. So it's silly argument, but because the performance was depend. This silly argument was not seeing
This
silly
whole
because
discussion feels very. Yeah.
Lance partner was more of a spectacle, right? So nobody was thinking what being said. People were engaging that who was looking better.
The topic feels very. I don't know. It feels like a topic that is very. It feels like a topic that is so settled that it's almost. That it almost feels strange that you'd debate it, if that makes sense, that you'd feel the need
Yes,
to argue against it. Like my
but
best
but but
friend
but but
is.
but,
Yeah.
but yes, sadly, this is not true because this is what debate culture creates. This online debate culture create the spectacle that the opinion of ContraPoints are legitimate opinion. How the mass graves are
Right.
looks like, right?
Because
Or Lawrence Southern is the rational person here, and not the Canadian government, who
right.
accepted that there was mass graves and there was genocide
Right.
against indigenous people, right?
Right.
So this is the problem with the online debate culture. It's became it's a spectacle first of all, and it can
But it
legitimize opinions that shouldn't be.
that it sort of goes back to that thing that my friend told me, that certain things should just be non-starters for debate. If that makes sense. Like you don't really, well, some do, but some things are just not up for debate. And I found it really interesting that my best friend, who's completely divorced from politics in a broader sense, doesn't really talk about it, doesn't really engage in it much. I met her. I met with her some time ago, and she told me, "Oh yeah, this situation with the what's happened in Ukraine with the children being kidnapped, with the people being killed. It just reminds me of those horrible mass graves in Canada and that thing that happened to those people, and it was horrible." And I was like, "Wow, it's treated as such an obvious fact that even
Yeah,
people
because
that are not really tuned into
look, no,
politics
no,
super
no, no,
hard treat it as just a matter of
yeah.
fact that should not be even, you know."
I mean, we see the collapse of how we get the news, how we understand what news we should treat uh, legitimate, right? But a lot of people who are uh, without the online or politics or this kind of stuff are still depending more on on news sites which treats that a little bit better because they have enough resources to do research, and this is the other stuff. So let's go back to how you produce these infotainment debate gladiatorial stuff, right? In the soap opera was uh, engaging of drama in a way that they had to write it first. You had screenwriters, then you had to film it, actors, actresses, and everything. You need to make a preparation. You had a large crew,
Hmm.
and then you go to the reality shows or these Jeremy Kyle, British no Jeremy Kyle shows, and you had Hungarian version of this. My brother was invited with his girlfriend to act like they separated and they have an argument. So you paid people that um, either in Big Brother show or these drama shows to act out the drama or to bring that drama
Yeah.
and try to resolve it in front of everyone. So you reduce a lot of cost of the creation of the soap opera. You no longer needed to rehearse it. You no
Right.
longer need to pay trained, maybe cheap, but still actors, actresses. You could bring up desperate people who need money, and you don't need to pay a screenwriter, and sometimes you didn't pay enough stuff as well. Jeremy Kyle had an issue because somebody made a suicide, and there was questions that why there was no mental health
Right.
expert there, why they
Although
didn't have
I
enough
sort of,
stuff.
I don't know, I sort of still can see like a positive
Okay,
of.
but what's happening? What's happening now? Let's translate it. What's happening it now? You have basically a total destruction of the production, reducing to one person productions or couple of person productions. Maybe you have an editor, maybe you have a couple of people around you who
Yeah.
hire case by case often, not usually don't you don't even have in payroll. Maybe you will have eventually in payroll. Bigger like Hassan maybe have somebody who is in payroll. Maybe Destiny have somebody in payroll, but all of these other characters around it, they act out uh, without any real payment. You have this drama.
Just drama.
Yeah, you can have the create this drama
Yeah, but
by
they don't really do what I'm thinking of when I think of the positives of this format. You know, I feel like
repeat me, please.
they don't really people like Destiny. They don't really do what I think of when it comes to the positives of this format.
Uh,
Like I, for
okay,
example,
I need to take a break, like 2 minutes, and I'm back. Okay,
okay,
sorry for that.
no, no, no problem. How is everybody doing right now? Emotional appeals. Blah, blah, blah. What? Why, Estelle?
Yeah, that back as well.
Yes. So the people like Destiny don't really. Oh, Lucia had an amazing idea. We'll wait for. Uh,
So
yes, but
what I
yeah, they
wanted to
don't.
say is not about destiny. It's about the production itself. So
Yeah.
what you have is like what happened with stores, right? That you don't no longer have to maintain all of these infrastructures, all these extra persons. You have a streamlined
Yeah,
production of the
but
content.
those things have pluses and minuses. Infrastructure.
Yeah, you have kind of democratization that everybody can try to create it, but we will see that this didn't bring that kind of positive impact on society what we have been expecting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is was the political how the social media was used for political organization, and how Facebook. Let's talk about Facebook because the wokeness, right? Let's talk
Mm-hmm.
about the wokeness a little bit and Facebook and social media and all these problematic things. How people okay. So Facebook once was a tool to organize against Mubarak in Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 1 year later, it was massively around the same time. It was used in Hungary to organize against Orban Viktor relatively successfully until 2014 or 15, um, when there was the uh, crisis of the Syrian refugee crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but what so the access of these social media and the distribution help to the Hungarian media to survive the media laws, what
Mm-hmm.
very very badly impacted the Hungarian opposition media or independent media. So yes, there is a positive of all of these tools what you have and all of these uh, possibilities that you can make content even less investment.
Mm-hmm.
But there is also a hindrance, and you know this because you want to go to Ukraine to make journalism,
Yeah.
and you need to collect the money for that.
Yeah.
You don't have any more a newspaper who is behind you and telling you go there.
Well,
And for example,
at least until they decide that what I've written
but
is good enough to
yeah, but
publish. But
okay, but even then, you might be paid for the publication itself and not
yeah.
being paid to go there because
Yes. Yes. Of
usually
course. Yeah.
newspapers no longer can maintain
Yes.
people. Uh, and this is a big issue. So this is how Hungarian media started to collapse because one of the other things what the Hungarian media law did in 2010 is to um, change where you get the sources. So they made the MTA that existed before, but the MTA was the Hungarian broadcasting news source kind of, and they paying for people go abroad, less so nowadays. But they creating the news what other media, even opposition media, will use,
Right. But
and
I.
everybody is trapped then to say what the government wants to, what Orban regime wants to do, because the all of these key positions are exchanged, and we see this even in online. So okay, there was a democracy. You could go, and it's great. You can go to Ukraine and make interviews. It's
Yeah.
important. But
And
in
I
the
think.
meantime,
Yeah.
there is a collapse of reach. Your reach will be less boosted than Timpool.
That's true. But well, I hate to be the called pragmatist, but well, there's not much that I can do about it.
Yeah, you have to pay this game. There is no
Yeah,
return back
there
to the
is
old structures. This is
like
true.
all I can do is do the best of the situation that I'm in.
Yes, but you need to choose your fight. So, for example, Lance going to debate with ContraPoints and with
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I do
Lawrence
have to.
Southern was a mistake
Yeah.
because it just had to legitimize that narrative
Yes,
when
that's
it
right.
shouldn't be. When
That's
he
right.
should make maybe a documentary about it,
But
because last
I feel like
or make interview about people,
I feel like I'm
go out
doing
and make
so far pretty good at I'm I'm doing pretty well when it comes to choosing my battles.
Yeah, but I'm not only talking about you. I'm talking about the entire sphere, right?
Yes.
So, for example, I do think that Dylan is shifting towards a better engagement of the media than before, because that hippy dippy was awful. As well. Yeah, I watch sometimes because sometimes it was entertaining too. Because I don't understand American culture, right? I don't understand these people, some of the right wingers. So Rob Noir to me a character which can help me understand
Yeah, but
some
I feel like we.
things.
I feel like I told Brooks, I feel like people like mm, Wick or I guess those are also different brackets, but I feel like I'd distinct. I put I would not put people like Wick and Dylan Burns in the same category necessarily.
especially especially now, not
Yeah.
because there is a shift away from that. So Dylan engaging that I don't understand this. I hadn't do research about this. I cannot comment about this, and that's a respectable position. So he can't understand everything, and somebody there are people who may being critical that he is only covering Ukraine, not Palestine as much.
Yeah.
Yes, because you need to be perhaps there to understand the situation in Gaza in the way how he is presenting Ukraine.
Yeah,
Y-
you need to learn a lot. You need to keep being connected.
Yeah,
It's impossible to be an. That's why I basically I don't think I don't I don't think I've spoken on the Israel Gaza conflict much at all because I don't feel like, unlike Ukraine, I don't feel like I have much of substance to say. Even though technically I should get more informed on it, but it doesn't mean that I should necessarily speak more on it. Does that make sense? Like I will, I guess the extent that I would be willing to speak on it would be to speak out against horrible things that are happening, but that's a bit different.
yeah. So, but let's go back to Vic because, and then we can go to role playing games a little bit because
Yeah,
that's my favorite stuff.
bread and
And
butter.
so, yeah, I mean, I'm a long time role player. So anyway, so yeah, I do think Vic doesn't take the panel serious. It doesn't take the topic seriously, and that's why these panel are awful things because, for example, role playing. The content, what people are saying, it doesn't matter. And for me, this is strange because in the 90s or 80s, 80s less I'm aware because I was really small. But in 90s, in Hungary, when you had a panel or something in media, that means usually people were informed. You could learn stuff from it. You could understand things. I can't understand. Very rarely in the, last time we watched that role playing stuff covered the Vic panel. There was only one person who was a kind of expert there, right?
Yeah,
And that's brought some understanding how the hobby itself works, how you engage in. But there was no real content. There is a scaremongering that wokeness is coming and take over,
oh
but there is nothing description of what's happening, how you practice the hobby itself, how the business side works, and that was amazing to listen to Brooks of that side, the Hasbro and the printing and all of these issues. And you see a big change from the 90s, for example, to today's games stores. I think in everywhere that there is a domination of fewer titles at the moment than in the 90s. Because in the 90s, yeah, as you said, you had magazines, you had curation of introduction of something new. Even with computer games, you had this, right?
Yeah, Karasu is
You
the
had
guest.
computer game.
It says here, Karasu, no, who is not Destiny. You're not Destiny, right, Karasu?
I don't think so. I'm Destiny.
Yes, that's why it says on screen. Guest Karasu, who is not Destiny. Exactly. But
I was thinking that do I sound like Destiny?
well, you know, never know.
I don't. I hope I have a thick accent, so I shouldn't sound
Destiny
like
also has a thick accent. We all have thick accents in our own way. Are you sure
mm,
Karasu is not
no, not
Destiny?
not Hungarian too.
But yeah, it's
Okay.
I don't know. It makes me I'm growing more and more frustrated. Like it's really silly when I see someone cover those nomination that those hearings of the people that are gonna be nominated into Trump's cabinet, right?
Mm.
It's really sad when I see someone cover it and say, "Oh, today is much better because I don't have to hear about wokeness." Oh, thank God, That's already a
And
plus. That
it's
today, like the wokeness thing just has entered
you you you
all aspects of
you
life.
watch you watch the latest D&D coverage, right? Or
Yeah.
Pathfinder.
Yes, the
That
creator of Pathfinder.
he
That
was one of the creator, not even the main creator. One of the creator of Pathfinder was making a Twitter comment against Vaynes. I think it was Vaynes, right?
yeah.
So he was punching up, right? And was telling that you sell yourself as a geek, but that doesn't mean basically this is what it meant. Is you sell yourself as a geek, but you're still a racist politician who will harm people.
Yeah, you're
I
trying to
would
make
prefer you not.
you're trying to put on a friend's PR friendly face, but that
Yes,
doesn't
but
change who
in
you
the
are.
meantime, you are hurting people with your politics, and I would prefer not using my creation
To
for
do it,
selling
yeah.
yourself as a
Just
friendly geek.
sanitizing your own
I
image,
think this
yeah.
is yeah. I think this is not even about wokeness. I mean,
I
it's a
mean, none of it
positive
in
thing.
reality is about wokeness, but the problem is that
Of course,
everybody makes it about. Like
yeah.
that's the problem with wokeness. The wokeness is just became this term
It's a
that
meaningless
means,
something.
yeah, it's a meaningless term. It can mean
But let's go back what Brooke was telling about the hobbies and the hygiene part. I could talk a little bit in Hungary. There was some the places where it was really smelly because it was in underground, right, like a basement. So there was no airflow, and that was one of the cheapest way to spend because yeah, these clubs costed money a lot of times. You had to pay entry, or you agreed with the cultural center that maybe you shouldn't pay. But cultural centers, some of them closed down, so you can't always find the place. Or you sometimes we went to Burger King, but you had to eat there
pay.
a
Yeah, you
little
have
bit.
to pay. And at some
Yeah,
point, when you just sit, especially because we have to remember something, okay? We have to remember that the way you're treated as an adult will be completely different than when you're treated as a teen, a child, or what have you. And we cannot just look at these hobbies from the perspective of an adult. We have to look at them from the perspective
yes,
of
and
young
the kid
people.
doesn't
And
necessarily have
like
this money.
even if you eat, at some point, if you're a young person, the owners or the staff will come to you and, what are you still doing here? Hurry up, eat and
Oh,
leave.
so in our case, in it was Octagon Square in Budapest. That was a really big Burger King, and it still exists. It's a beautiful building. Octagon Square is beautiful. Uh, Secession style buildings. Anyway, they left us, so they accepted
Yeah.
us, and that was really good. But so there is always a physical aspect of this, right?
Hmm.
And going back to Big Panel about how they are addressing role playing game, they kind of idealizing these times. And what Brooks was talking about, this gatekeeping aspect of especially war gamers was like this, or card gamers, which had a status symbol in it because you had to spend money.
Oh, yeah.
So
Wokeness is
whatever,
also, of course, very tied to racism, but that's that's part of
So that was
that's the main thing with wokeness.
so that was a massive negative impact about who is accepted these spaces,
Mm.
how these spaces work, sexism, massive amount of sexism. And you usually had stuff like that that they punished female characters.
Yeah,
So that and today's role players doesn't understand necessarily that how toxic was this culture. I mean, even part of this culture are still toxic. So I
I
was
mean the
engaged in this, and
toxicity is just treated as we're not toxic, we're just normal and exist, and if you think we're toxic, then well, you're the problem because you just think we're toxic.
and you are bringing the politics to being woke and
Yeah,
telling
and
that
you're
maybe
woke.
black people or Roma people,
You're trying
maybe
to
they could
ruin
be
something that was great.
invited
Yeah.
to sit in the table and have role playing game as well. Or maybe even, oh God, women might be want to role
And you're
play as well.
trying to, and that's the most laughable thing for me. And you're trying to gatekeep um,
But the real
Mr.
gatekeeping is often these racist people.
You're trying to gatekeep JD Vance out of the hobby. How can you be such a monster? I'm like, wow.
And in that level there is a push for change of the whole hobby as a business, right? So in
Right.
that level we are talking about how to make it as a system for gambling, how to sell to online models of gambling, how to sell the and if somebody, okay, let's concentrate not on all role playing game, let's concentrate on D&D a little bit. So when they're talking that D&D is dying because of wokeness, no, D&D is dying because it's less diverse now than before.
Right.
In the 80s and 90s, at
I
least
think
as
I think
publication, there
I
was a lot
think
of different settings.
I think
Now there is none.
Brooks touched upon something really important. And I'm sorry to say, for this vibrancy that we're talking about, wokeness, actual quote unquote wokeness, is, in my mind, sort of essential because it's about
It's
making
a positive thing.
it's about making the hobby more exciting for more people, and that excitement creates
Yeah.
this word of mouth that Brooks was referring to when it comes to making a thing big, because at least in Poland, I assume other countries like that, and maybe there was the same in Hungary. Role playing game when I was a teen or younger was about people talking about it amongst themselves, sharing materials among themselves, and
I mean,
spreading
how I
it through.
how I met with role playing game in the 90s. It's one of my childhood friends' father bought one, but more importantly, the local culture center's library, public library. There was a very great librarian, and he was homeless for a while.
Hmm,
And he started to organize a club for youngsters.
right.
Uh, and that's how we met. And he was amazing. He persuaded the chef of the library to invest into the role playing game. And because I was hanging there after elementary school, sometimes even escaping from classes, I went there to the public library. Uh, that's how I met
I
with role playing
remember
game.
there was also this strange push to a degree against tabletop role playing. There was this whole notion.
Of
Um,
satanic panic.
yes, that it
Yeah,
was Satanism,
and
and that it.
maybe I will dig up 90s magazine about this because it's exactly the same narrative what they're doing with transness at the moment, the wokeness,
Yeah.
exactly the same kind of stuff, scaremongering. And okay, but let's go back a little bit about role playing and wargaming and everything about this. This is a so diverse thing that you cannot even say that it's one kind. You cannot say even it's just about gaming itself, because for some people it's more about
But
theater.
like,
It's more about not like a game where you have a system where you make dice rolls.
yeah,
It's about a verbal storytelling or theater. So
yeah,
I had people who became actors after, or went to real theater after they engaged with role playing game, because that's what they draw them into. They wasn't interested as much of the system. They were interested about the playing out deeply a character or to engage with it. So and what is the commonality is the need of the space
yeah,
and perhaps the age group. So we need to establish to gatekeep these spaces to be accessible to everyone. So
yeah. And
to have
it's,
a
to
physical
me,
space
it's
and to as many people as
the
they can
wokeness
reach.
angle is especially weird to me when it comes to tabletop RPGs, because when it comes to tabletop, diversity, imagination, endless settings, endless possibilities, is that's basically the name of the game. That's the whole idea behind it. So
Yes and no. So yes, in a way, that's part of the role playing as well. But for some people, it's more about wargaming. It's more about
well, that's
miniatures.
wargaming is a bit different than tabletop
Yeah,
in
but
the
even
sense of
okay, but this blending together a little bit
sort of, yeah.
because you have the
But even
dungeon
there you have
crawling
sort of
and you
endless
buy.
possibilities. No, you have storytelling.
Of course, but okay, but not everybody is interested of storytelling. So, for example, now I'm
Well,
in real life.
okay, okay,
I
but
started to run a
that
war game
doesn't
and to
exactly
subvert them into storytelling because I need to
that's
subvert them.
okay, but that doesn't exactly like, it doesn't again really stand against what I'm saying, because uh yeah, some people are not into storytelling and just want the war gaming part of, but that sort of just illustrates my point that there are a million different ways to play it. The diversity is the name
Yes,
of the game.
no, I do agree. But what I'm telling that I understand that for some people they don't want the diversity in their own gaming. Totally
Yeah,
understandable.
but that's part
But
of
the
the broader
space,
diversity. You can choose to
yes,
play a game in a certain
yes, but
way.
the space need to be protected and not really not letting races to dominate the space is protecting the hobby itself.
Yeah.
It, to not let Myfarog, Varg Vikernes, or Burzum, who is a neo-Nazi, publish a role-playing game uh, trying to divert people, trying to target children, teenagers, to teach them neo-Nazi stuff. Maybe that's a good thing, right? Maybe it's a good thing that I don't want to sell that role playing game in my store. Hmm?
Yeah. Wow. I have to clear something up in the chat because um yeah, in YouTube chat.
What's happened there?
As Moho is a very sarcastic chatter, and I see that some people not always get that Moho is being sarcastic. Like when Moho says, "No, my favorite movies and books aren't woke." Kind of like Fallout, they have no politics.
Yeah.
Yes, Moho is being sarcastic. In
I mean,
fact,
if and I went back to 90s TSR settings. A lot of them had Dragonlance had a lot of stuff saying about indigenous people. It's the
yeah,
Kagonastia
that's
are quoted
because
about that
people
because 90s was a time when people were slowly accepting that the trial of tears was a thing, that Navajo was
I hate to shift
Diné people
into
were suffering,
I
right?
hate to I hate to shift into that topic, but I feel like it has something to do with how we perceive history, if that makes sense. That we think that, oh, in the past, which was better, by the way, people just didn't think about certain things. People just never discussed certain things. People never thought
Yeah,
about certain things. People never
yes,
implemented certain things in their messaging, media, or what have you. This is a brand
and
new
maybe
phenomenon that
because
has not been a thing in the
maybe
past
yeah,
ever.
maybe because we were a child, we were not aware of these conversations.
And they were
Or
absolutely
maybe
happening. It's
that was absolutely, but in a way that was, yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
that's
these
why we
yes,
had
the
those.
role playing games had a lot of politics in it,
Yeah,
always.
that's
A lot
why
of wokeness as
yeah,
well.
we had those things in the systems in the books, but we just didn't have in those days wicks to put those things on blast for wokeness.
No, because the Vicks of the time were the anti role playing gamers who were telling that is Satanism.
Yeah,
That was the
but
Vicks
they
of the
didn't have a
time.
streaming platform to put those things on blast for being woke.
That that girl in the panel was interesting. The person who was talking about mythology, right?
Yeah,
And I think that's another aspect that there is something going on with these new how they talking about role playing topics in this online debate or panel spheres. It's like if mythology is a kind of this Peterson understanding, Jordan B. Peterson understanding of mythology, that there is a deeply rooted human behavior, the good and evil. No, Hungarian
yeah,
folk, for example, doesn't have this good and evil characterization so much. So in Hungarian folk stories, often the hero of the story are thieves
yeah,
or people who cheat.
yeah.
And
Because
for
folklore
good
is
reasons,
not
perhaps.
really folklore, or even stories are historically have not necessarily being about teaching good and evil. There's not like
Maybe
all
that
stories are
concept wasn't
not
even
all stories are
maybe
not
that
fairy
concept
tales.
wasn't even maybe that concept wasn't even as developed as we think now, right?
Right.
So and people misunderstand the mythology itself. What people who engage in researching mythology want to do. What's the project? It's not about understanding the human nature. Is to track. So, for example, in Hungarian folklore, when I'm engaging with Hungarian folklore, I can tell that there are elements which is specific or to the Hungarian way of telling a story. For example,
Well,
the element
I
of dragons having 3 or 7 heads.
as I understand folklore, it's all a bit of it is encapsulated in the word, right? Folklore, the lore of the folk, how
Okay, but
people.
no, 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 no. I'm not talking about what is the folklore. What so what is the folklore?
Well, the
What
lady
we
was
study?
sort of talking about what is
No,
folklore when she
no, no,
said
no,
that
no,
it's
no,
about
no,
good
no.
and evil always.
No, the lady was trying to. Yeah, you are right in the sense that the lady was trying to understand this human nature. That's good and evil was always. Well, what I'm talking about that what is the when you study mythology, when you define these categories that I have folklore, mythology, what are you studying exactly, right?
Hmm.
So what is the subject? What you want to understand? And
It depends, right?
what I'm telling, no, 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 it's not depends. There is a specific thing what you want to understand there.
Well, when you study mythology,
Yes,
I'm not
I mean,
sure. I'm not sure if
in a
there's only
part,
one specific thing that you can get out of studying mythology.
yes, yes. When you creating these categories as a field of academics, you had a concept in mind what you are engaging with as a subject.
Yeah, but I agree with sort of that, but I think it's a
But
pretty
this is what I'm
broad.
telling. This is not about. So this is the misunderstanding what she's doing. She's thinking that there is one.
No, I just wrote what. So what is the thing that you're
So, for
trying to?
example, you want to try to track elements of this. So this is a more structuralist debate. But these people engage mythology and folk tales,
Wait, so you're
more of
saying
the
that the thing that you want to
structuralist
do is to
approach.
track elements, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
lot
what
of
I.
people doesn't care about the good and evil side or human nature side. You want to trace it. That okay, the for example, the beam, the magical beam which grows out, appears in these kind of tales there and there
Yeah.
and there, and these are similar as
Yes.
uh, another kind of magical object, what changes size or something. So you try to create categories
Yeah.
to put these collected stories into different ways, right?
Right.
That's
Right.
what you try to approach it. It's not about understanding. At best, you are tracking the history of how these folk tales, or because
Yeah.
folk tales are a little bit different than mythologies. You can track a little bit how these interacted each other,
Yeah.
how they might.
But when I said that there are different things you can get from studying mythology, I mean because you just said that you trace elements, right?
Yeah,
But there are different elements to track, I think.
yeah, but the categories to so the goal is to make it quantify in a way, so
Yeah.
I can quantify and qualify things,
Yeah.
and then I can that tells me about something.
Yes.
But the mistake here is this is not about good and evil. Good
Well,
and evil is
no,
a
it's
very
not. It's
specific. It's a very specific
lens.
subcategory
Yeah.
lens, which is not necessarily appearing in every kind of
Yeah.
folk
It
tale.
does not always
For
apply.
example,
Yeah.
a lot of stories about the clever girl, how they cheated the devil in Hungary. There
Yeah.
is that kind
Oh,
of
there's
tales. And the
this
devil there
story
is not
in Poland as
necessarily
well.
like a satanic
Yeah,
figure, and
there's
not
this story in Poland about a guy who cheated the devil as well. Yeah.
and the devil often appears like some kind of
Duke.
comical figure,
Yeah.
not even a kind of evil, maybe dumb, maybe a little bit of slow.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, so it's a very
But
bad
then it's
assumption that
because it went into the panel, the Wick panel became a mess because many different strange assumptions became meshed. The Because there was another person that said, "I agree with you. All mythology." It was the lore master. Do you remember the lore master?
oh,
He
he
said
was the most awful
he
one.
said that, "Oh yes, I agree. It's always about good and evil." All mythology throughout, all not mythology, yes, all folklore throughout history has been about good and evil is barbarism.
Yeah,
Evil
yeah,
is
yeah.
the
A lot of,
savagery.
and this is appeared elsewhere. So it's a very you see a revival in a sense in this how they talk about the topic, a very Eurocentric approach,
Yeah,
a very
because
a
that would be very
very
funny considering that many peoples in this particular region of the world where we inhabit, we've been the savage
yeah.
for quite
Yeah.
many in many instances. We were the savage.
Oh,
So
there is a really good Hungarian book about a novel that engaging with this. That was a rare figure in Austrian history in Habsburg court. He was kind of a very interesting thinker, from African background. But after his death, because he was a celebrity in a way, but he was treated a bit of exotic savage all the time. And
oh,
after
noble
his death,
savage.
for some women uh, uh, loved him. So yeah, it's kind of complex. Anyway, he ended up as a prop. They kept his body and in taxidermy. So he became this kind, and this novel is about the story of this figure, but it's also he's trying to Kitemet Barbár is the novel, Peterfi Gergely, and the Peterfi Gergely is the writer, and he tries to link it to Hungarian experience a little bit. So it's a kind of false historical novel because
Yeah.
it's never happened. But he's using one of the Hungarian
I'm
writer
always very
of
careful
the
about
time.
those historical novels.
But no, he's telling that this is fiction. So it's a historical
Yeah.
fiction. It's not real history. But he's making a research in there. And the point is that Hungarians were treated as barbaric, exotic barbarians at the
Yeah,
time.
the same as the
So they
people
were,
from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
and even in the early 20th century, you had this in horror stories. Or often the Hungarian places appears in kind of very low um, category horror stories. But it's interesting now because it's
Mm.
telling about the cultural attitudes at the time. So you end up losing yourself in a Hungarian village, and then vampires are there, strange customs and stuff like that.
Unfortunately, I believe that the current leader of Hungary is doing all possible things in his power to mm, create a negative image of Hungary itself.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, one day we have to cover a lot about Fidesz and stuff like that, for Hungarian politics.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. The
It's very
history of
unfortunate.
it.
It's very.
Mhm.
I mean, it's just sad. It's just sad. Same for
Yeah, yeah. Tell
Slovakia.
me, tell me who tried to engage in opposition organization in the 2010s.
Like I've. I'm gonna be
It's
honest.
really sad, and you know
Poland
what
got
is
lucky.
you know,
Poland just got
but
lucky.
but you know what is more sad,
Yeah.
that how people cover Hungary, right?
Hmm.
So, and even from people who generally so there is this kind of again this kind of barbarism or the savage comes out, right? That the Hungarians perhaps themselves doesn't want to have freedom. They always love their daddy. They always had Horthy Miklós. They always had Orbán Viktor, Kádár János, Rákosi Mátyás,
Right.
these kind of dictators. And some Hungarian liberals doing this, right?
Right.
And then European Union liberals doing this. That maybe Orbán Viktor, and they doing exactly the same kind of politics often. And this is my criticism of the People's Party, right? The organization, and I often argue with you about this. But I'm not happy how they address Orbán Viktor,
Hmm.
because sometimes Orbán Viktor even have a point. Like we don't need the two tiers Europe. European Union. If European Union became two tiers, it will be the death of European Union,
Yeah.
the positive side of European Union.
Although I think Orban is contributing to the death of European Union
Yeah, of course. I mean,
in
Orban
his
was
own
friends
way.
with these people. Orban was exactly the friends in 1998 to 2002. Orban was friends all of these, and he was the youngest prime minister in Europe at the time, and he was the kind of the real hero, the these center right parties, and they were idealizing him, and he was already awful. Uh,
Yeah.
uh, Tamás Gáspár Miklós, the philosopher, was already writing. He was exactly writing his fascism stuff uh, around this time. because there was already elements uh, that was really oppressive in Orban regime.
Yeah.
And he was celebrated. The same people, by the same people who is now treating it that Orban is smelly, Orban is bad. And the problem is that they categorize all Hungarians as the same. All, and they forget that we were fighting, a lot of Hungarians were fighting in early 2010s. We were fighting and we bled out.
Right.
Most of us bled out. Like uh, people lost their jobs, people lost their employment,
I
went
think
abroad.
people often forget that just because uh, a movement for resilience, a movement, just because an opposition movement does not succeed, it does not move that the people don't deserve to be free. Therefore,
Or sometimes people will accept the regime itself, Orban regime itself, because they hear that the people who are criticizing the regime uh, making very bad arguments. So they're telling that, oh, you are stupid. Then, yeah, then maybe I will vote for him, right? Maybe I forgot. Maybe I
there,
maybe
that whole thing gets a bit complicated. Why people vote for
yes,
this
but
or that?
lot of people doesn't have the energy to be educated, especially in a media environment, which I
Like
was telling you a
we
little
have
bit
a
earlier.
joint friend. Remember that is in Hungary. He voted for Orban. He gave me his reasons for voting for
Yeah,
Orban.
I mean,
They were
my
very
own mother,
domestic. They were not really rooted in any sort of.
my my own mother was voting the worst party that is in parliament now, the far right Mihazánk, which is now Nazi party. And
Mm,
not because my mom doesn't know anything about politics. She doesn't. She went there and heard Mihazánk, which is my or our home. That's the translation, our home. And she liked the sound of that. Or maybe they are different. Maybe that's what I don't like Orban. Maybe let's vote
a
this
lot of
party.
people vote. I've noticed when they feel frustrated with how things are and feel like I will vote for anyone as long as it will be different.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, when she was learning about this party, she was telling, "I will never vote again. I don't want to do this mistake again."
Right.
She was so sad about this. And then look, I had to tell her, I don't blame you, but yeah, this party is a neo-Nazi party. This
Mm.
party want to sterilize Roma women. But again, let's go back to media. The media dominance, sadly, and that was a democratization. Okay. But even these new media characters in Hungarian spaces became transphobic,
Mm.
anti-Roma. I started to talk again with my old childhood friends, and I realized that there is a lot of racism there
Yeah.
against Roma, against Black people, because there is no good news source. So
When it comes
let's
to
go back to
Roma
what Brooks
people,
was telling.
travelers, and these
It's
topics,
not
even
debate.
people that
It's not.
consider themselves fairly progressive can turn really
Yeah.
racist really
But
fast.
it's not debates where what changes people. It's a lot of other things. So, for
Yeah, but
example, why I never became.
like I said to Brooks, I can agree that a debate won't change people. I think that it can be a contributing factor. Uh,
Yeah, but
peace.
okay, but then you already went to the debate in a mindset where you will be able to listen those arguments. So you
Right.
already been opened up in a sense. And maybe you had been better to just sit down with someone in your friend group and have
Maybe,
a chat for the whole night
maybe,
or encounter with
but
someone.
that's not
So
always possible for everybody.
yeah, but the debates most of the time just reinforces people. So it's like especially
Sure,
online
though,
debate.
but I think
But
that also can have value, reinforcing certain things.
yes, but that's about election time. Election time to those people who already agrees with you to mobilize them,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the root of these online debates,
Mm-hmm.
the presidential debates.
Right.
So that, yes, there are good stuff, but it's not about persuading people. Persuading people is a much longer time.
Well,
This is about
it's
deradicalization. About
yes, it's a long process. Yeah, I can.
so deradicalization doesn't happen just like this.
Yeah,
And I think I had an argument one of the cathedral member one time, and
de-radicalization.
then
I mean, that's also, you could say, your
it's you need to heavily
expertise
invest.
since you've done
You,
it, right?
you need to resolve such stuff as okay. Neo-Nazi, ex-neo-Nazi wants to leave the her group, okay, and this is a person who was talking about her own life. Ex-neo-Nazi Shannon Foley. Shannon Foley is her name, and she was a neo-Nazi in the 90s. How she changed.
Mm-hmm.
One of her boyfriend's mother helped her out, but she was already frustrated about some stuff. But this is a lot of physicality in there to to push her to go to college. The boyfriend mother was pushing her to go to college, to help her physically to have a home, to to settle down. Then a lot of work around the past as well. And it's not an easy. It's not like a debate changing me that or the online the radicalization that wow show or destiny is put. You know, you remember Faraday speaks? Have you heard about
Vaguely,
the?
vaguely.
Okay, what do you know about him?
Oh my gosh, I won't. Okay, let's just. I know the name. Oh my. Oh my gosh. I guess just assume that I don't know much because I'm not. I'm not able to say much.
So he became a central focus in after the Christchurch shooting. Okay, and he became kind of online celebrity because he came out with a video, and he was not incorrect in a sense that the YouTube algorithm fed him increasingly far right content, which radicalized, and he realized that he came out with a video that one of the he could have been the shooter, okay,
Yeah.
because he hated so much the Muslim at the time, and that was a very earnest stuff at the time. So and a lot of us went to contact with him, and we started to organize. Or he started to organize a Discord server. He wanted to do the radicalization. Then later on, because this online kind of the radicalization, what happening in social media was a kind of new thing. It's happened for years now, but in new and new formats. So a lot of people who work in deradicalization, like this Fanon, or there is other ex-neo-Nazi who runs. And these, when I'm talking about deradicalization, these people have former neo-Nazis who already want to jump out, to able to jump out, to physically give them an ability to get a
Right.
workplace, right?
Because I feel like also there's problem of people that might have some ideas or maybe even be of Nazi beliefs. Yeah, they want to get out, but they feel, well, I'm not just gonna be able to get out because people will never accept me back, so to speak.
Yeah, and there is a lot of learning. So a lot of learning things as well. A lot of that what made me first able to
Oh
and
yes.
this
What's actually what Boy Meets Mimi
and and
said.
and this
I'm
hmm?
sorry too. But Boy Meets Mimi said this is exactly how South Asian people are portrayed. They don't need freedom. They love order and hard work. It's like I remember quite a lot of years ago, many years ago. It was a lot of years ago during one Christmas meeting at my grandmother's place. It was my grandmother from my father's side. Um, I remember her saying that Asian people, Asian countries, Asian people, they basically just are peoples that love a strong leader that just keeps them in check, that keeps them in line and tells them what to do and just rules over them as a dictator. That's just how Asia works. And it sort of felt at the time very personal to me because I felt like my best friends were being directly insulted by something like this. So I remember telling that it's the stupidest thing that I've heard in my entire life.
Yeah. Yeah. So about the radicalization, and let's go back to Faraday Speaks. So Faraday Speaks probably ended up believing this kind of conspiracy. He was really into Lawrence Sutter and white replacement narrative. But because he never worked, why he started to embrace this? He jumped on new and new conspiracy theories
Yeah,
and eventually went back almost the same kind of far right stuff he supposed to uh, stay
yeah.
away.
It's such
So,
as
so the radicalization
it
is
sort
not
of
happening just
sounds
because of a debate.
like some. I know that there are people that are not super open to the idea, but the radicalization also needs creating a friendly space to the person be de-radicalized in a way.
Of course, but okay, we can talk about that and let's talk about that side a little bit from different, not about neo-Nazis. Um, but young offenders. I was my last job in Hungary. I've been running a small uh, environmental NGO, two persons
Right.
basically, and to try to survive, I applied to a project to work together with young offenders.
Mm-hmm.
So there, I went out with teenagers, lot of them Roma, by the way.
Hmm.
Uh, were sentenced for communal work, and I was providing them the communal work.
Right.
And uh, and that's an interesting. So you created the space. That was the philosophy I tried to approach. You created the space where these people came and worked, but I treated them the same. I expected to do the same job as I did. So I never asked them to do anything else what I haven't done. And probably I done more than them. But they most of them returned and started to pick up trash. We picked up trash from parks and the small donut side, and this
Right.
created different dynamics what they understood. For example, I had Roma kids and Hungarian white Hungarian kids, and they had to work side by side. While in the school, they might never been even talking to each other.
Yeah, that's
We started
because
to,
that's a whole different topic, right? The thing that the fact that part of the discrimination is segregation, keeping the
yeah,
children away from one another so they cannot
and you
learn
need to
about one
create
another.
spaces. You need to create physical spaces where you change the dynamic.
Yeah.
And this is the same about if you want to de-radicalize someone, right?
Yeah.
Then you need to change the physical space or the mental
That they
space
inhabit. Yeah.
or how they engage with stuff, how they engage with reality, how they
Yeah.
engage with others. This might be a new job or a new place. One of
Or
my
it might be introducing new types of people and situations into an old job.
yeah, but this is the limits of this the radicalization as well because a lot of times these are not founded well. So
Yeah.
what you happen that
Yeah.
you try
Yeah.
to pull out people like young offenders, give them communal work, and for example, I didn't have a phone, and some of the people started uh, to treat me as a social worker more than what my status uh, let me to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have the resources to even have a phone.
Right.
So I couldn't call them back. And they phoned me because they were in extreme situation and they wanted to probably to ask help.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to contact anyone to get them out.
Yeah.
So and then you can't de-radicalize people. a lot of and this is more like the street level of neo-Nazis or the youngsters, or the uh, in the sense of street level, that those who engage because of poverty, because there are different people. We interviewed one day a guy who was very rich and radicalized as a very rich, very uh, high class person, and wanted to blow up a power plant. So there are that kind of people, but there are other people. The Southern Power Love Center have a great interview about the
She's actually
place.
straight a bit from role playing games.
Hmm?
She's
Yeah, yeah,
actually
yeah. But
straight a bit from.
okay, all these things together, because the same thing we are talking, the space, physical spaces. So when we're talking about how to protect a hobby, how to not let people radicalize, we return back the same kind of things. We need to organize the spaces to be able to to get that outcome, right?
Hmm.
Because if I don't, I end up producing the same kind of problems,
Yeah,
end up killing the creativity in role playing game, end up
yeah.
killing the role playing game itself because there are no longer physical club. If I'm
I
talking about the
guess.
radicalization.
I guess because some people would say at some point, uh, well, this at the end of the day is just, and I do believe it's kind of important to talk about it. But what would you say to people that would, oh, wokeness or no wokeness? Why care? It's just a little bit of a hobby. Why is it so important to talk about this?
It's very simple. So one of the best. Okay, I approach this a little bit differently because I'm not coming from war gaming to role playing game. I'm coming from more about the storytelling. So for me, the most attractive element of role playing games is the continuation of a verbal tradition of storytelling. So it's a little bit like folk tales, or like urban legends, or like creepypastas
Yeah,
in a sense. And it's a very spontaneous, creative situation where you have an audience, that the audience often engaging, creating that experience. And this is very cheap way. So it's a very cheap way to entertain, very cheap way to create. You don't need a lot of things to tell a story, right? You go
yeah,
out and meet with others. But what's happening, because the space is disappearing, we had to engage with these things in controlled spaces like online, social media. And yeah, people were telling that Facebook are woke, preventing to talk. But what's happening when the space are toxic towards certain people, that you slowly tell those people to get out of these spaces. You are not welcome, right?
right.
So you can segregate entire class of people based on sex, race, ethnicity, whatsoever.
Yeah,
You completely segregate them from this kind of social activity,
yeah,
and that's really bad. That's really bad. That's why wokeness is important. Even representation is important. Uh, I, 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 I I can't engage with Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, because for me there is no interesting female characters in that.
right.
I couldn't see myself in any of these characters of his. And Dragonlance novels, I loved it because there was a lot of interesting characters for me to engage, even if probably Dragonlance Chronicles is way worse as a literature than Lord of the Rings.
Right.
So these things are important, even if I think it's a bit of counterculture to not to care, to think that wokeness is not important. And this is only the
Well,
counterculture for those who can accept it to be countercultural of these
That's
topics
that's
because
the
they won't be the
paradox.
people who reject it.
That's sort of the paradox. But the same people, because the same people that say that wokeness isn't unimportant, also in the same breath say that it's actually very important to fight against it.
Yeah, yeah. But for me, the interesting part of this is that most of the people who engage with this are kind of the majority in some sense. So, for example, in Hungary, you see the feminists are going against trans people and blaming the trans wokeness,
Right.
even if they want to have mental. Oh, all trans people are mentally ill. We need to
Yeah.
have them. Maybe the far right is really bad. We don't want to destroy, but they're very turfy. But they can do this because they are kind of majority, right? They can reject the f- the more marginalized people, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of these countercultural or against wokeness or what they see as a counterculture, and this is sweeping into role playing game.
Yeah.
They kind of privileged in a sense, and the privilege is not a good word because obviously a lot of people suffer that privilege. How can I say that privilege? People might have their teeth knocked out, or that's not a privilege, right? So yeah, but they won't be the target of a racist joke. They
Yeah.
won't be the person who are not really let into a public library because Roma people are afraid in Hungary that they will steal stuff. So they couldn't even enjoy what I could enjoy as a kid to go to public library and have a club. They are refused to have these physical spaces. They are rejected, and now they are rejected from the social places.
Yeah.
Because if I'm a trans person and try to engage in a gaming and it's very toxic, eventually I don't want to have a stress. I don't engage with it, right?
Yeah.
I exit of these spaces. I try to.
It's different. It's difficult to engage in a hobby when instead of enjoying the hobby, you're too busy worrying if you're not gonna be beat up, thrown
Yeah.
out, or
So
yeah.
I had recently started to engage because of the Ukraine war. Actually, there is a new role playing, an old role playing game, and it's a little bit of war gaming, but it's a post apocalyptic game of Twilight 2000, and it's a revival. So the Twilight 2000 was an 80s, I think late 80s. The um, Game Design Workshop, I think, was the GDV was the publisher,
Yeah.
and it's about NATO and the Soviet forces uh, entering in a limited nuclear warfare, and the story is set in Poland, the original one, and NATO forces trying to survive there. You usually play NATO, but you could play Soviet forces or you could play civilians,
Right.
and it's and they made a new version of it in an alternative 90s history where in by the time of 2000 you have a limited nuclear war, and
Mm.
it's again set in Poland. And for me, it's interesting. It would be interesting because first of all, I could have created content for people there, and I tried to create Hungarian setting. This was a way for me to engage the 90s a little bit,
Yeah.
about post-communism, what's happened there, both politically and to research about a bit pictures, events. So it would have been an interesting project for me.
Yeah.
And I went to the Discord server, engaged with creators, and it's full of far right, militant, civil war spreading people who talk about wokeness, the left, and stuff like that. And eventually I thought, okay, I don't need this. This game is something what really interests me because I thought that I can bring something interesting to the table, a more personal account of the 90s. How was it to grow up in
Yeah.
Eastern?
Well,
Uh,
you know what my
we,
personal
we,
favorite tabletop
yeah,
is,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know what the best tabletop is, right?
Oh, the best tabletop,
Yeah.
the Ukrainian.
Yeah, the
Uh,
wild fields.
yes, yeah.
The wild
There
fields.
are
I
a
think
couple of
it only
Polish games.
exists. I think it
There
only
is there
exists
is
in
a couple of
Polish,
Polish
which is
games,
very interesting.
but yeah, but there are a couple of other Polish games which only exist in Polish as well. So there are a Fallout type of Polish game as well, I believe. I do have a couple of Polish games, but I can't read them steadily.
Oh, well, I can
Uh,
help you if you want.
yeah, but there are so many. Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day. It's interesting to see that what different countries, what kind of
Yeah, they
role playing game.
make with their. It's especially interesting now because it's a Polish tabletop, but it's also very tied to Ukraine.
But anyway, to go back with this was a really mistake, and there was a couple of people who in this Discord server Twilight 2000 was a little bit against that. You shouldn't bring and it wasn't not the left wing, not the woke broke the politics there. The people who were anti-woke and far right, right?
Yeah.
And they were protecting because and gatekeeping this and there was other people. This is about tragedy. This is about personal tragedy. How to survive a post-apocalyptic, and it's a post-apocalyptic setting, which is exactly trying to engage with the post-apocalypse as it happens immediately,
Hmm.
not after 20 years, not after 5 years, how the society collapses, how and it's quite interesting and a lot of stories to be told that way. A lot of it's a good setting,
Yeah.
and these people reject the these people chase
I
away the
feel a lot of, well, maybe I cannot speak for all people, but I feel like there's this um, mentality, there's this feeling that many people that go after the wokeness, etc. I think there's this mindset that there's this thought in their mind, if we're gonna introduce this new element, that means that we'll have to throw away this other element that existed before completely. Does that make sense? Like
yeah, yeah, yeah,
let's
but
go
I
to the
think
whole orc thing. Oh, if we accept that orcs don't have to, if we make orcs woke, then I won't be able to tell stories about evil orcs anymore. And it's,
they're missing the point. So
yeah, I know, I
the
know, I know.
the D&D, and they specifically talking a lot about D&D.
Yeah,
So when they're talking about that D&D became woke and these new additions are not
yeah,
no, it's not good because it's a bit confusing. So there is a policy change in Wizard of the Coast, I believe, that how they present the new settings that or the old settings renewed. So I loved the Spelljammer when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, and I really loved Planescape. Planescape was one of my favorite. So one of the reasons because you had a really good storyteller, and then you had the Planescape Torment computer game. So probably people know the
yeah,
Planescape from the Torment, and really amazing stuff.
yeah.
And they republished the edition, both of them, and they are rubbish. Not because they are woke, but first of all, the structure of the both of the box set was that you had the setting and lore book with the rule book together, and that's very relatively thin. Then you had the monster manual specific of the setting, kind of, and then you had one big uh, story module,
Yeah.
and it just doesn't work. So why should I buy a module if I want to concentrate on this setting? I want to have setting rules for that
Right. Yeah.
more for more the lore, and it's just that isn't any content there isn't any way to engage with the setting itself, with the promise of the setting, and most of the module itself is doesn't give back the setting promise. It's just completely forget.
Yeah.
It's like in the Planescape one, they try to play around with multiverses,
Oh
but
yeah.
that wasn't the That's this stupid superhero movies. This is not the Planescape. Planescape Promise is not about multiverses and that you have a lot of variation of yourself.
Yeah.
Never been an issue. Never been a thing in that. So people who know the Planescape itself think about, oh, all right, I might buy it. And I'm not against to have this approach, okay?
Right.
But
But it's
they
woke.
they publish this in the box set instead of talking about the setting, talking about uh, pubs in Figgy or whatever.
Multiverses are
To
woke.
give me tools to tell my own stories, they made a pack to tell one story. Why should I buy that? And it's very expensive, 70 or 60 pounds.
Right.
Really expensive. Why should I buy it? In Spelljammer, which is about space combat with trained ships, which kind of comes from a Bosch painting, by the way,
I'm still
I
sort of
believe.
baffled that you can create a system with ship battles in mine and
And
not
there was
release the
no
rules
set
for ship battles.
of the ship combat.
I
Why
guess that's
you are
gonna be
doing?
a DLC.
No, but they even forget the DLCs nowadays. So they are so scared because that was the third
Although
edition.
I'm
They
willing
tried.
to bet that people just created their own rules for that.
Of course, I mean there are much better. And this is what I love the role playing community. You can find so many good recreation. I seen a third edition D&D recreation of Pajamer, which was only like 20-30 pages and had more interesting stuff in there than the Wizard of the Coast edition. More interesting stuff that I was engaging with that kind of setting, and I wanted to tell stories in there than to run that module when they came out. And
Wow.
this is not wokeness. This is bad writing
Yeah. By the
or
way,
writing that. Yeah,
no, never mind. I guess it's my ADHD. I almost completely switched topics. But no, no, let's not do that. I guess I'm ADHD brained. But yeah, I still think that the thing to focus on is right now is to point out that there are pretty detrimental and damaging things on the horizon that people are distracted from because they're too busy talking about men's rights activist um goblins instead of,
which
hey,
was clearly
one day you might not be able to play this because you will need to register to a service, and it will only be
yeah.
in digital form and you'll have to buy
I mean,
everything in.
you by the way, you already have this problem. So there is a virtual role playing site called Roll20,
Yeah,
and
I
I
mean
played a lot
we
in.
used it for the Warhammer.
Yes, and I played Roll20 before in early 2010s when it came out,
Yeah,
and people created, sparing their own free time, character sheets uh, for that because you had to code it.
I mean
And
I'm not against something
but
like that existing.
no, 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 no,
Like
no. I understand, but I'm telling that people who were users spend time to enhance this space, this virtual space,
yeah,
creating tools for others to play.
yeah,
So, for example, they went there and somebody was asking, "Oh, I might want to run Starship Troopers role playing game, which is a D20 kind of the D&D clone of the third edition, because they had an open license that time." So somebody was who had the license for Starship Troopers at the time, using the open license and created this role playing game. And then somebody wanted to run and tell, "Oh, I don't find any character sheet. Can somebody create one or maybe help me?"
Yeah,
and somebody maybe
that's
created one.
completely like different than having a
Okay,
locked down
but
service
what's
that you have to log in,
okay,
pay, subscribe.
okay, but this was the place before.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
now we're progressing in nowadays, and because there are started to be cooperation between publishers and virtual online sites, because the virtual online sites can they now they publishers often publish their stuff in kind of format what you can directly use in these virtual role playing sites as well.
Yeah.
We started to delete all this content what people created, all these old character sheets. So, for example, now I can't create some of the tools what other people put there because it's deleted. So I don't control this virtual space. It's a company controlling it, and that company can have ties with other companies like with Wizard of the Coast, so Hasbro, and they might have an incentive to delete some stuff,
Yeah.
and then that will be lost. And I can't physically. I'm pushed out of these spaces then because I can't play that game what I want to play there, or I need to engage a lot of extra activity because it's already wherever they share the content of others creating and in a communal way they helping each other is no longer exist that kind of
Yeah.
uh, so people are pushed out in these virtual spaces in a sense whoever is not paying. So first of all you have a dominance of the D&D the fifth edition and a lot of other when I in the 90s when I went to a store you had dozens of several dozens of different role playing systems existing together, and you can select it which one you wanted. Well, there was one book store which was more specializing of TSR, D&D, but usually other places were very diverse. And now you go somewhere and mostly D&D
Yeah.
because that's where the money comes from. You are what Brooks store that you have to organize Magic the Gathering because that's we sell the tables. In the 90s, you had hundreds of different of card games. TSR had the uh, Planescape card game. Then White Wolf had one of the most interesting card game I played, Arcadia, the Changeling game. That was more like a role
I've
playing
played the
game,
Doom
by the
Trooper,
way.
and I also had a war game, Doom Trooper.
I
It's called
don't
what's
know
called
the truth.
Warzone or something.
Yeah. There was Dark Age. My friends were playing a lot about. I wasn't a big card game. I think the only card game I bought is the Arcadia
I only
and
bought
the
Doom
Changeling.
Trooper in my life. Yeah.
You have to
Okay.
show me one day that. Yeah. I've never been into card game. Card game was very expensive for me. The reason why I liked role playing game because I don't have to spend nothing there, and because I don't have money, role playing was the ideal hobby for me.
Always sort of saved, saved. Well, there were many different times in my life. There were times when you were poor,
I,
and there were times when you were a
I
little
was
bit.
so we were so poor that I couldn't even save. That was time when I didn't have the shoes.
Oh,
So I had my father made because my father was a leather worker. He made the shoe for me, and I had to wear that until we had enough money
oh.
to buy
My
a
father
normal
went
shoes. And
from
that was like a medieval age shoe.
my
And
father went
and
from exterminator of bugs to big time politician. That was his trajectory. From oppositionist, I'm sorry, from oppositionist to bug exterminator to big time politician.
yeah, I mean that's strange. So anyway, that but what I'm telling about why I'm telling that I was so role playing game was ideal even when you were so poor.
Yeah.
At the time, you could go to some of the free places, sit down, it was good because if you went to a disco or some other places, right? Uh, you couldn't buy drinks, or if somebody was buying you a drink, that they might expect something. You don't want that. Here, nothing. You had to bring paper, pen, and your stories. That's all.
Yeah. Hmm. Mm. Oh wow.
Okay, I should probably wonder if I have to prepare stuff
All
still.
right. Yes, you're right. You have things to do.
Yeah,
Wonder
and
if
I
there. I
need to
wonder if
think.
Greater Ain't or uh maybe Boy Meets Mini wants to call in now. Is
Yeah,
Dr. John
I,
there?
I would I would I would love to listen. Boys Meets Me. Uh, he always talk interesting stuff. Okay,
Mm,
I'm wandering off.
okay.
Yeah. Good
Thank you
night.
very much for being here. I'll talk to you again.
Yeah, see you. See you all.
Uh, um, all right. True. Destiny. Um. hmm, Jesus, there's been a whole debate in the YouTube chat while I was conversing. Boy Meets Mini, come debate me. Come call in. Oh wow, I have to drink. I have to drink. Uh, mm, Jesus. Oh, I just cooked. Try is it time for Legend of I mean, I would have to get Legend of Dragoon, but I would love to play it on stream. I will definitely play the Legend of Dragoon at some point on stream. You have my promise that I will play that on stream. Rope. hmm But now I have to go to the toilet. The toilet beacons. Okay, the toilet beacons me. Let who? What? Let who cook? Jesus. I'm gonna be right back. Don't be mean to one another. Uh, we'll be right back. The toilet. Oh, I'm also gonna cook dinner. I'll be right back. To Brooke's credit, what is happening in YouTube chat is the kind of horrible debate way of being that Brooks criticized, okay? That's exactly the worst elements of debating that Brooks was talking about. Just keep that in mind. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, how is everybody? How is everyone doing this fine day where we've decided to, oh wow, look, I've got a torch. Oh my god, I feel like, and I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to set up an anchor, but I feel like at some point I have to go to an island and gather up some sand and clay. That is just necessary for my survival in this game. So like, you know, but I don't know how to set up an anchor. You know? If only Dr. Johns was here to help me. Dr. Johns, where are you? I feel betrayed. I feel personally betrayed by Dr. Johns. Hold on. So yeah. Actually, there are 16 people here, so let's start a new one, cat. All right. Also, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna throw a wrench in this little YouTube debate, and I'm gonna say this, okay? People operate under this assertion, and it ties in neatly to what Brooke said about how everybody thinks they are a perfectly logical actor, perfectly logical machine. There's this assumption that everything rational is good, everything irrational is bad. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but not everything that's quote unquote rational is good, and not everything that's quote unquote irrational is bad. I hate to be the person to make you aware of this fact. So saying that religion is fundamentally irrational doesn't really tell me much. On its own. Also on entropy fan, you're only using the word grooming because it has negative connotations. That's the only reason why you're using the word grooming instead of raising people into religion, for example, which basically is the same thing. Alright, we're playing the Path of Exile because I'm feeling like Elon Musk. It is the same thing. But then again, it's up to you to demonstrate that it isn't. Demonstrate to me. Demonstrate to me in non-idiotic ways that it's not the same. Prove me wrong. Debate me out of it. Debate me from the chat. I say it's the same. Prove me wrong. In this case, of course. Not my birthday yet. Hello. Oh, do you want to call in Boy Meets Meanie? Want to call in and debate me? You want to debate me? You know, debate me? Oh. I'll debate you. So are people who don't impose their ideology on their kids not raising their kids? There are no people who don't impose their ideology on their kids. That's the silliest thing you've said all day, an Entropy fan. All parents impose their ideology on their kids in one way or the other. Even if they don't impose their ideology on their kids, what they're doing is imposing their ideology of not imposing an ideology on them. Like that, you could not have went with that with a silliest argument. Like, come on, you can do better than that, an Entropy fan. I know you can do better than that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use Old Bay. Ugh. So your average liberal tells their kid they will burn in hell. They don't believe that women are people. I'm sorry. Do you think that the only way of enforcing your beliefs on people is telling them that they will go to hell? That's the second silliest thing you've said all day, an Entropy fan. If you really truly believe that the only way of enforcing your beliefs onto people or into kids is to is to scare them of hell. That's the second silliest thing you've said today. You've outdone yourself. Welcome back, Fake Calico Parker. We're gonna be like Elon Musk. We're gonna be true gamers. There are different types of coercion than just the fear of hell. Okay? You can throw debatey terms like straw man, disingenuous, but that's the reality. I'm sorry to tell you. There are much softer ways of coercion. If you do this, I'll take you to the zoo. It's also a form of coercion, even if you're offering a reward. There you go. I've done it. I've won. I'm gonna use Old Bay. Since we're talking about Christianity, that's the main venue of coercion. That's not true. That's not even true. A lot of people don't invoke hell at all. A lot of people say, do these nice things and you'll go to heaven. And don't mention hell at all. So that's not even true. There you go. That's still in religion. Well, now you narrow it down to fundamental Christianity. I don't know what to do with you. You just keep retreating. You just keep moving the goalpost, as the debate bros say, as the debate sphere says. You just keep moving the goalposts. You just keep retreating, retreating. I keep beating you, and you keep retreating. I think it's safe to say that I'm just dominating this little debate. What was your reply to me? I did not see. I completely agree with both you and Brooks that that's all dependent on context, whether rationality poses a benefit or some kind of Brooks. Yeah, yeah, that's yeah, yeah. Well, you don't know that. Link me a study that proves that. Are you just? Do you have any evidence, or are you just saying that? Show me evidence that links retention rates to coercive force. Show me the studies. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Show me. Show me. Show me. Prove it to me, okay? Source. Source. That's no evidence at all, actually. What does that prove? Nothing. What about religiosity in Poland? Do you think that religiosity... What about it? What about it? You're digging your own grave. You're digging your own grave. Because you probably don't know enough about Sweden, and you definitely don't know enough about Poland, so you're digging your own grave. I'm securing my victory in the debate. No. Oh, you're back from the nap. Okay. I thought you were like, I'm going to nap now. Uh-oh. Guy. I'm on the roll. I know that child beating and fundamental Christianity is prevalent in Poland. Can you prove that? Child beating and fundamental Catholic. Are you operating in some data from the 90s or 80s? Can you. What? How do you know that? How do you know how relevant child beating is in Poland? And it's not enough for you to say, I know it. You have to prove it. Also, correlation does not equal causation. Yeah, you have not established anything with, say, non-religion in Poland, 3% of the population. You have not established how many of those people are fundamentalist. You have not established the child beating, and you have not established any connection between the child beating and the religiosity and the retention. You have not done any of these things. You just stated a bunch of things and said correlation equals causation, which is a fallacy. Is a logical fallacy. You're a logical phallus, okay? You are a logical phallus, and I don't like it. I don't like it when people are being logical phalluses. Don't worry, Lucy, I always have your streams on, even when I nap. See that now? That's a good viewer. I don't mute it though, because then it doesn't count. What do you mean don't give Destiny ideas? By saying you're a logical phallus? That's my saying. I coined it. I'm so excited to be like Elon Musk. Oh my god. Wait, no, I'm not Elon Musk right now. I'm Adrian. I'm Adrian. My name is Adrian. You're not debating Adrian. You're not debating Lucy anymore. An Entropy fan. Now you're debating Adrian. Or Adriana. Why do you think that people end up disproportionately non-religious if raised in non-coercive circumstances? You have not established that either. You just say that that's the case. How do you know? Like you just say things and say, well, why do you think that this thing that I say is true is true? Well, you haven't established it's true, so your point is like empty. As long as before it's, you know. You have to establish things before just saying, yeah, why do you think that the thing that I say to you is true is true? Well, okay. Source, okay? Alright. Excellent. But I will not look at it now, okay? I'm streaming. This is my job, believe it or not. Believe it or not, I'm actually at work now. I'm actually at work. I'm hard at work. I'm like grinding with my old bae and dinner. I didn't even mean now. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You did. You're trying to corner me. You're bad faith. Yeah, I'm number one Path of Exile player when it loads. I cannot afford a better computer because I spent all of my money for farmers that level my character. Oops, I forgot I said that. Oh, slip of the tongue. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Frankfurt. We're playing from Frankfurt. I tried Old Bay on ice cream. How was it? Tell me now, please. I cannot wait. Tell me, please. I'm excited. I'm super excited. Eggnog. Eggnog is good. Eggnog is tasty. Therefore, it's a good combination. There you go. There you go. I knew it. I'm telling you. Old Bay is good with everything. Estelle. Estelle, do you want to call in? Estelle, do you want to call in? Hold on. Uh, religion. All right. Oh my God, it's still loading. Oh, please donate. Okay, please go to this link. Okay, please, I beg, go to this link. Um, subscribe and donate because it seems like I have to get a new computer. This is embarrassing. In so many levels. I feel embarrassed. Do you know how embarrassed I feel right now? Sorry, I was still farming, logging off the account now. Yeah, Moho, what the hell? What did I pay you for? You have to know where I wanna play. What? I mean, yeah. It's just whatever. I'm gonna cut this out of the stream. You know what's happening, Moho. We're gonna. I'll DM you later. I'm gonna DM you. We can talk about things. I'm Adrian, by the way. I'm Adrian. Yeah, it has, but apparently it doesn't handle it anymore. Those times have passed, okay? What is happening? Do I have to like restart? All right. Oh, yes. I called my esteemed guests and now it's working, okay?
Oh, can you see me?
Hello. No, I have to set it all up, sorry.
Alright. Take a moment.
Alright, done. Oh, I did the mistake again. Okay, welcome.
Oh, am I on screen?
I think Karasu will be able to join whenever, if we're in this freeway chat. Yeah, that's not a problem. We have a window open for Karasu to join anytime. Wait, hold on. Why is
Yeah,
your
the
camera so funny right now?
green.
Why is
Is
your
it green?
camera so funny? No, it's not green. It's not. We're not experiencing the. I don't remember the name of the streamer. Mm,
Well, I don't know. Sometimes there's issues with uh I've seen it. It's like Linux, or maybe my client that doesn't the way that my client streams video onto other people's Discord doesn't
yeah.
um doesn't gel well. What's funny about it?
Wait, where is your screen dark now?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, it shows now. Okay. Now it's. Oh yeah, I
Oh,
get
okay,
it
I
now.
see
I
it.
get it. I
You,
get it.
you can
Okay, now
you
see. Do you
can
see? It's like, and it's
yeah
frozen
you
as
can
well. You're
right
frozen. You're
up
frozen in
and
place.
back on. It looks very scary actually.
Yeah, it looks like from horror.
Can you um
You can
wait?
leave and
I'm going
rejoin.
to.
We're in a freeway call. We're in a freeway chat. You can leave and yeah. Did you leave and rejoin?
Oh, it's working again. I see.
Yes, it's
Oh,
working
it's,
now.
oh, okay.
Watch me being Elon Musk. Are you impressed? I bet you're jealous a little
Uh,
bit. I think you're
you
jealous a
you're
little
not
bit.
as you're not at level as high as him.
Yeah, but I'm playing the game, okay? All right? Don't be jealous of my achievements, please. It's unbecoming. Be
I'm
jealous.
not jealous.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not jealous.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you are. You're jealous because I'm the number one PoE player. Come on.
Hmm.
I'm not jealous is exactly what all the jealous people say.
Well,
Okay.
I am very far from being resentful. Um,
Exactly. I knew it. Okay. So what's your contention with me, buddy?
so far I haven't seen anything that could be contentious
Okay, I'll
from
ask you
you.
this then, okay? I'll ask you this, okay? Okay, you ready?
Go ahead.
In this game, in your opinion, should I be moving with the click of a mouse or WSAD? If with the
Click,
WASD.
click of the mouse is the right way.
Alright, I click with the mouse. I guess we don't have a disagreement.
I mean, yeah. If Karasi is just going to be listening on, then they're
Oh, Karasu can join at any moment. We're in a freeway chat.
yeah, or they can go, they can look at this screen,
Alright,
or they
okay.
are
You
already
have.
doing that.
There's been a whole debate in the YouTube, and I thought to myself, oh boy. So here we are. We're doing the most agreed upon, completely non-disputed topic. We're jumping straight into religion, I guess. I guess that's happening. I'm Lucy Haze, the biggest Polish Jewish trans religious streamer.
And
Religion
so you are.
streamer.
Um,
It's gonna become a Judaism stream channel before long. I should wait.
uh, I if I were to give more uh, a more a critique of all the discussion that's been
Oh yeah,
I've from what I've
before
heard.
you say anything, I'm gonna put my cards on the table because I've
Mhm.
read some of it, and I read the statement that religious people are not that people with mental illness are not rational, but they are. Even if you don't really, even if your view of reality does not correspond with the same view of reality as other people, it does not follow that you cannot follow a rationale. Even that's the whole thing when people study serial killers. They follow a rationale. It's not completely random and irrational. They have a rationale that they follow. That's the whole thing when you follow their actions and you try to piece together what they did and motive, etc.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. And that they are rational doesn't mean
Yeah,
that we
it was
shouldn't
like it's
have
just
them.
they're
Like,
rational that they happen not to share with anybody else, but it's still they still follow a rationale, even if we don't agree with it completely.
they may still,
Or
they
if we
are not
disagree.
living in an alternate reality than ours. They are living in the same things. They are
Yeah,
making
but okay,
links between.
an entropy fan says I literally used an example of psychosis with hallucinations. Yeah, but even if you have those hallucinations, from your perspective, you're still following a rationale. If you're, let's use the most ridiculous example possible, okay? Because that's the essence of debate. Don't you agree, Estelle? Isn't using the most the essence of debate? Let's use the Beautiful Mind movie, okay? That the protagonist of the Beautiful Mind, even if it was something ridiculous and completely not as if was in reality, right? He had this whole hallucination of agents visiting him, microchips, and having wild adventures with secret agents. From his perspective, he was not irrational. He was acting in a rational way from his perspective, based on the hallucinations. So there you go.
Yeah, and the hallucinations themselves are very much uh, real things. They are very much caused uh, by physical
Like you're not
processes. They
acting
are,
rational from the perspective of the world, but it does not mean that you do not follow a rational of your own.
yeah.
Even if you're not completely lucid, by the way.
If someone's seeing things
There you
that
go.
you
I
and I
win.
can't say
Sorry.
is there, they like if they're seeing someone besides them that we see that they doesn't exist, they are still they, they still think that there's someone. They still have um uh, they're not completely making things with no cause. They have an understanding of what that someone is, what uh, how they would behave, how they would look like. They are not uh, they are not like completely randomly doing stuff or seeing stuff. It's to say that it is just fate, that it is uh, we don't have to think anything about those
Yeah,
is
but
just
that is a
not
perfect
useful.
example, an entropy fan. Even if you're not lucid in a dream and you're just in a dream, you can still follow a certain rationale while being in the dream, even if you're not lucid in it. Even if it feels realistic, etc., it's still following certain rationales when you encounter things in the dream. There you go. I've beaten you with your own weapon, with your own argument.
Yes, and it's kind of the basis of dream. Hello, Tarasu. Uh, it's kind of the basis of the of dream
Yeah, and
interpretation.
your rationale in a dream can be very consistent.
The like
No,
a
some
lot of
dreams are quite stable actually. Some dreams are quite stable.
a lot of things
Yeah,
that
a
I'm
religious person can follow rationale with wrong
really
premises, but it
arguing
doesn't
with
mean that
them.
they are irrational from their perspective.
Maybe you should have brought on an entropy fan instead of me.
True.
I
Hello,
had a
Karasu.
different issue later on, a little bit about seeing these YouTube arguments. I think it's went on for long, right?
Hmm?
Uh, these arguments went on long. The religion argument, always going on. Um, I have an issue about the sociological part. That when you make statistic about X amount of people in this country are religious, what are you saying? What does it mean? How you
Um,
get that data?
That's
you
true.
see, it's
Usually it's a
it
church attendance, stuff like that.
Not even that. It doesn't even mean. It's usually census data. And what's happening is that self-prescribed that you are Catholic, you are Reformatus in Hebrew. This is usually a self-definition, which doesn't mean anything about that. If you're practicing, if you grew up with it, usually it means if you talk about Christianity, if whatever you are baptized with. So my father will appear as a Catholic, my mom as a Reformatist in these census. Neither of them ever went to church uh, 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 since I'm existing. So they are not practicing. They never taught me Bible, but they will appear as a religious person in the statistic.
Hmm.
okay. I'm not sure if Ifan is bringing something up that I think is useful to talk about because where I'm coming from, I felt like I can't say that I'm an expert on um, anti-Oedipus or Deleuze and Guattari, but when you're talking about uh, inhibitions in the terms of in terms of reasoning, I would probably more talk to them about in terms of repressions. Uh, how um, and things can get wonky when you dream. Some repressions don't take place, but repressions don't. Uh, they they are not occurring only to certain type of people. Um,
Absolutely
you
agree. Yeah, you are right. Yeah,
they like repression is how we come to understand the world, how we came to make uh, how we come to not follow some lines of thinking, some uh, and you see those being. I think I think I'm getting away from the point
no, no,
that's
no.
first.
No. That's an important point. I think it's around the same point, just in a different way. So when we are, I'm very angry of this very reductive argument about that religion causes child beating. And then when I compare two countries, the statistic that whichever is more attendant in
Well,
Christianity,
to be
that
fair, the
means the
argument
child beating
was
is.
that child beating causes more religiosity because it's a tool to keep people being religious.
Yeah, but that's first come because the religion was already there,
Yeah.
or it's interlinked, right? But
Hmm.
it doesn't engage that how we measure the religiosity, what we mean by religion here, what are these attitudes? Because hell, the communist schools in Hungary in the 80s were very much employed some kind of beating in a sense. There was the ruler and the teachers went around and hit your nails, for example. And that wasn't because they were Christians, but because the child beating as a disciplinary tool was accepted as a norm.
Right.
You don't need to be Christian with it, and it's not Christian repression. It's just that there are certain attitudes for children what
Yeah.
is accepted at the time as a norm, right?
Even within atheist households, yes.
And even I know anthropologists who engage with middle age shift about attitudes of write a book about trying to track shifts about attitudes. I think in South France uh, uh, for about children how they engage with parenting before the Black Death and after the Black Death. So we treat this that there is a constant stuff about even inside of Christianity when we might see a lot of the diversity how they engaging with parenting, with education, with disciplinary tools. And I understand that at the moment we have a Christian nationalistic movements in a lot of different countries. For example, in Hungary, my own country, and that's really scary. But lot of opposition in Hungary against Orbán Viktor is coming from Christians. For example, Methodist Church
And a
leader
lot of
is
opposition
really much
against the
supportive.
old regime came from the Christian church as well.
Yeah. So I can't make it these kind of very. I had professors who were reformists in the census. He never engaged with anything of that. But in the statistic, he will appear as a reformist because he grew up. And I talk about spaces. These are communal.
Oh, sorry, you just cut out.
Yeah, you got cut out.
Oh, sorry. So that these are communal spaces as well. We have to engage that what religion means in a rural, a small village where this is the only communal center often.
Yeah,
So
it's oftentimes in small rural villages historically those sort of things where, uh, well, among other things, a source of identity, I suppose.
but it doesn't even necessarily means an identity because you might engage with the church itself as a communal space instead of the religious part.
That's right, but that means that
But when you
you
are
still sort of engage in the local sense of identity then, like from
yes,
this local
so
church.
when I'm putting the statistic, I might put in a census that I'm a reformist or I'm a
Right, but you
Catholic.
might just be there for the
I
uh,
might just be there for meeting with the
yes,
friends
like
because
just
that's the
like
space
basically
where I can.
I for a while I've been fairly uh, on a fairly regular basis going to the Shabbat dinners in a certain place, a Jewish community, and there were people that would sit with us at the table and say, "Yeah, I'm not really religious. I don't really believe any of this, but I kind of enjoy the atmosphere. I enjoy the people here, and I enjoy entering a
And,
little bit of a different world once per week and sort of the experience."
and this is doesn't even mean that that kind of cultural Christian what a lot of right wing figures now talking about, like Jordan Peterson. That oh, it's a cool cultural Christian is important, or even Dawkins was talking. No, this is about physical spaces
Yeah, it's. I
existing
mean, it's
inside of
yeah.
the community. It's a totally different. Not they are not embracing this because it gives an evolutionary advantage. Because this is the only locations where you can engage stuff.
Plus, it's
Yeah.
kind of interesting and important because this Shabbat dinner spaces, that is a very interesting thing to think about. It's a place where people go, spend time, eat a pretty lavish meal without needing to paying anything, spend time, talk, and just are there, sort of. If that makes sense.
There's
Sick.
yeah. I have this thing I'm thinking about this point that an entropy fan made before, or maybe it was Socialix. You'll tell me. Either of you will tell me afterward. About how Stalin abolished religion in the USSR or something like that, but just replaced God with himself, or like communism in general replaced God with Stalin, and Christianism with communism. And to me, that seems a bit insane, but the important point is like, what do we actually mean by the place of God, the place of religion? And to me, there's a lot of symbolic transposition that's being done, which not really justified at all, right?
I'm also very sensitive of that argument because there is kind of racist reading about that. That us Eastern Europeans, Russians, are incapable of rational thinking. We need to have a godlike figure like Stalin to revert,
The
right?
whole thing has been touched upon in Stalin, written by an Eastern European author, by Stalin, sort of biography. It's not exactly like that. It's not exactly replacing God with Stalin, or
Yeah,
if
it's
it's more
totally
like
different.
there's this notion within the USSR that has been placed of historical, the wheel of history guiding all things, that in order to move history and humanity forward, the individual becomes unimportant in the face of serving this wheel of history, that people have to give up their individuality. And in the sense of that there's of course been in the Stalin era imposed this notion that what represents this historical wheel is the person that moves it forward, and that person was the party, and
Yeah,
that
but
party was embodied by Stalin himself.
cult of personality is not the same as Catholicism. It's totally different. Even if you try to define what cult of personality in political meaning, it's there was no rights. There was no. It's totally different stuff. We had the kind of similar like Stalinism in Hungary with Rákosi Mátyás. Rákosi Mátyás was not God. It's not that you didn't have churches, you didn't have the Bible written around it. That was kind of images appearing of Rákosi Mátyás, but that doesn't mean the same thing. If you really want to compare of something historical significance, maybe a Caesar or whatsoever, or whoever made the statues of themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is it makes no sense to me. It's only serves this kind of very progressive, like progressive liberal narrative of there are people who are incapable of thinking rationally because they are kind of culturally not developed enough, right? This is why Polish people still beating up children, or Hungarians are still
Which
supporting
I still
Orbán
say has
Viktor.
not exactly been established, the whole child
Yeah,
beating thing.
no, nothing. It's just a very nice narrative that can blame one thing of all of these processes, right? Which is not
At,
even
thi-
established.
at this point, that sounds very much more like chauvinism than any attempt to actually understand what's at play, what causes what really uh, what really goes on in those countries and those families and those people. Um, like to say, oh yeah, they are just less rational than us, and that's why we don't beat children anymore because they aren't rational, and we are. Uh,
Plus,
it's
I
To be sure, I'm not saying that socialists or Entropy Fund say that. I'm talking that these narratives are usually used this way, right? So they are chauvinistic, as you said. It's really easy to paint an entire country, especially when you don't understand how the census are collected. So when they come out of these very nice narratives of comparing Sweden to Poland, uh, compare the child beating because that there is more
think you're too
lot of
debate
Polish
brained an
people
entropy fan.
a lot of Polish people identify with Catholicism because Catholicism had important social function or element, or it was a refuge in communist time in during the 80s when there was really hardship going on, and this was an organizing structure helping. Of course, a lot of people had a positive image, and then you had the Pope himself, Polish at that time, right? So there
Yeah,
was a kind
who
of
also turned out to
nationalistic.
be a bit of an abuser, but
Yeah, but there was a nationalistic,
Still is.
uh, like proudness
Still
around
is.
this, right?
Yeah,
So it
still
was
is.
a yeah. So this is more complex than just establishing that lot of times abuse in families and children comes out of desperation, for example, poverty, or not having enough time. Uh, Parents are unable to cope with their own life, and then cannot uh, engage with the children properly.
Yeah, I just feel like I just feel like
And what
today's
else was in Poland?
stream
What else was in Poland in the 80s, for example?
solidarity.
Poverty. A lot of issues around, right?
Yeah.
Almost like there was a fear of there will be another 56 or
Yes. Yes.
uh,
That's true. That is absolutely true.
68.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fear. And then you had the shock therapy, not as extreme as in Russia, not as extreme situation as in Ukraine, or not even as bad as in Hungary, in a sense. Uh, so Hungary at the time supposed to be going better, but we
I
are
think the
talking
Czech
extreme
Republic did it
situation.
better yet.
Yes, Czech Republic is one of the best, but the privatization wasn't as extreme in Poland and in Hungary.
Yeah.
But we are talking about a time when there was, and it's nothing to do with Christianity. This is all stress factors what is affecting families during
But
this
I
time.
do I do have to say that after the discussion with Brooks, I'm sort of sad to see that I'm seeing a live demonstration in YouTube chat of what he was talking about. One that we all think that we're super rational actors, but we're not. We're all pretty irrational, even though we want to believe that we're logical machines. But also that there's a lot of debating to when not to discuss ideas happening.
I think to be fair or positive, I think it's about the fear of this new kind of Christian nationalism what is emerging, right? So a lot of people are engaging now as to try to fight back, try to change something, but you won't. It's you need to change the fundamentals of how you create a space to live in, how you create a good environment for people to engage with children and not to beat them up, how to teach them. And by the way, a lot of Christian can be helpful because there are Christians who actually like children, not in the bad way, but like there are religious people who are good parents, and there are non-religious people who are really bad parents. I don't know why we want to create this category of religion very naively, and then to put all of the problems into that. Talk about Christian nationalism, which is quite
Oof, I
uh, uh,
died.
uh, distinct thing, right?
I'm like
It's a
Elon.
distinct project.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I said I'm like Elon Musk. I just died.
Yeah.
Orban Viktor was so destructive about religions. For example, today in Hungary, there is a big argument that the Reformist Church is killed off because the state and the religious leadership are interacting with each other. One of the Reformist church leader was the head of the one of the minister. He was minister to Orbán Viktor, and one of the kingmaker. He pushed or the president, the woman who had to retire because of the child abuse scandal, right?
Okay, I
And that
think.
child abuse scandal destroyed the Reformate or damaged the Reformist Church because it everything went through this power of how Orban reorganized the religion. And that the Reformist Church itself is suffering out of this. And there are a lot of reformists now is telling that I cannot engage with the church structure itself, even if it's important to me in this way, because it's interacting with this new power. And it's nothing about any of the belief. It's about power.
I died again.
Yeah.
I have to address something in the chat because an entropy fan said
I sh-
my claim was exactly the opposite, that we have inherent flaws and including additional flaws is always worse. Not that we are rational machines. In fact, I explicitly did say that we aren't computers with a rigid Boltzmann logic, but you're again assuming that rational equals without flaw and rational equals without flaw and irrational equals flawed.
and also that
There
like
you go. Isn't that right, Karasi?
so
I want to listen, Esther.
so if we're comparing a human to if we're saying that a computer is a perfectly rational um, uh, rational thing uh, using rigid Boolean logic, which is what I think that an entropy fan implied. How can we not be perfectly rational in that sense? Because we have um, inputs, outputs. We are working in the according an implicable logic, the ones of physics, the ones of uh, the ones of atoms, chemistry, everything. Uh, but that I don't see what could that make. Uh, why wouldn't that make us um, rational in that sense? Uh, there's no magic. There's nothing that that is just uh, doing things in us that uh, are, like making things appear to in our bodies that isn't explained by uh, by those processes. Uh,
I won. I didn't die.
like having a consciousness, uh, having those capacities, they are uh, like a computer doesn't have a consciousness. A human has one, uh, as far as we can tell. Um, why is one less logical than the other? Uh, um, I don't see where rationality comes in, is what I'm saying. An entropy fan, why are you posing those things? Why? They don't help us understand anything. If someone has uh, a thing that tells them that this thing will happen if they do Y, if they do X, I mean, uh, okay, sure, you might not be able to, if that doesn't follow the assumptions commonly made by people, that they might not be able to do well in society, and that's kind of why making those relationships between things not following those same rationales doesn't actually make you more dangerous. It actually makes you less able to function, less able to do anything threatening to people, or like that could affect real harm. Like if you are under those conditions,
Okay, I wanna
you're
I wanna ask something of Entropy Fan. Articulate your point, because even if, like, even I can answer that. I will, like, if between two drivers, the one that will choose the dangerous thing believes that dangerous thing, I will choose the person that uh, will not do the dangerous thing. But that does not mean that that person that believes a dangerous thing does not follow a rationale still.
yes,
So the your argument sort of is out. It's independent of the argument being made. There you go. I win again. An Entropy Fan. Again, I win. Estelle and Karas are my witnesses. Also, I want to talk to you about something, Estelle, while you're here.
sure,
I
go
want to
ahead.
talk to you about the little argument that I seen you have with Femois, was it?
Yes,
About
go ahead.
anti-realism and was it? Yeah, realism and
Yeah,
anti. feel like
like
I feel like sort of
mhm.
understood your argument, but I feel like Femois did not exactly see what you were trying to say. So
Yes.
if you could elaborate.
Well,
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry.
entropy fan is insane. I can just okay. So entire moral realism isn't incompatible
Yeah,
with
but the problem with this argument is there are
subjectivism.
rational beliefs that have killed many people. You can rationalize yourself into doing anything. Any horrible thing can be rationalized. That's the whole thing.
I can I amass the window so that I wouldn't be distracted by an entropy fan. Like if you could say that, like the Nazis use those like arguments as like if we want to make the state strong, we have to get rid of the
No,
people who
you follow a rationale just because that's
yes
yeah. You cannot. There are certain things that you just cannot. You just what like if we get down to it, life's worth is subjective. There is no rational objective worth to life. Their life's worth is what we make of it. Because in the end of the day, we all die. We will just turn to dust. We all cease to exist. So if you really want to be nihilistic about it, there is no real rationale in what we do. It's all made up. It's all made up for us to feel good as far as long as we live. Oh, you are talking about morality because you're talking about irrational actions that lead to murdering countless of people. There's no other thing that you're alluding to here than the morality of it being bad to kill millions of people. Once you throw out morality out of that, then you have nothing.
yes and like that kind of goes with the discussion about moral realism and moral anti-realism. That like you can be subjectivist and say that people are right in their moral claims. Or you can say that some people, when they make moral claims, the same moral claims are right, but when the other people make the same moral claim, they aren't right. My position is that I would fall in between error theory, which is to say that moral claims are just all false, or non-cognitivism. Moral claims are just not true or false. They are just they are neither. They can't be true or false.
I don't think an entropy fan understands what I'm trying to say. It's okay.
Yeah. But like it's all shakes. I think like some people people manage to well believe in moral realism, and they have explanations for why moral realism is valid. Um, doesn't mean that I agree with them, but uh, like it doesn't necessarily uh, entails that everyone thinks the same about morality. Um, that is what moral realism would mean. Could mean that to me it seems more an assertion that people should they are making a moral claim about morality that people who believe the same believe things that we should do X things are moral, and the people who um, don't believe we should do X things are immoral. And I agree with Nietzsche, right? Zortex, I am with you on that. Um, but in the end, if you acknowledge that morality is nothing more than a tool that people use to come to ends uh, that they want, uh, you can't really assign you can't really say that uh, people are really wrong. I think that then we should stop the Nazis. We should have stopped them. We should have not done those things. I don't think that people. I don't think it's really useful to go and tell to people, well, I think you're wrong because you're being immoral. I don't think that really does anything. Uh, uh, like it can be useful in some ways, but like shame can be useful, but it's not a way of seeing the world that will help you. It will just make you feel that people are acting for reasons that you can't understand. Oh no, for sure. Uh, for sure, Zolcheks. I'm not trying to imply that. I'm just saying that uh, those views on people makes it hard to understand morality itself. As a thing, it it just creates resentment or ressentiment. If I were to, but to come back to the conversation, um, well, if you're saying that morality has nothing to do with our objective reality, then what claim do you have that people are that doing things on that some axioms are wrong, that some beliefs are wrong,
Oh yeah.
that some beliefs are illogical or um, uh, unmotivated.
Let me let me go back a little bit about the sociological side, okay? So when we are collecting the information that people are Catholics or Reformists or whatever, we don't know exactly what belief they assign. So when you try to address that religion is irrational, they have these magical beliefs, but is it really telling me that they have these magical beliefs? Do I know from the statistic that they embrace everything? Or they might engage of their own interpretation. And this was true even in early modern period. You have this great book of the uh, what Brooks were reading. What's the name? Ginsberg is the right microhistory.
Yeah.
Also,
The
this
cheese.
sort of like let's
So he developed his own belief system from observations, and he grew up in around Christianity, Catholics. And,
Necropoetics.
Also, there's one more thing that I have to say, because the argument has been proposed here that Catholics in Africa agree with murdering millions is bad, but they have this magic beliefs that condoms are worse than mass death. But having certain beliefs that lead to people killing millions or any other amount is not for the sake of what they perceive to be good is that's not really exclusive to religion. Like, we have to understand that we have a thing called genocide, which a certain scholar has called the bastard child of the Enlightenment. And people, that is the unique thing about genocide, that perpetrators of genocide know that killing is bad, and many times they don't see any pleasure in killing it, but they see killing millions as a means to do something, to create something far better without that group to stand in the way.
It is irrational. It is like
Like, there's a we're trying to build a nice, glorious, beautiful future that will be perfect, but this group just stubbornly stands in the way. It won't let us do it. We have to kill them all.
sometimes there is an objective side of this, that they might want to use the land differently,
Irrelevant.
and
But that's not
that,
that.
that
That's it's irrelevant if they want to destroy the group or not. That what's relevant is that the Catholics as well as the genocide perpetrators believe that they're moving to a better world. A
yeah,
world without condoms
and
is a
and
better
and
world in
and,
their
and they
eyes.
and they might be even in their own rational, they might even right, because for example they want to use the land differently, right? So they want
Right.
to erase enter a group of people who are nomadic, and we see this in people like to go back online spaces, like how they treat travelers, for example, in modern contemporary time, that they are practicing some kind of nomadic lifestyle, which is uh, just can't be objectively good for their children and to others. They are always in the way, and they are pushed into a rhetoric which is at least culturally want to extinct them, or sometimes even physically want to erase, like in the Mi Hazánk I was talking about in Hungary, which want to sterilize Roma women.
Mm.
Because, there is there is a reality around that, how they form these beliefs, or how they form this, what will reach us into a better world for our group, right?
Yeah.
And this other group is in the way of that. Yeah, late
yeah.
night for me. So I might not be very coherent.
With me or your voice is the microphone. I mean, is sounding a bit worse than your first call with Lucy. Is it? Or am I?
Sorry.
Yeah, no. It might be my microphone getting worse. Yeah.
We have to do a fundraiser and buy Karasu a microphone.
And you,
No, Don't.
A professional microphone, so Karasu can be
No, no,
a
I don't want.
permanent guest.
No,
What do you mean?
Well,
Oh, you like this feel of the retro audio style. I get it. I understand.
you see, Karasu, you're being irrational, and
You're
then
being
I'm
a hip.
I'm very
No,
irrational.
it's not. It's not irrational. Karasu is just being a hipster.
but being a
I'm very religious.
True.
being
Your religion forbids you
hipster.
from getting a microphone.
Yeah, in the religion, leftism.
The better the microphone, the more right wing you become. Actually. Look at me. I'm like Adrian or Elon Musk. Isn't it awesome? What do you think, Karasu? Like, even Elon Musk is following some sad rationale, right? When he does this whole, hello, I'm not Elon Musk, I'm actually Adrian, and I'm 20-something years old. You know? As bizarre and irrational as it feels to the outside world, he is following some sort of rationale in his mind when he does this. You know?
I think I've seen it confirmed that actually it's not actually Elon Musk, it's just some guy who really likes to
what,
pass as
impersonate
Elon
him?
Musk. Yeah.
That makes it even, if that's true, then that would make it even worse. But that makes no sense.
Yeah.
He talks like him, he sounds like him. So that would make it even worse, because I don't believe that it's some 20
Well, I
something
think
year old.
his actual identity has been unmasked.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's a person from Fiji,
Oh my gosh.
Fiji
Yeah.
Island. Yeah, I
From
mean, he
imposter?
lives there. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. You know that
I'm,
it
I'm,
could
I'm
just
not
be.
sure, I'm not sure he's real. I mean, he kind of looks like real, but
Like, I
I'm
know,
not sure that
knowing
he
Elon
is not
Musk,
someone
he
hired to
might have just bought
pretend
off
to
some
be
guy.
Elon Musk.
You
Yeah.
know, he might have just, that wasn't me. It's this guy from Fiji. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. That's my thinking. So who knows? By the way, it's totally irrelevant.
yeah. We don't need that to know that Elon Musk is so insecure.
A sad person.
He's very insecure. Is what
Very,
is
yeah.
what
That
he
the
is.
Okay,
staff
let's
of Exile too saying.
let's talk about UK, Elon Musk, and the Reform Party a little bit, because
Okay.
this is funny.
Yeah, let's talk about
That Elon, because you covered that Elon Musk is trying to
Influence
interfere with the European
politics,
election,
yeah.
and to make it a little bit of online drama or the online conversation. When we were looking for the D&D stuff of Vic was complaining about Facebook is not really as bad as TikTok because TikTok is collecting data, blah blah blah. So there is interference. All this social media is massively interfering of European politics for a while now. Facebook is doing it since at very least from Brexit, even if not before.
Yeah, but you're forgetting
Collecting
something very
European Union
crucial.
data. And now Elon Musk is directly interfering of many countries' politics so badly that he even pushed away Nigel Farage, who was very friendly with Trump and very friendly with Elon Musk.
Yeah, but you're forgetting a key aspect of this, and I cannot say for sure that Wick buys into this line of reasoning, but you just said that Facebook interferes in European politics, and that you're talking about Europe, but what Wick cares about is TikTok gathers information of Americans for China.
Yeah, but
so
okay,
who cares if Facebook interferes in
European?
It's Europe. It's not the US.
But you know what these social media.
Yeah, but the crux of the argument is that.
No.
Yeah.
But you know how they process your data.
Yeah.
Your data is protected in your country.
Right.
So if the data is processed somewhere else, that's fine. So you need to make loopholes. So the US data is probably stored elsewhere by Facebook as well, and
Right.
your data is collected the same way as TikTok is collecting. You just process it outside of US, and usually you will be fine.
Yeah.
And it's not me saying this; it's people who try to charge Facebook uh, in European context of data protection.
Right.
Lawyers are saying this, how this works. So when Vic is just complaining about TikTok, he's completely wrong. Uh, Twitter, uh, very bad, very really massively can affect European elections in a very progressively bad way. I'm lucky that Elon Musk is so stupid that he made Nigel Farage, who was a bootlicker. Even after had the conflict with Elon Musk, he was trying to very gently, oh, we might be disagree of this, but Elon Musk is still like a daddy. But because Elon
A lot
Musk
of
was
people do that
pushing so
because
much,
Elon Musk is a
yeah,
billionaire.
but Elon Musk pushing so much that I think 11 people left the Reform Party now. So Nigel Farage was forced to take a stronger opposition of Twitter's interference of UK politics, because that's his survival now at the moment,
Right.
political survival.
Thank
So
God, because
it,
Elon Musk is basically trying to build an international far right coalition.
but he's so he's so inept in a sense. Sadly, he has enough money still to do it. But he's intellectually so inept that he's pushed away one of the bootlicker of his
Well, of course
because
he's
of
inept.
because of
He's too busy playing Path of Exile to
because
fully
of because
concentrate
of
on politics. Of
because of
course.
Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson, who is a
No,
nobody
he's in
in
93 and Path of Exile too. He's busy playing. He
Oh, he
doesn't
just
have time
no
to
no
be.
no Tommy
his
Robinson.
character
I'm
died.
talking Tommy Robinson.
Wait, what about Tommy Robinson? Sorry, I interrupted.
That was the issue of the argument between Elon Musk and Nigel Farage.
Oh.
That Tommy Robinson, do you know who is Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, I
Right?
know who Tommy Robinson is, yeah.
A far right activist who pushed this groomer gang narrative, right?
Yeah, he's also known for a few other things, if memory serves, Tommy
Yeah,
Robinson.
very aggressive person, and did a lot of illegal stuff. Yeah,
Tommy Robinson. I'm pretty sure he featured in some manifestos.
so I think he was what's that? EDL. What was the name of the English Defense League? He was the leader of that. I think maybe he was earlier youth leader of.
You
Might
cannot
I might
overthrow
not
something that
remember.
does not exist, fake Alec Hal Parker.
I might not remember about these things properly because you have this the patriotic alternative as well. Marcolet. Marcolet was the youth leader of the British
Well,
Nationalist
you
Party.
have the main alternative party that comes to my mind is the German one, the Alternative für Deutschland.
AfD. But no. This is the patriotic alternative. Is a the English fascist party.
Well,
Led
yeah,
by Marcolet, a neo-Nazi, who Stardust was interviewing, and that
of course, of
made,
course. How nice.
made a debate with Marcolet, who was talking about ethnic cleansing in her uh, streaming, and what was the it was a debate between who is that American
I do love it when people
neo-Nazi.
interview far right.
Who
I
is the
do.
American neo-Nazi who made the Unite the Right and
Rally,
had the
the Unite the Right rally.
rally,
Uh,
one of the organizer, and had the
I
meltdown of the against the Jewish people. That
um, can someone help
they
in
can't
chat?
stop me. Spencer,
Okay, yeah.
Richard Spencer. So
Sorry, I'm just
he
feels like a debate.
he debated with Marcolet, and Stardust made Spencer more human than her, because that Spencer had a little negative reaction, uh, facial reaction, when Marcolet was talking about how he would ethnic cleanse uh, England against all non-English. The all non-English have to be removed, except maybe 2-3% can remain, probably whites. That'd be so. And she didn't. So this is Marcolet, by the way. His personal heroes are Stalin and Hitler,
Of course.
and yeah, he's a very crazy person. I think the party is kind of went little bit less relevant because they had an internal fight. There was even more radicals coming out of his patriotic alternative, but this is not AfD. It's not an alternative for Deutschland.
Yeah, I know. I just
Alternative for Deutschland a little bit more relevant, sadly.
yeah.
Sadly.
Very sadly, it's still. I'm tense about Germany, so you know.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I think a lot of Germans are very tense.
Yeah, of course. Like,
I
believe it or
was I was
not,
talking with
Germans
my
are not
sister.
just a bunch of Nazi
I was
types.
talking today with my sister who lives in Berlin, and like she's a immigrant and
I
she's
did.
really afraid.
I did look at the chat. Sorry for that.
And she was telling me that she attended some kind of meeting, and one of the German person that was so happy, and because finally a foreigner, and kind of feeling that there is getting worse, right? So
Yeah.
that's how my sister described that this German girl's reaction was
This is like
when she
that's
was
the most.
meeting with the foreigner.
This whole immigrant rhetoric is the most insidious rhetoric possible in politics, because even people that consider themselves on many other issues progressive will say, you know what? Actually, there are
There
this
is a lot of
there are
false
those
narrative against
social
this
there are those
border.
social benefits, and people just come and
Yeah.
overwhelm them, and maybe
And there is a
maybe I should
misunderstanding
just
what
vote for the party that wants them out,
and this open border doesn't exist. Never.
Yeah,
I mean the closest thing what open border could refer to is the European Union's
Schengen.
movement, between Schengen border. But this includes the possibility
Yeah.
that you are deported because of monetary
Yeah,
reasons, because you no longer can support yourself in that host country.
but then
So
as I
there is a
pointed out,
deportation part of it.
but then as I pointed out in one of the past streams, Germany reinstated border patrol, so that's the opposite of open border.
Yeah, but
Because
okay, but the other thing is that there is a naive understanding of how borders works. So how control of borders is like people thinking about physical spaces, but this is statuses. This is like a relationship
Yeah, no, but
between
Germany
a
reinstated the
person and the state.
physical
I
border
understand that.
control.
I understand that, but when they're talking about open border, they believing that the border is open, and then that means that everybody can access everything. Even if the in border control doesn't exist, the the control of the statuses exists.
Yeah, of course.
So people cannot necessarily access to a lot of things because their statuses are not
Yep.
that category what lets them to exist. And these checks are everywhere.
Yep.
So
You need
in UK, for
documentation
example,
too. Yeah, you need documents. Yep.
in UK, I needed to have documentation to go to GP extra. My insurance number wasn't enough, which would be that a proof that I have a NHS insurance. David Cameron changed this rule, so I had to prove extra paper to people who are untrained to deal with that documents. So they couldn't even recognize what that documents, what I'm showing is it, and they were controlling my access to the NHS.
Yeah.
This is how open the border was. Just yeah. And when I with open border I arrived in UK, I had to pay extra money if I would change my job. because I had to ask a work permit,
Yeah.
and that work permit was only good for that job
This
what
job.
I
Yeah.
applied when I. And that was the big open border. What many Polish arrived that
Yeah.
Brexit was blaming that because of open border so many Polish people arrived. No, those Polish people were heavily controlled what they can access at the time. The control was only existing a year. Then they became the same kind of EU citizen as French or Italian or German living in UK. But for a year, there was heavy control. And if you're from Romania or Bulgaria, there was 3 years of time
There are
if this
many
probatory
weird
time.
narratives about immigration. Like the weirdest narrative that I hear is the government opened the borders to all the illegal immigration by. I'm sorry, if the
Okay,
government does
okay,
it, then it's
there is,
not
but there is
illegal
a grain of
by
truth of that.
definition.
But there is a grain of truth of that. Okay,
In what
and that's
sense?
how the Syrian refugee crisis played out. So what's happened that time that 2015, 16,
Yeah.
when Hungary knew that there will be a refugee crisis, there will be Syrian refugees coming because Turkey started to crack down on Syrians, Syrian refugees.
Yeah.
They no longer let them to access to job, which and that there was not a lot of support for them.
Yeah.
So suddenly, a lot of refugees who stayed in Turkey started to come to Europe, and Orban started to close down all of the refugee camps, centers, uh, with people who work in this kind of environment for decades. So all of the expertise was cancelled and started to militarize the border. So, like, effectively triggered conflict between the refugees and the border guards and started to use this as a political narrative. He was losing, by the way, popularity at the time, so it was very useful. So what's happened that suddenly the Schengen border was no longer function as the EU intended, and people haven't been vetted that if they can ask for asylum or not.
Right.
Or they can ask for asylum, but if they can get the refugee status or not, right? And Hungary's Orban started to eventually ship entire train of people into Austria. And there was an emerging conflict between Austria and Hungary that unvetted people who might claim asylum, might not, we don't know, because Orban Viktor essentially said that fuck all of these Schengen agreement. I don't care. Even that Germany was telling that Merkel was telling that we give extra funds from EU funds to deal with this crisis, but he refused to accept that. So I started to ship people, and the next day Merkel was saying that this infamous come to Germany instead. And this is what people refer that, Merkel was opening the borders. So no, Merkel wasn't opening the borders.
Yeah,
She
but
kind of invited
that's not
she kind of
that's
invited unvetted immigrants
that's not exactly
into
what I was
Germany.
saying.
I understand, but what I'm telling that people doesn't remember the exact playout. But just they remember that unvetted people who might claim asylum, might not claim asylum, were invited into Germany. But they totally forget that what was the context, right?
Right.
That's my point. So
Yeah.
there is half
But
truth what they're
my
saying,
point is
but they
sort of that
completely ignore
the
everything.
legal illegal distinction is used not very well
It's not
correctly.
it's not useful, of course.
Like it's not even correct. Like if a government agrees for a group of people to come into the country, then by definition it cannot be they cannot be illegally there, right?
So
Like it's the
yes,
government that it's the state that defines
yes,
what's
but
legal, no?
okay, but there is a problem with the full Schengen border agreement, and that's the failure of the EU-wide policies. So what's happening that Germany doesn't really process these because they don't have a outside EU border. They can still have a small amount of cases because of airports, right?
Mhm.
Other places they arrive. So in a play in a way, the whole agreement was collapsing because of Orban rejected to cooperate. That's happened.
Right.
So in a way, the EU agreement became null. So those people who ended up have to not oblige uh, the process. They became illegal, right? But that's meaningless because it's not. They are not of the fault that Orban Viktor doesn't comply there. So if we need to point out one illegal act, why we not point out that the Schengen agreement was totally thrown out of the, which by the way, it wasn't a good agreement either. So I'm not supporting of Schengen agreement. But the blame is always about the immigrants themselves, which is totally stupid.
I kind of like
Totally
Schengen.
stupid. There is a good part of the Schengen, but there is a lot of strain of monetary and bureaucratic strain of South European countries like Spain, Italy, and that's why you see a kind of radicalization there in electing far right parties because they are the border of Europe, right?
Mhm.
So they for decades now.
Mhm.
And if you don't allocate enough money, enough resources, and there is no EU-wide cooperation,
Right.
even when
EU-wide cooperation. I think that's the key here.
that's locking, and the Schengen locked that cooperation for a
I
lot of
feel
time.
like
They didn't prepare for
that's
the
the key of
yeah
what should be happening. That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Not that it's happening.
Sorry, Estelle might want to say something because I
Yeah.
said that.
Oh, I'm just continuing the debate in chat. I uh, I'm sorry, I was brought on for that reason. Uh, but I don't want to disrupt the conversation. How
No,
No,
it's
no, no.
okay.
We can go back. We can go back. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
too
an
much late
interesting
I
night
mean,
and,
topic.
and I'm scatterbrained.
it is kind of a
We have
different.
AD, we all have ADHD here.
The conversation has moved on a bit to something else. But what I'm saying is that to think that um, to think that people had the conception of an Earth in the past, or rather that they maybe didn't even care, like they didn't have the like to have to believe in flat Earth, you must first believe in an Earth, right? You have to understand that there's a world, that there is uh, this celestial body that exists.
Also, I think there's a misunderstanding that Bill is thinking that rational equals true. But just because you have a rationale for something, it doesn't make it true. Just because you have a rationale for believing for that flat Earth exists, it doesn't mean that there's factually a flat Earth. Why are you
But you've
so
called.
why are you so desperately dishonest? You're not just dishonest,
I'm
you're
trying.
desperate in your dishonesty.
I'm trying to
I
explain what
think
I'm saying.
Estella has a point. I think Estella, I'm not reading chat because I can't concentrate on two things. But Estella, what Estella is saying is absolutely true. You need to
Which
have a
part?
concept of an Earth
Oh yeah, of course.
before you even conceptualize if it's flat or round, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
A lot of people might not even have a concept of what's happening in the next village, yet alone
I
that another continent.
At this point, it's not really possible to not believe that like there's so much exposure to it. It's not really possible to not believe that there is like there
I
is
mean, there is this
such a thing as
one.
a world.
There is this one isolated tribe still, right?
Yeah, but like that's well, because they are isolated, they don't have access to that.
Yeah, but it
But
still remains the fact that they might not have the same conceptualization of the world as people that have access to the information, though. Those people
uh,
exist.
yeah, but what I mean is that people who are flat earthers are people who are on the internet usually. Well, the ones that we hear of. The ones that we don't hear of, well, we don't hear of them. Um, so, but like that puts them in a kind of specific position that's like nothing unlike people who naively believed in flat Earth, be like 200, 300 years ago. It puts them in a position
True
where they
parody of language.
it puts them into a position where they are actually at odds with a lot of people in society, where they have to where they justify uh, it um, through some means which end up being, well, because of how conspiracism is reproduced in our societies. It ends up being about anti-Semitism, um, but it's not just it, it's not just that they believe in flat Earth, but they will defend that to hell and back if they have to. Um, it there are other things that come with it. Okay, the I'm not saying that they aren't rational. Rationality has nothing to do with that. Um, I'm saying what makes them, what's their rational, and it's not as simplistic as to say that they are only following their senses. There's more to that. There's much more to that than just naivete. To say that they are only naive missing is missing a lot of things.
Probably it's a good tool to separate yourself from a lot of other. For example, if you're a content creator and you tell that you are a flat earth defender, that could be a branding of yours. So it can be a way to differentiate yourself from others. It can be a way to engage with topics and trying to make yourself out of some fame. Create so that could be useful things coming out of you being a flat earther.
Yeah, uh, like you have to discriminate in which evidence you
Oh yeah, by the way,
which things you.
Karasu, I've been given like this official request. I've been asked to ask you because someone has creeped into my DMs and asked me, but I said I trust my mods and I don't make decisions like that on my own. So I guess I'll ask you in an official stream setting, all right? Are you for or against letting Ellen degenerate back into the Discord? Hello?
Answer?
Yeah, okay. I have to think. I have to think about this. I have to revisit because I think one of the big reasons was that kind of blaming of people, members of the server engaging of some stuff I don't think so was justified. And so I think that was the reason Alan was banned. If they promise that they don't engage with blaming people, unjustified, yeah, why not?
All right. I guess I can tell them that. Because
What I'm
it's kind of bad to just have moderators in a place and then just go behind their back and contradict their decisions, in my opinion. No,
Yeah, look, it's up to you in the end. Uh,
I don't
I,
know.
I know that I know that what my problem was that time when I made that decision, and I think that was really
I'm
not
not
good. And
actually
by the way,
sure if
that
it
was
is up to me in the end.
yeah. Then we need to talk about the moderation thing about this, right?
Okay, yeah.
So then we cannot really decide it here. So
True. Yeah.
if my problem is no longer will be a problem, then for me it's all right.
Okay.
If I have a guarantee or if I have a promise, and if that promise broken, then again that will be a bad,
Okay. That makes sense.
right?
Yeah.
That's my position. If you ask me, if you both ask me, so that I have to make a statement here in online, then this is my statement.
Wow. All right. We can talk about it with the rest.
okay.
I think that accusation might to go back what Brooks was talking earlier, that this
That's why
kind of online debate,
I'm not gonna engage with the chat anymore.
this
I've been accused
this
of
this
Polish being an unsophisticated language that just lacks the nuances. So at the same time, I've been accused of my English not being good enough, and also
oh,
Polish
look,
not being sophisticated enough to capture certain nuances.
who said that?
An entropy fan. So
I see.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response.
Look,
Yeah.
language of origin of language thought that I cannot be understood. So,
Parody of language.
no,
No.
the other one, the origin of
Oh,
language,
Of logos.
uh,
logos.
original. Yeah.
Now it's logos. Now it's
It's
okay.
logos
Change his
now.
name.
Don't
It's
dead
all.
He
name.
was
I
complaining he can't understand me last time.
Yeah.
okay.
Parody of language is different person. It's a much
Yeah.
more pleasant person. You can talk with a parody. You,
Yeah. I like them.
Well, yeah, you did. You
yeah,
said that maybe Polish lacks the nuance of certain words, which we're not speaking Polish right now, so that's completely unrelated to the point. We're speaking English. And if you're making this appeal to Polish, then that just means that you're assume that my English is not good enough. That I base my English entirely on Polish and the understanding of how Polish deals with these things. There you go.
Is
Yes, an
entropy
entropy
fan.
fan. Everybody's dishonest but you. We get it. Everybody's dishonest. You know,
You've
if
said that.
everybody's dishonest, then maybe there's a problem if everybody around you is dishonest. Maybe
You've said.
you should do some introspection the moment that suddenly everybody around you is dishonest.
You've said that me saying that some people are like it's not a given that people have a conception of an immense the rest of the world
And
means
no, I
that I
have
am
never conflated
solipsistic.
a rational with a rational belief. You've come to that conclusion on your own. You've guided yourself to these conclusions. There you go. As you do a lot, actually, in conversations. You take what someone says, you guide yourself to a conclusion about what the other person says, completely ignoring what they say about it, and there you go, you win. To use your own nomenclature, you won a debate against yourself. Now, who's the dishonest one? Here you go. The tables have
I feel
turned.
like the only distinction that is being made between a rational and a rational belief is that one is wrong and the other is
No,
right.
I've not kept switching.
I
Again, you've come to these conclusions on your own.
if we acknowledge that people can like
Maybe your
Come,
English is not good enough. Maybe you're just. Have you considered that maybe your English is not good enough to understand what I'm trying to say? Oops.
this is kind of why.
Yeah, I've said it multiple. You're like I'm not responsible for your interpretation of what I'm saying. There you go. Again. Just because I said something, it doesn't make your interpretation of it automatically true. There you go. Again, I win. For
It's
the
like we're
50th
not
time tonight.
It's like we're not communicating properly or in a constructive manner, and that it is not something that's uh, one-sided. That two can play at that game. That th- I can't say that this conversation has been proactive, and that is part of it is my fault in many ways, and probably all my fault. Well, I mean, I could find this like
Because you
the real
fundamentally
meaning.
misunderstand what a rational belief is. There you go. I said it. I've said it here. But you fundamentally misunderstand what a rational belief is. You should hit the books and read about it.
Oh,
Isn't it right,
there's
Estelle?
only yeah, but no, you have not understood it. There's only one way of one rational belief. Um, it is the one that I agree with, and like I don't know where to go next from there. There, I can't communicate to you in
Well,
ways that
I
you
also
will
did my best to
understand.
explain and reiterate over and over again, and you didn't understand, and yet you twisted every single thing I said. So what does that make you? If not a poor understander. You're being very irrational right now, an entropy fan. And who's
Yes,
the
and
arbiter?
reason.
And who's the arbiter of what is and isn't a good reason? You tell me, an entropy fan. Who is the ultimate arbiter of what is and isn't a good reason to believe something?
I could say that I had a good reason to drop a
This
rock
is
on your
ridiculous. This
head.
is getting
Uh,
ridiculous. This is get. This
the,
is bordering on the absurd. This is not right, Estelle. This is just.
yeah,
This is comical. This is laughable. I'm laughing. My
let's say
on the floor.
I
It's
have a good.
lol.
I had a good. Imagine if someone came to you and said and dropped a rock
Well,
on your head.
apparent and evident, apparent
Uh,
and actually evidenced are such
let,
broad terms that you can basically squeeze anything you like into them. How do you like them apples? Apparent.
let,
That can mean anything.
let me
It is
let me
apparent to
give
me that the earth is flat. There you go.
let
It's
me
just
let me give a scenario. Imagine that someone
hypothetical.
comes to you, drops a rock on your head, and you
I would
said,
not like that.
"Oh, I don't like this. That doesn't make sense. I don't know you. You don't know me. I don't believe." And then they come at you and they say, "Well, you see, those are the specific mechanisms in my brain, the specific neurons firing, anything determinism that caused me to drop that rock in on your head. Is that not a reason? Is that not very rational that this
What
thing
does what
happened
does
because of
actually
that
evidenced
reason?
mean?
You have all the evidence. We have given you all the evidence about my brain state, how what specific connections that happen to make me drop that rock on your head. Isn't that rational? Isn't that a reasonable explanation?
We're being silly on Entropy Fan. You keep losing these debates over and over and over again.
It is that I drop the reasons that led me to drop a rock on your head were empirical. They were. It was. They can all be described. An entropy fan. What makes it irrational that I dropped a rock on your head? Answer.
Please read this. What's the problem?
You
The problem
you
is that you're
listen-
losing these debates.
did you listen to me, an entropy fan?
Exactly. You don't listen. There you go. Apparently you're actually evidenced. I literally made that argument. If all have is your visual system and see a flat plane, a flat earth is a rational belief. Apparently how thing superficially appears seems to be. Please read these. What's the problem? The problem is that you are not even reading my argument. Yes, I am. Also,
So, if a rational belief means you are discriminating between evidence, if this in modern age you have as much evidence to, well, you have a lot of evidence for a flat Earth and a lot of evidence for our round Earth. What is doesn't discriminating between evidence, wouldn't that be a form of rationality to an entropy fan? Okay, and if I discriminate against all evidence that that makes me believe that the Earth is not a banana shape, isn't that also rational? In the same way that the flat Earth, believing in flat Earth is?
yeah. It's just sad. This is very sad. You're a glutton for punishment. You just keep stacking those wins. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Okay, but but also the round Earth isn't an apparent shape either. So, what's up with that? If you discriminate evidence, yes, but you could also discriminate evidence in the direction of a banana shape heart.
That's not really that great.
You can take a photo of the Earth. Is it that empirical evidence? You can take a photo of the horizon. Isn't that empirical evidence?
Yeah, but then once we enter proving things empirically, we're sort of exiting the realm of something just being a belief, and we're entering the realm of something just being fact. No.
Can you say that again?
He said that once we have conclusive empirical evidence that can be accepted by all parties, then we're sort of exiting the realm of something being a belief and just entering the realm of something being fact, no?
I mean, facts are they
You
are
don't
not
just believe facts, you
uncomplicated.
sort of just accept them, no?
You have to, like, you believe the framework that underlies those affirmations.
Hmm?
You believe in the
Yeah,
that
once again,
those
an entropy fan completely misunderstood what I'm saying, which is not. I'm not saying how many people believe a thing is relevant. So thank you for proving my point exactly that you just don't understand what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you for the live demonstration in the chat that you completely don't understand what I'm even saying.
well, that's a subjective determination. Which framework? It's
Well, you're posturing as well. I'm just matching your tone. Oh, Lucy, no, you just misunderstand how things work. Well, no, I'm just matching your posturing with my posturing. No, you have not. Rank dishonesty. Of course, everybody's dishonest. We've already established that everybody's dishonest besides you. You're the
I've
most
already established.
you're the most honestest actor here.
I have already established that I'm
Nobody's
right,
as honest.
Lucy. Why don't
Nobody.
you listen?
Nobody's as
Why don't
honest as you.
Why don't you listen? I've already
You're
established that
the
I'm right.
arbiter of honesty. Well, you've not. Your clarification is no, because no, you're wrong, Lucy, and it's irrelevant how many people believe in the thing. I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna elaborate. I'm gonna prepare for my elaboration. I said that once you have enough empirical evidence that can be accepted by all parties, then the thing is not a matter of belief anymore.
Oh?
Hmm?
Oh, you just got out to me.
Oh. I said that once we have enough empirical evidence that people overall can accept, then it stops being a matter of belief and it just starts being a thing that is accepted as fact for all intents and purposes.
Hmm. I Well, I mean, I'm not sure what that gets us.
What do you mean?
I mean, making a distinction between facts and beliefs, like, is alright contingently of a certain of certain assumptions.
What are these
I'm not
assumptions?
sure. Well, if you believe that there is, if you believe that there is really anything that can be established as fact, and that it is like it's basically your assertion that if
Oh, and entropy fan
most people,
completely disregarded the empirical evidence part that of what I said. Okay, that's nice. Thank you, on entropy fan. You're being very dishonest. There you go. Now you see how that
like
feels. You're being dishonest, an entropy fan.
like I think they've mainly been responding to well, I don't know if I'd go there. I mean, think about it. And
Yeah, I guess I'll switch my wording. There you go. Scientific consensus. If a scientific consensus is reached on a thing, then
but
for all intents and purposes, we accept it as fact.
like
Until the
Brooks,
consensus changes, I guess.
like Brooks earlier said, like you can convince everyone, someone of the same facts on the ground, the same reality, as you want to call it. In the end, it's the interpretation that matters the most at this point, and it is everything. And the rest doesn't matter
It's
if
true,
you don't.
but that's a different
I-
sort of that's a different issue. That's a separate.
Is it?
That's yeah, it is. Because that's what is being referred to is not what shapes what is, what we are what you're discussing what makes people believe what they believe, not what
But
shapes what is. No.
you could present people with this, like a flat earther, with the same data as anyone else, and they could like believe all of it and then still say, well, you can explain all of those observations, those
Yeah, but that's
things that you're
still that is
showing me
still the
with.
realm of what people believe, not what is, right?
Can we make that? Can we make that that assumption
What assumption?
that people are actually talking about beliefs,
What do you mean?
that they are actually when they're saying that I believe in a flat Earth, they are stating that this is something that that it itself matters to them.
Oh, all right. But what does that mean?
Or it means that they
They don't just
that
believe in flat Earth. They treat that as fact in their own mind because they think they have enough empirical evidence to prove. Um, in a, it's not a matter of belief. I believe somehow in my heart that the Earth is flat. No, they believe they have conclusive evidence for it.
okay, entropy fan. What evidence do you have to what evidence do you have to say that the Earth wasn't created 5 minutes ago? Do you have any empirical evidence to show me that the universe wasn't created 5 minutes ago?
Yes. I mean, it was. Was it? What do you mean it wasn't? Do you mean to say it wasn't?
I don't know. Like the universe could have been. Well, then. Well, I could say, like, I'm getting behind your claim, saying that, well, someone's saying. Well, I mean, but those billions of years old, like we know that because of empirical evidence, but all that evidence was created 5 minutes ago.
True.
All
The
of it was
evidence
created
is
5 minutes
the
ago.
evidence is still pending, but it's still enough for me to believe. I'm not saying it's indisputable fact. I'm just saying that I believe that to be the case
Well,
because
you can always
evidence is still pending.
you can always make a claim that goes around
Well,
the things that
a
you
rational
the
belief is something that is separate from factual, from something that is factual. No.
how is it not rational?
Oh, I have
Right?
not used the word rational. I
How
said
is it
factual.
not how is it not factual?
After all, well, it is factual as in it does not have to correspond with the factual state of affairs, right?
Well, how do we know that? So,
Well, through the whole empirical evidence processing, no?
yeah, but what if the empirical evidence has been manipulated? That's something you could go with.
Well, that is what the flat earthers say, but
Well, you could say that at a physical level, there's
yeah, there's parody of language is right. I think parody of language has nailed it and is the true winner of this debate. Truly understands what's up. Unlike an entropy fan, he doesn't get it at all. He's clueless, isn't that right? He's just clueless across the board. He doesn't know anything.
I don't think an entropy fan is
No.
clueless.
It's like it's a debate. We have to destroy our opponent.
Yeah, it is a debate, and we have destroyed an entropy fan, and oh,
Have I been following Lucy? I don't know. Have you? That's a stalkerish move if I've ever. I do get it. You're conflating irrational and rational. Nope. No, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, a structural, a rational is something you can provide a structured reasoning for. No, that's not a rationale is something you use to rationalize a rational belief, actually. That is a rationale, an entropy fan. In fact, let's Google it.
like to go to like
A set of
who's
reasons
actually
or a logical basis for a course of action or a belief. There you go. That's a rationale. And now,
like to
you wanted to
go
go that route. A
and
belief.
start at what makes people justified in believing those things, or who has the real truth of the matter, doesn't actually help you get as to why people like believe things, how they act in the world. It just kind of
Yeah,
turns
you
into
absolutely rationalize rational beliefs. Are you? No, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Yeah, you absolutely do rationalize rational beliefs.
you're you're separating things in weird ways that
Nope, no. Again, what is a rationale? An entropy fan. And I'm talking about giving a rationale, not rationalizing.
like I feel like entropy finding is just using rational belief as a substitute for true belief. Belief that they actually believe to be true. Which, I mean, you can do that. I just don't find it useful to
There you go.
do that. Because at this point, you're just
In
asserting
fact,
I'm right.
slavery
And-
is wrong. Is that a rational belief or not? There you go. An entropy fan. That's a question for you. Slavery is wrong. Rational belief or not? Estelle, is that a rational belief or not that slavery is wrong?
It is. I guess it is a rational belief. Because well, if you explain it, you can build
No,
a
it's a
rational
rational
for it.
belief. That's absolutely is. A rational belief doesn't have to do anything with empiricism. And it has to do with logic. Moral premises can be arrived at with logic as well.
Not like according to well, like non-cognitivism would say that rational morality is not something that enters that realm that can be said to be true or not to you that you can use logic with.
You can, you absolutely can.
Well, it more states that any attempt to do so is just meaningless. It doesn't appeal to. I would say that. I say I would go more with the error theory. I would say that all moral claims are just false.
Or it introduces an exception.
What do you mean?
I'm talking to parody of language.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe we'll have that conversation again, and I'll be in a way to better explain what I'm saying to you. Or we'll be in a better position to talk. But I don't think I'm like I can never say that like it's just oh this person is wrong for not listening to my arguments for not understanding them.
An entropy fan is wrong for not understanding my arguments, and a morally despicable person.
Well, you can do that, but I say you're wrong
I have
because
to
I'm
do-
a narrow
I
terrorist.
I have to do that.
A narrow terrorist. I say that all claims about morality are wrong.
So yes.
I think Turfy fan and I come from different places, different assumptions, different physical backgrounds.
And
That's
you
it.
both
I don't-
sound just the same.
I never want to argue with, like, I end up Please.
Howard learned. I guess everybody's just twisted, ill, and dishonest. Thank you. And then Trippy Fan. If you don't agree with me, you're twisted, ill, and dishonest. You should examine why you come to these conclusions. That everybody that has a remotely
Okay.
different view is ill or dishonest.
Like, let's say that. Well, let's take what I was saying a minute ago. Okay, if you're a moral realist, and I tell you that it is false, that it is wrong to kill puppies, does that mean that I believe that it is right to kill puppies? Well, I would, because I come from a different position philosophically, that can lead to very, very harsh misunderstandings. But that doesn't mean that one purposefully is purposefully being obtuse. It just comes from different understandings. Someone who's an error terrorist and says, I don't think it's, I think it's wrong to say that it is wrong to kill puppies. Is not saying that it is right to kill puppies. They would also say that it is wrong to say that it is right to kill puppies. Mm.
That's how that works. Socialix.
But-
that is how YouTube works.
Yeah. But like, it's just when you time out someone, all their recent messages disappear. I don't know if the less recent ones. Okay. Oh no, they all disappeared. Maybe. I don't know if it will reappear afterward. But yeah, like, by facing the disagreement, by facing that there's, like, one is saying something different when they say it is wrong to say that it is wrong to kill puppies than the other, is how you manage to, well, have a mutual understanding. But that takes someone that takes that requires the conversation to
Oh.
not be anymore about the killing puppies part, right? If someone's very angry, like hearing someone say that it is not wrong to say, or it is wrong to say that it is wrong to kill puppies, like I could get someone to be able to react in very strong manners, right? And in ways that prevents any further discussion from happening. Someone could say, well, if I won't talk to you because you said that it is wrong to say that it is wrong to kill puppies. Or maybe they couldn't even get to a mischaracterization of, like, you said that it is wrong to say that it is wrong to kill puppies. That means that you think it is right to kill puppies. And like, it's just something that happens when you're talking to people who don't share your own background. or that don't, well, could also be like the other person could be like get straight to the point and like say, I don't think any moral claims are valid or good, well, or are logically sound. Hereditary means you can only be incorrect about moral claims. It's that all moral claims are false. That is one half of moral anti-realism. The other half is moral claim are simply neither true or false.
They're still in timeout and they will never be not in timeout. What do you mean, fake Calico Parker? Oh my gosh.
Well, they can be true. They're just all false. More that's error-tourist. What an entropy fan said is non-cognitivist, which is, I should have mentioned it. And that's the other half. Those aren't necessarily compatible with each other. To say that they are all false means that they can be true or false. But to say that they can be neither true or false means that they can't be either. So that's non-cognitivism versus error terrorist. Well, if you are a non-cognitivist, you can't really get any logical conclusions from moral claims because they are neither true or false. Well, if body autonomy is good, is neither says that it can't be true or false, then it doesn't logically follow that abortion rights are good because that wouldn't be true or false either.
It is weird. I don't know. I can still view the deleted messages, but you know, it is weird. It is a bit strange.
That those syllogisms, is that the word? It's syllogism. The imply, like you imply that the conclusion follows from the, well, you're saying that conclusion follows from the assertions.
Listen, I know only one thing to be true. I'm the number one Path of Exile 2 gamer, just like Elon, my idol, and that's the only truth that I follow. It's logical as well as moral, and empirical as well. And if you dispute that, you're dishonest, immoral, and irrational as well. Anybody wants to contest that premise? Yes, Estelle.
All right.
Yes, yes. You want to contest the premise
No.
Yeah, exactly. Do you like Path of Exile, Estelle?
Well, I haven't played it. I can't tell, but
Even the first one? You
I've
haven't played the first one?
no. Well, maybe a little tiny bit.
Oh, how did you like it?
Uh, it's not enough to remember much.
What is your favorite type of games?
Oh, I mean, I've played games like Path of Exile. I played Titan Quest.
Right. Did you enjoy?
Yeah, I got like to wait. I could launch it back to remember where I got to, because like first you like go through all the like Chinese well, if you start with in Greece, then you go to Egypt, then you go through to Nordic countries, I think. Then you go to uh, China, and then you go back to Greece, I think. Then you go to the underworld. That was a lot, right?
Yeah. Do you go to Vietnam?
Oh wait. Well, I don't. Wait, there's a Vietnam part.
I don't know. I'm actually asking you.
I don't think there's a Vietnam part, but
Racist.
that could be cool. Vietnam mythology or Vietnam like folklore.
Yeah.
Well, you also go to Atlantis.
Fake
Sure.
Alec Cal Parker, are you still here? Fake Alec Cal Parker. But today is very interesting. Today's I just have guests today and discuss things.
Disgusting.
No, I just have guests and discuss things. Talk about things.
Oh, not disgusting.
No, not disgusting. Talk about things. Just in
What's
case,
like?
just in case my sarcasm and irony pilling was not clear, I don't think an entropy fan is dishonest, awful, etc., etc. What I've been saying, just to make it
Yeah.
clear for anybody that did not realize.
I can't well, I can imagine some disgusting things. I don't know. I've dealt with some disgusting things.
But I do think that an entropy fan is a bit too quick to throw out the label of dishonest.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel that labeling people as inherently irrational, or not inherently irrational, but I feel that talking about those things in those terms prevent us from really seeing what produces them, what's at play. Not just that there is some thing that we can't connect with, but there are things that we can reconnect, that can like that are also part of how we understand things. Um, I don't know.
True, that's true. Parody of language, it is. Language is cool. That's why I have to check out that game that Brooke says. Hmm. Dialect. True. You need to learn patience. I will teach you. Don't worry. I will teach an entropy fan to be patient like a saint. At the end of this experience, he will come out of it as a saint. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Uh,
You'll be, you'll
yeah.
be, you'll be patient like a kindergarten teacher. A nice kindergarten teacher, not an impatient one.
Uh, those those are clear. I think actually a psychiatrist, at least if he's doing or if the person is doing their job well, for some reason I was gendering the language there. It is to make them rational, to see the rational in their actions, in their ways of thinking. Uh, because it is easy to
Oh my god.
look at
Oh,
someone
wow. Cool.
to look at someone and said, I don't understand why they're thinking the way they do, and they must be rational. But the hard thing is to actually come to an understanding of the person, to understand what makes them, what makes them work. As it was all about religion. It was at the start. It was about religion. And I like.
You know what's irrational? Your face. There you go.
But
Oh, I
what
died?
what if they have very religious reasons
Let me kill them.
to act rationally in
Just
your
like
view?
whatever.
What if for you they are acting very rationally, but behind everything is something that you'd find very irrational, that you'd say, like, I don't murder people because God says it. Would you find that irrational? An entropy fan? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Well, you're saying that their irrationality, or that them acting in irrational ways, lead them to do things that you find that you would uh, like you would find wrong. Isn't it what you're saying? Because if we're eliminating morality out of the calculus, then what's wrong with someone being irrational? What's wrong with that? Why talk about religion? And what's wrong with that? If you can't make moral claim because of that,
Oh.
so what makes you say that that it is that why are we talking about rationality if you're saying that those reasons are neither rational or irrational? what's the other implication?
Hold on. Uh,
Yeah, well, why is it wrong that it has other implications?
Hold on. I have to catch my best editor in the world. Wow. Today's stream is awesome, isn't it? Isn't it?
I mean, is it awesome for you?
Wrong means the okay. So I think I can handle that one. This is my wheelhouse, okay? Wrong means the opposite of correct. Can you dispute that, Estelle?
I would say it's the opposite of right.
No, the opposite of right is left, okay? It's obvious.
No, you got me. You got me. You won this debate.
There you go. What is correct then? That's come on, work with me. Correct is the opposite of incorrect. Wrong, aka wrong. Come on, you walked into that one. The correct is the opposite of wrong.
What's the opposite of evil?
Good.
What's the opposite of bad?
Not bad.
No. You
Yeah.
can say just not. Well, I could say that the opposite of wrong.
But you
is
guys were leftists.
correct. It's not wrong. The opposite
Correct
of wrong
is
isn't
the opposite of wrong. See?
No.
There you go. See?
it's
An
not.
entropy fan gets it.
No, it's not wrong.
Correct is
You
the
said that
opposite.
the
There you
opposite
go.
of. You said that
And wrong
bad.
is the opposite of correct. It's simple.
Okay.
Simple
but-
as. Okay? There you go. Finally, I'm getting an audience that gets on board with my message. Finally. God,
But why is
finally,
bad?
and I know. I knew it.
Why
Reached
is-
that, I knew
why-
it reached that at some point.
Why is not bad the opposite of bad?
Because
Not-
not bad is not something that's bad. Bad
Oh, you
not.
can say
Help, Lucy is
opposite of bad.
overworking me in the editing dungeon. It's
The
not
opposite of-
overworking. It's no. No, I'm just asking you to make that segment.
the opposite of bad is good. No.
The opposite of bad is no. These are easy, but someone asks what rational means and everybody loses their mind. Rational is the opposite of irrational. There you go. I think why have I been talking all this time? Rational is just the opposite of irrational. There you go. What makes something rational? Well, what makes something rational is the fact that it's not irrational. There you go. It's easy. It's the most simple thing in the world. If you don't
Yeah.
get it, then I don't know what to tell you even. Isn't that right?
The opposite of
You're
wrong
lost. If you don't understand that, then you're lost.
the opposite
And
of
there's
wrong
nothing to
is
talk about.
it is not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly. It's like you can go wrong.
so the opposite of evil is not evil.
It's good.
No, it's not evil.
Well, it's also it's a synonym. Okay, it's the same thing. Not evil and good is the same thing.
But what I want to see is to go beyond good and evil.
Well, then
To
you have
make
to
it.
watch the 1986 Transformers the movie. It goes beyond good, beyond evil, and even beyond your wildest imagination. That's what the trailer says for the movie. Beyond good, beyond evil, beyond your wildest imagination. It's true.
I want
You
to
can
make
ask Vic Alec Parker. He's a big fan.
a genealogy der morale.
Well, yeah, I'm not overworking fake Alec Parker. Do not believe such slander. Not all the time. I've been working on my cooking game. I make Arkel is trying to make a ripoff of Cooking Mama.
A shawarma.
Cooking Mama. There's a game called Cooking Mama.
Have you ever ate a shawarma? Well, have you ever
Shawarma?
ate
Shawarma?
shawarma?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. You know how popular that stuff is in Ukraine?
I would. I think so. I think they are pretty popular in Germany too. And it's the doner kebab. Which I think doner means kebab.
In Poland,
It's the
we
same.
just call the thing kebab. Apparently, Polish kebab is sublime, and the kebab business in Poland is like thriving. I've met this guy in Kiev who was selling kebab and was like, "Oh, mwah, you're from Poland? Ah, to sell kebab in Poland, what a dream." I used to sell kebab in Poland, such profitable business. Not as good as here. When the war ends, I think I'll go to Poland. Poland is like the heaven for kebab sellers. And I'm like, wow. I never realized. I never knew.
You know, Vash said he would go to Ukraine after the war.
After the war, coward. Oh my god, go now.
That was a while ago, though.
Go now, you coward.
No.
I'm not in Ukraine right now. If you donate, then I'll be able to go. I have to gain funds, okay? I'm actually right now gathering funds to go to Ukraine again and get some more interviews. So if you want me to be in Ukraine again, then you know what to do. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Hold up three grocery stores.
The editing process is usually important. Wait for audio peaks, make sure they are correct, then use Adobe Premiere Pro's auto transcribe to cut out the dead air and watch the video again and true. Very nice.
Hi. Is my
Fake
audio
Kyle
perfect?
Parker is a real professional, which is why if this business grows, if my audience grows to a sustainable level, I will start paying fake Alec Kyle Parker an actual thing. Actually, but that would be, I don't know. I could start paying fake Alec Kyle Parker a cut from the YouTube revenue, just like all the streamers do.
Yeah. Be careful. Or if you end up not getting as much money 1 month, then
Right
you're
now,
doing
fake Kyle Parker is one of my biggest donors. So
you're doing work wait, what's it called, worker exploitation, wage theft. Yeah. If you end up not doing as well.
Vosh hates trouble. That's true. Vosh hates trouble.
Yeah, well, it's very expensive to have a moving stable. You know.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Like that's just he doesn't make enough money to justify that. Having a stable where he can move around the world.
But the editing process is cool. Oh, let's give the summon Una. I'll give you the item
I see you've already found the veil
and some of the runes we need.
but I don't think they will be enough.
Hmm.
The veil.
Oh my god, really? What a... Oh my god, really? I hate her. I hate this character. Wait, hold on. Una, can I sell you... No, I cannot. I cannot even sell items to this person here. Even though in the city they buy my items. Isn't that awful? I'm still the best.
Yeah.
I'm still the best Path of Exile player in the world.
I think Elon Musk should make pressure on the developers of the game to solve your issue.
True. I think Elon Musk should make it that the game bends to his rules whenever he plays it.
Yeah, well, like he was playing on hardcore and like he died.
Yeah,
So-
I think he should buy the company and revive his dead card.
Yeah. Is that caricature? Caricature.
Is that right? How does everybody feel about today's stream? I'd like some opinions in the chat. Did Elon Musk not know how this game's inventory? Oh yeah. Yeah. Because he would click and drag things from the floor into his inventory, which I don't know how you'd even arrive at doing that, to be quite honest.
I mean, maybe some other games that he played before worked like that.
Like that's not been a thing even in Diablo 1, the progenitor of the whole genre.
Feel like this could be something on a mobile game.
Not
A
good.
mobile game.
Not part of my but no, it's great stream. What do you mean?
I'm like, what would have Lucy done? If it was otherwise.
Also, I feel an Entropy fan just attacked my Path of Exile gameplay. It sucks. You suck, but it's a bit better now. You know? I feel offended.
Yes.
I should take away your check mark, an Entropy fan, and your gamer tag.
I like this one.
Isn't that right, Estelle?
True. What's
You've
an
lost
Entropy fan's gamer tag?
Gamer. The tag is gamer. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, now you feel sorry.
You feel the fear in your heart.
Medium life flask. Not really over 5 seconds. Oh no, that's not good actually. Yeah, that's right. Now you understand. Now you see what you've done wrong. But it's too late now. Okay? You've called me a fake. I think an Entropy fan might act like a maverick. But... And then you're him, right? An Entropy fan? You're him, right? You're a man, right? I have to
Or
ask
woman.
before I
Women
go.
can call themselves him if they want.
True, but I still have to ask about the identification.
Yeah. Well, like the only thing that matters is the pronoun.
Okay,
Like someone can be
I'm just gonna say person, okay, for the sake of
you use they them.
an Entropy fan acts like a maverick, but an Entropy fan is not their own person. There you go. Also, you're just not that good at video games, an Entropy fan. Let's face it. You're just not that good at video games. Not as good
He,
as I
he,
am. I've played a lot of video games.
like Kyle Parker is already free. What are you talking about, free burgers?
What do you mean free? No, Philippe Auguste, don't be like that, okay? It's what do you mean free, Alec? No, everything's
There,
under control.
he's already free. As much as one has.
Exactly.
Like, you know, the chicken I was picking up in that
It's like
cook.
in that. It's like in that question. What was first, the chicken or the chains?
Like those chicken were free range, right? You could move all they wanted. They were free. They were just limited by their physical environment. And in the end, isn't it all that freedom is? Being limited
Plus,
by
an
their
amazing segment is being done right now. The interview between Zelensky and the Polish media, the one that only I covered, okay? No one else that covers Ukraine related to, no one else did this, okay? Because I know Polish and I could translate it. So there you go. It's exclusive content that you won't get anywhere else. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Yeah,
How did you like it?
of
Have
course.
you watched it?
A bit of it.
So what did you think?
Like it was informative. Without you, I would have never known what those people were saying. Unless, well, like I could understand something like they, Dziękuję,
Dziękuję.
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 Like that's I thank you. Also, that can be. It also can mean, excuse me or something.
Dziękuję? No. It
Huh?
cannot. No.
Is it a case of it? A cases, right?
Excuse me, right?
Yeah.
It's you say przepraszam, I'm sorry, can mean excuse me.
Oh,
It's like in English.
wait. Yeah. Yeah. I'm missed. Yeah, Dziękuję. Well, in Czech, since I'm more familiar with the Czech language, it's Dziękuję. Thank you.
Which first station? There were 4 stations. There were 4. Like he actually did the interview with 4 different publications, with 4 different stations.
You watched the discussion between Zelensky and Lex Friedman.
Yeah, I did. I like the Polish media one better than the Freeman one, by the way.
Yeah, like interviews with Friedman. Like
It's just. Sorry, apologies. I just feel like maybe it's just my Polish nationalism talking, but I feel like the Polish media one was a bit more substantive than the Lex Friedman one.
yeah, well, like, because it seems like if you're appealing to an American market, you have to explain so much more about things that like it's at this point it's more about explaining the stage, like the history of Ukraine.
Oh, it's a pretty prominent. Yeah, it's a pretty prominent station.
Rather than like
Yeah,
actually
it's
this.
it's pretty prominent. The thing that did the pre-debate discussion. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Yeah, they're pretty prominent. I did not agree with a lot of things that they said there, by the way. Yeah, I had issues with what they said in that pre-debate discussion.
Mhm. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't watch the Lex Friedman thing.
I actually did not
but
include that short discussion in the segment itself. I think it was a bit pointless. I just started with the interview.
the one. Okay, yeah. Oh, you're talking about
No,
things.
not far right. But no, more centrist. If trust me, if you far right Polish stations do not bother with dog whistling, do not bother with being covertly, oh haha, I'm saying this, but actually wink. No, they just straight out say the most unhinged, nonsensical things that you can imagine. They will just say it openly and proudly. That's the far right Polish TV station. So the moment you get any sort of covert, nuancy stuff, then it becomes a bit more centrist. There are a few exceptions to that. There's this fashy party guy that tries to appeal to the young Zoomers, and he tries to be a bit more covert with his messaging. But overall, it's pretty in your face. Far right politics in Poland. It's not. No, it's not. No, actually not. Believe it or not, in Poland, it's actually across the board. Most political parties fixate on that topic, and it irritates me. The past administration, the current administration, it's a huge topic in Poland. It's just a
About
big
the
topic in Poland. The topic of the Volyn massacre, really big,
okay.
especially among the voters. It's not really a fixation of the far right talking about this, and it pains me. It pains me a lot. It annoys me to no end. It makes me mad. I think I've stated my opinion on this subject a few times,
Yeah, this
especially when it's being brute force used to blackmail Ukraine into certain positions at this time. I think it's a horrible way to conduct international relations. But I don't have a say in as to how Poland conducts its foreign policy. So
have you like I know that it's like not very feasible given the current political climate. But like to become uh, become a politician.
sorry,
Have you thought about becoming a politician?
maybe my father was one prominent. When he died, basically every single station, right wing or left wing, talked about him dying. So
Yeah. Well, at this point, being a politician isn't that, or like you don't get to do as much thing that people think you do, or like change as much things.
oh yeah, there are definitely limitations in what you can do as an individual, even when you directly enter politics. Yeah.
This is why DI is based. In what context? Philip August.
Diversity and equity. It is based.
Yeah.
There is no need to. There's no need to justify it. It's just this based.
You know that well, like it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it ends DI in the US ends up like favoring more white cisgender women than anything else. Which doesn't mean that it's like it's ineffective,
It's
or
racist.
that
That's racist.
I mean, the other day, it's very hard to not be racist
That's
if
racist
you're at the
against mankind.
yeah. Well, maybe. Well, I mean, is it racist against mankind?
Yeah.
About
is.
mankind
Yeah,
or
it's racist against
mankind?
man. The kind of man, mankind.
Carrying enough already.
Why?
Is it?
Why? Why? What? What are you trying to say? Are you a racist? You want to be a racist?
I'm saying that you're pulling my leg.
Yes.
And so it is.
Yeah, your background has been super useful in educating us. Wait, whose background?
Your background.
My background? Is that what Philippe Auguste has been saying? What background?
Yeah. I don't think I have. I don't think most people know my background.
I know everything about your background.
Reveal it to me in chat. I don't want you to dox me.
All right.
Oh, your background in the sense that your stream background, your well, your like the background of your camera.
Here you go. I wrote your background. I think I'm correct. I think I'm correct on every single count of what I just wrote. I don't think
Yeah, that's
any
true.
single thing that I wrote is incorrect, to be honest.
That's true.
I
Yeah,
knew it.
that's true.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it all along.
Yeah, that's why I'm always ready to donate to you.
True. 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 True.
It's just I'm so stingy with my wealth.
It's because I have dirt on you and I can reveal info whenever I want.
Another for my collection.
Well, if I donate that much to you, how are you not being able to go to Ukraine every time you want, anytime you want?
Because I spending on gambling and I have to beg for more money, telling myself I will not spending on gambling again this time. I'll be responsible.
I trust you every time
Nice. Thank you.
because I am a forgiving person.
Nice. There's nothing to forgive. Gambling is good.
Let's go gambling.
Gambling is morally good. Especially in
Ow.
tabletop RPGs.
How dang it. You know that Flipnote Studio
It is true.
thing?
Parody of language. I think this has been the best stream ever.
Getting kind of late. Well, early for you. Right.
We need more viewers. We need more people to join the stream.
Like when you go to Ukraine, right? You have to be awake during the day, right?
Sorry, what?
When you go to Ukraine, you have to be awake during the day.
No. Why?
No? Well, to
No.
do the interviews and everything.
Oh. I mean, I usually do them in the afternoon.
Mhm.
But sometimes But sometimes I streamed and then I would sleep during the day.
Is it just a question you're of like you feel better at night?
No, it's a matter of what sort of audience I'm trying to reach, I guess.
Ah, okay, the American audience. Well, the
I could try different times.
yeah. Seems like you put a lot of like you kind of shape around your life around your streaming.
Yeah. It's not a small amount of my income. Even if most
Yeah.
of it comes from the fact that Polish zloty is a far weaker currency than the dollar. Don't worry.
Well,
I will grow a bigger audience. I believe. I believe my content is of quality. Do you
you're on the
believe?
East Coast, parody
Ooh.
of language.
Oh. I believe my content is of quality. Estelle, do you
Oh.
believe my content is of quality?
Yeah, I think your audience is, well, the audience that it manages to find is limited, unfortunately.
Um, it's still not so late in Eastern time.
Yeah, it's just 10 p.m.
Yeah.
But for you, it's
What
4
does the
a.m.
what does the yeah what does the chat think? Do you think that my um content is of quality? I already know that fake Kyle Parker does not think that.
Well, isn't Fake Eye Kyle Parker editing your videos?
Yes, which worries me.
He's,
It worries me that my editor thinks that my content is crap.
well, isn't he a source of your content?
Well, I'm the source of the content.
No, but
Sort
I
of.
mean, the way he edits videos is,
Yeah, that's right.
but I mean, like there's a way to talk about those things to have something that clicks with people. And don't necessarily think that you'll reach a lot of, well, you're not reaching a lot of people with kind of dry commentary.
Oh, so you're saying my commentary is dry?
Uh, kind of, yeah.
Oh my gosh, why?
It's, well, it's not wet.
Okay. What's so dry about my commentary?
Well, like you talk about an article or about a video,
Yeah.
and then, well, you watch a video or you read something out loud, and then you comment on it. That's not necessarily something that,
Wait, but that does not speak of dryness of not dryness.
it kind of does. It kind
No,
of does.
that doesn't. Like the commentary itself can be not dry over the thing that I discuss. The dryness does not come from the format. The dryness comes from the delivery.
Well, what I mean is that it doesn't leave very much opportunity to really do anything very elaborate. It's just you watch or you listen or you read something, and then you comment on it.
I have to argue with it. There's not all feedback is good. Also, what do you mean I'm not your target demo? Party of language. Now I have to argue with you. I have to argue because I don't know what you mean by dry.
Well,
I
mean,
thought I knew what you meant, but now I don't. How can I should give this to a different character.
by
You
that
know?
is that there's not much juice in the meat. Maybe there's meat, but there's not very much juice.
Well,
Or
what do you
like,
like? What do you mean by juice?
I mean, a lot of people do that by like, uh, like it's easier to add jokes with by if you're doing like a video essay.
Oh
Like you
no,
can add
like
footage, you can add
Oh,
uh,
I'm not so sure, to be honest.
more movement. You can involve more people. You
But
can.
that just makes it a dry delivery. That just by
But I'm
how you
not talking
describe
about
that,
a dry delivery necessarily.
by how you described it, that's just a dry thing with more people involved.
But I'm not talking about a dry delivery, just a dry delivery. Like that is
Are you
part
saying
of.
I need more hot take? But that's just silly.
No, not
Well, what are you
necessarily.
saying?
I
I don't know
it
what you mean
has
when you
a lot
say dry.
with presentation.
Why? A presentation can be very dry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which yours is.
But
Which it can
I
only
don't
be
know what
this
you mean.
because
I
the
don't
format is
know.
that you read something and then you comment on it.
But
Bosch can,
what makes it dry?
well, that there's just not much to it.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I don't know what you mean. I cannot even disagree because I don't know what you mean. That's the problem.
The- Like
We
I know
cannot even
you,
get to the disagreement before I actually understand what you mean.
well, like I could say that you could be you could become like, oh, like Destiny or like Vosh or something, but like that's, I mean, maybe that's what you're thinking I'm trying to imply.
I don't.
Um,
I'm not thinking anything that you're trying to imply. I'm asking you what you mean. I'm not trying to imply anything. If I tried to imply anything, I would have implied it by now.
yeah, dry means not wet. We've already been over it, Lucy.
I see. Okay, I'll try to
don't-
be okay. I'll just pour a bucket of water over myself, and I guess I won't be dry anymore.
Well, I think Sandy has told you this, but you would benefit from doing video essay.
Yeah, but he also said that those video essays should be me targeting and debunking other clips, a more bigger audience. He did not say that I would not benefit from streaming.
Yeah, but like you should think about it while doing video essays. I know it's like a big risk because it's, oh, you invest so much. It requires much more time than streaming. But like, and like,
But that's outside of the whole dry argument.
I mean, sure, maybe,
I
but
think,
like,
because I still don't know what you mean by it.
well, it's the format and the fact that you're not necessarily the one that like you're not the one with confidence with like Vash, and that's good. That
With what?
like
Wait, I'm not the one with what?
with confidence of like throwing insults and stuff, or hot takes like Vash or Destiny, which like
Hey, because
is,
I don't cover.
I don't want you to become the Destiny.
Because
I
I
want
don't
you
cover
to.
drama. I cover the war.
I
What
mean,
hot
Vash.
takes can I meet? What hot
No, but I
Vash
don't.
like?
I don't want. I say you're dry, and I want to offer you an alternate way of not being dry without becoming Vash or Destiny who throws hot takes left and center and like doesn't think about them and doesn't improve as a person or in their positions. That's the thing I'm trying to figure out
But
with
I
you.
don't know what you mean by dry. That's the problem.
Dry as in you're like there's not much exciting or grabbing people's emotion about what you're doing. Like it's reading news and talking about how the news, how those actors, those like, not saying that you're wrong, that like you're, uh,
Destiny is your Destiny is my husband, not my destiny.
why am I sending it that way? Where like
Sorry, what?
I'm looking myself like at the camera and like I stand on the edge of my seat and I'm like, can you see me? I'm like that. And like that looks silly to me.
The next fan of my collection.
But anyway, like I'm trying to figure out what you can do to like stay true to like not become degenerate and become a drama streamer or like not making any self like not getting stuck in positions, but also make your content more appealing. So that you have more views and that you're better able to gain funding for your projects in the future. And right,
May hold what I seek.
do you get what I'm saying?
Well, not entirely. That's the problem.
Like it's not just about the dryness; it's about how do you make
Well,
it
yeah,
less dry?
but what do you mean not just I still don't know what you mean by dryness. We haven't established that. And then you just
Okay,
jump to, well, it's not just about
I'll
that.
I'll stop beating around the bush. I I don't really enjoy watching your content outside of your stream. Um, it,
Well, that still doesn't tell me anything. What is, well,
it's
you're
boring.
okay. That still doesn't tell me anything.
Actually, what do you want me to say that I?
Anything that's specific. Like, okay,
It
I'll
is
be you for a moment and you be me. Okay, let's switch roles.
okay.
Okay, Estelle, I don't think your content is good. And it works because you streamed as well.
Huh?
I don't
What
think
do
your
you say?
content is, you streamed as well, so that works. So for us to switch roles, I don't think your content is good, Estelle.
I don't
I think you
stream
should make.
really
Okay,
much,
you did. You
but
should. I think you
I
should
don't.
change it up to make it better.
Yeah. How would you want me to change it?
Make it less dry.
Um. Well, I could become like Destiny or like Bosch and
Oh,
drop hot
would you
takes.
be able to? Do you know what makes Vosh and Destiny Destiny?
Kind of not
Like,
very
I
much
welcome you
caring
to
about,
actually become like Destiny, and we'll see if you will be
not very
actually
much,
gain the same sort of
not very
effects
much
as
caring
they do.
about, and not very much caring about what they say and what, and involving yourself in drama and
So you think
having.
all it would take for you to gain immediate viewership and everything would be for
Well,
you to stop caring what you're saying and just basically do what they do?
Not necessarily, but it will help get more viewership. Not as much, but a little more. And a little more.
How
And
much
now you
more?
get, the more you do it, the more you get good at it. But like, the reason why I don't like, it's not something I can make myself do, is that I don't want to become like them.
Well, I like everybody can say I could do this if I wanted, but I just don't want to. That's
I,
another thing, no?
sure, because like, you have some people like Wick who kind of do a similar shtick, uh, who aren't necessarily that successful.
Right. So it's not just a matter of I could, but I'm just choosing not to.
I mean, it's both.
It's both, but question is to what degree is it which?
Well, you can't know if you didn't try it, and I don't want you to try it. I don't want to try it myself.
But I don't know what you
Um,
want me to try.
Think about, like I said it before, think about making a video essay.
Well, that doesn't give me anything.
Well, do you have a subject that you could talk for a bit, for like 30 minutes or even
Like
longer? that
I'm
you
not
can-
against creating an idea of creating pre-made content, but then you just be saying, well, you've just created dry pre-made content.
Well, that's what having an editor and also, um,
So it doesn't really work as a fix, does it?
yeah. Well, I mean, it's like an art. You have to figure out how to. Also that applies also to streaming.
That's right.
But yeah, you have to figure out what engages people and what makes them want to watch your videos. It's
Translation.
it's the thing that you should be thinking about. Like, because it's true that like people like Vosh and stuff do get a lot of views, but other people get a lot of views for other reasons, for a lot of reasons,
Yes.
and like thinking about what makes them stick with people is how you get to be more popular.
See, like this. This is engaging. I was expecting you to put the smack down and you flip the script. What do you mean? Wait, what? What do you mean? Okay, now I need now I need some form of elaboration from the parody of language.
Let them elaborate.
Exactly, elaborate. Maybe I should just have more guests. Maybe that'll engage people more. Here you go.
Yeah, maybe. Am I engaging? Do you think
I
does
feel
anyone
like
think
I
I'm engaging?
work well when I speak to people.
Yeah, that could be it. Like, it doesn't need to be the same thing as someone else or something that you took, but something that you do and you try and that you figure out is works, right? Maybe that's the thing. Try more things. Don't be afraid to.
Well, I'm always afraid. That's my whole character arc.
Yeah. I guess that's also like,
That's my character arc. Being afraid.
but how do you?
Wait, hold on. You didn't elaborate. You just say, "Oh no, drama." I elaborate. See, like this. This is what's in. You don't run away. Don't run away. Parody of language. Don't run.
That may hold what I seek.
I like going out because I have a sleep routine on my nights. But my main small ring light is still on, so I won't be totally sinking into darkness. You know what camera I'm using right now?
I know.
I'm using my phone.
Oh, I think you've mentioned that before.
Yeah, I mean, it is just better than the webcam I have that keeps disconnecting sometimes.
I don't think the problem is that you don't understand, but you're not seeing it. Seeing what? My goodness. I'm being gaslit in real time.
You're just not seeing it, Lucy.
You're right. I'm not just not seeing it.
You're just not seeing it.
That's right. I'm not
That's it.
just seeing it.
You're just not seeing it. I'm not cool at all.
Yes, it
random
is the Cool
video.
Kids Club.
Ah, well,
Welcome.
I'm not in the club. Not cool.
Everything is a conspiracy against Lucy. True. Oh, I get it. I get it. It does, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Parody of language. Now you can stop gaslighting and tell me what was entertaining. What you said that was entertaining. And cease with the gaslighting. Thank you.
That's like
Cease and desist, please.
girl keep gate bus.
It's transphobic to do so.
Gaslight girl keep gate bus.
Yes.
Well, anyway,
That's a drama. That's all I. We're not. Oh my god. Okay. I see.
anyway, we've talked about many things. I think
All right.
Um,
I'll see you.
I'll see ya. Have a
Bye-bye.
good night, or good morning, or good rest of your stream.
Good life. Have a
Thank
good
you.
life. Thank you. Bye bye.
You know, have you ever learned the name uh of my father?
No.
Finn makes
I know. I
Well,
just...
you know that he was a Persian oil baron.
Oh, you're gonna dox yourself now, hmm?
Alright. Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
That's
Have a
what
good
you're
night.
gonna do. Good night. There you go. Anybody else wants to call in and debate me about something? Anybody else? Any takers? Any candidates? Or should I just finish this while I'm ahead? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go. Unfortunate. But, you know. Is the We're chilling in the cool kids club. Maybe another time. Oh, the parody of language wants to debate me. I get it. I get it.
That may hold what I seek.
I feel like I'm being debate serious issues. Like what? What issue would you like me to debate? Are you saying I'm debating not serious issues? Is that what you're telling me? That I, Lucy Hazeh, am debating non-serious issues? I actually had a debate planned months ago with a person called Non-Smoker, but at the time I had no equipment to stream from Ukraine, and we were supposed to debate Ukraine. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that Non-Smoker person, but that is something that I was to do. Let's debate debating. I already did this with Brooks today, so too late. Rewind the stream, you're gonna find my conversation with Brooks about debating. That's technically speaking, that's a debate about debating, so there you go. There you have it. See? You have it. You've missed that part, it seems. The debate about debating has already happened tonight. Oof, Jesus Christ. I think my battery, my laptop battery is just fried. I think it's in a bad shape. Because it dies really quickly. I think my laptop battery isn't well. Oh, I did want to go through some news tonight, but now I'm scared. I'm scared to go through the news. And people were like, oh yeah, talk about the news, Lucy, talk about the news. And now I feel like I've been gaslit. I've been gaslit. Into that belief. This is the political off season. I like news also, the olds and in the in betweens. I like in betweens as much as the next person, but I can never find any competent in betweeners. It is the saddest thing in the world, but you know what? I'll live with it. You want to hear my hottest takes? Give me something about animation. I'll give you the hottest of hot takes. Especially if it's related to tech bros claiming that they have solved the AI animation thing and they've created the best animation using AI. And I just watch and I cannot contain my rage. That is the reality. I just watch and get furious. I get angry. Listen, it might be off season for you. For me, it's always on season. It's war. Okay? Oh, I've leveled up. Also, Destiny is always in drama mode, off or on season. I'm pretty sure Destiny is in drama mode
The dead seem to rise in
um,
this direction. No matter.
all year long. That's true. I guess I'll just have to give more hot takes. I'll just have to be more mad and animated. I have no choice. I guess. You don't want the nice, reserved Polish person. You want the wild, Americanized Lucy Haze.
That voice, it is bound to this place.
Destiny really is just Jake Paul for nerds. True, maybe. The Rust King, the King of Rust. I keep using the potion even though I don't need to. want to use the spell, but I keep using the potion. So I'm using up my potion charges needlessly. And I'm almost out. Oh. Is it because they contain vaguely violent words? Why is that in your comments? Okay, we're gonna go through one news. Exit Path of Exile. You've made me. You've made me do it, okay? You want it, you got it. You're gonna get the most emotionally charged whatever thing that you can imagine in your life, okay? Let's see. Let's see what news we can tackle that I can give you your dopamine rush. Okay, I try to be, oh, I'm gonna just deliver some information, maybe comment on it. No, that's not what you want. You want to feel the rush. The news is just some sort of like excuse for you to feel emotions at all. I want to feel the rush. Okay? I want to feel it. I want to feel something. Closed Warsaw Berlin ties are key to Europe's security, says Polish. Oh, boring. Okay, no, we're definitely not doing that. Oof. Are you gonna put everybody that's still here to sleep? Nope. Oh, no. Let me see. Australian Open, Poland's. Oh, sure. Nope. UK will work with allies to. That's great. Yeah, sure. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Brussels tells Musk to disclose X algorithm changes amid political concerns. Okay, there we go. Let's go. I'm here. You're here. We're clicking that. Elon Musk, the biggest laughing stock currently, aka possibly Adrian, the 20-something-year-old gamer. Biggest gamer on earth, biggest politician on earth, biggest businessman on earth, and also a not so subtle fascist and a transphobe to add this little cherry on top. All right. Brussels, disclose your disgusting algorithm, because as we know, it's not a secret. It's not exactly an unknown that ever since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, fired 80% of its staff, something like that, fired a bunch of people, and imposed his free speech on Twitter. It is no secret that ever since that has happened, X, I'm sorry, X, it's not Twitter anymore, it's X now. It's no secret that it has become basically a breeding ground for Nazi types or fascist types, which is of course the big reason why. What is that name of that alternative play? Blue, whatever. Blue Sky. That is why Blue Sky has been exploding as much as it has. Because Twitter is a den of misinformation. X is a den of Nazism, fascism, and acts as a tool for spreading misinformation. It's Elon Musk's main base of operation when it comes to spreading his idea of an international far-right coalition that he is trying to stitch together, as evidenced by his embarrassing talk with an AFD representative when he just nodded like an idiot when she said that Hitler could not have been like the AFD because Hitler was a communist and the AFD is not a bunch of communists. The AFD is not a bunch of commies, unlike Hitler, who was a socialist communist. Yes, I can. I have Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky. So there you go. European Commission told Elon Musk to provide documentation regarding changes to the recommendation system on X amid concern at the social media platform's influence on European politics. The Financial Times reported. Also, a lot of people, because Elon Musk has had an iffy history when it comes to Ukraine. We all know what happened with Starlink. We all know what happened when the signal was suddenly cut and Ukraine could not do its vital operation over Crimea. So that happened. And some people that provide daily very important information about Ukraine, maps, losses in personnel and equipment, those people end up being shadow banned by Twitter, believe it or not. The algorithm pushes them down. They lose their visibility tremendously, even though they provide very important, very good information about the war daily. So that's a thing. And I don't really blame the European Commission for telling Musk, hey, you want to enforce your strange politics, your strange beliefs on the European Union. You want to meddle in our politics. And you have purchased and manipulated a huge social media platform to spread your ideas. Can you reveal to us how exactly the algorithm works so that we can get a glimpse as to what sort of content gets buried and what sort of content gets recommended? I'm willing to bet that he will never agree to it. He'll never agree to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that Elon Musk is fashy enough to not want to do that. Because we all know actually what sort of content gets buried on Twitter and what sort of content gets promoted. We all see it on our timelines. Just like during that discussion with Adrian when the Fortniter said, oh yeah, you know, I get all that horrible stuff on my timeline. How so? I don't. Of course, Antilu. I'm a tough customer. Okay? And now we're discussing news. And now I'm giving you this adrenaline rush. I'm giving you the ultimate adrenaline rush from my stream. Okay? I'm giving you the ultimate adrenaline rush from covering the news in the way that apparently you want. All right. The move intensifies as investigation by Brussels. Yes, finally someone investigates this rotten platform that everybody... Remember when all the advertisers decided, yeah, we're out of here. We don't really like this place anymore. We skedaddle now. Thank you. Yeah, that happened. I still remember. It announced on Friday that its expanded inquiry requires X to submit internal documents. That's cool. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Elon Musk is gonna fight tooth and nail not to let that happen. He's gonna say something about, I'm a business owner. I cannot really give you all my secrets. I can assure you that my platform is fair, square, great, free speech, and only the leftist lunatics are twisting the narrative by trying to say that there are any Nazis. Oops. or fascists on the platform.
Увага! Повітряна тривога. Пройдіть
I
найближче
have no
укриття.
idea how this app works. Sometimes it plays the full alarm, sometimes it just cuts. This time it decided to play the full thing.
Увага! Повітряна тривога. Пройдіть найближче укриття.
Well, there you go. I've been instructed to go inside a shelter in case I was in Kiev. So, yeah, I think Elon Musk is just gonna double, triple, quadruple down that there's nothing wrong with the algorithm and the technicalities just cannot be disclosed because it's a company secret. He's gonna say that just trust me, bro, that nothing bad is being promoted and all the good things are just out there. It's just free speech. The market regulates itself. The social media works as intended. It's all good. But in reality, we all know that it's spawning grounds for misinformation and Nazi ideas. We all know that the platform is getting increasingly hostile when it comes to people that don't share these ideas. We all know it. We all know that Elon Musk, the shadowy president of the United States that wishes he could be the actual president of the United States, uh, we all know what he wants to do. All right. With his platform, with his precious X platform, he wants to be this great genius, that manipulator, influencer that has his hands in world politics. Whatever he says goes. He has control over world affairs. He is the big innovator in business. He will take us to Mars. And also, by the way, he is the top gamer in the world. He just wants to be remembered. His fragile ego is so brittle that he wants to do everything he can to be just simply known as the best person in the history of ever. Which, interestingly enough, I'm not being bombed, I'm in Poland. Which, interestingly enough, the irony is that most probably he will be remembered as the exact opposite of any of those things. At least if you're not a fanatical Elon Musk stan, which there are a lot of those actually. King of Kings, Emperor of Kings and Queens. There was a complaint from German politicians because, of course, it's not just Germany, it's also France and a few other countries that we could mention. And other countries yet are afraid that they might be met with Elon interference. Poland has already mentioned it. Poland has pointed out that foreign interference is illegal in Poland, no matter what the source of that interference. So it includes Elon Musk, at least on paper. Musk has publicly expressed support for the far-right alternative for Germany. He has expressed basically support for far-right parties across Europe because he's trying to form a far-right coalition. And he's like, it's just no wonder that like social media are a huge source of information for many places around the world right now. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the main source of information in Africa, the main source of news consumption in Africa, for example, are social media. Primary, which is what allows Russia to do so much with Africa through the use of social media. Which also happens to be the case that X is a breeding ground for rampant Russian misinformation, which is not curved at all because free speech is king on X. And of course, free speech means spreading far-right, radical far-right misinformation. It is what it is. If you have a lot of money, if you are a billionaire, oligarch-like figure that has pretty horrible beliefs and a pretty brittle ego, then it seems like you can accomplish a lot in the world, actually, or at least attempt to.
We remember that Elon Musk took part in that conversation with Zelensky. Why? Why? Why was he allowed? Well, because as Joe Biden has said in his farewell speech, the US, which is doing great by the way, the US is doing great and will continue doing great. The US is in a far better position than it has ever been, and it's just looking towards a bright future. But by the way, it's also moving towards an oligarchy. Have fun, good game, says Joe Biden as he leaves office. Good game, we're going towards an oligarchy because some people with a vast amount of money are entering politics and have a lot of more influence than they realistically should have. Not just domestically, but also internationally. I honestly don't think anything will come of this investigation. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if anything of substance will come of this. I don't think so. I think he'll say the internal documents of X are part of our business secrecy. That is how that has to be upkept. That is our God-given right to have our secrets as a company. Our algorithm is one of our most kept secrets, and there's nothing wrong happening on Twitter. It's just freedom of speech in action. There you go. Thank you very much. So kindly go screw yourselves, European countries. There you go. That's right. That is my prediction. That is my hot take. How do you like? Did you like? I just flashed Dragon Ball in your faces. So, was that dry? Was that not dry enough for you? Did I manage not to be dry for your amusement? Or was this still was it still far too dry for your liking? I just tuned in, but I liked it. Thank you. Thank you, Auntie Lou. At least you appreciate my arts and crafts, okay? You appreciate my rich political commentary. There is no war in bashing Elon Musk, probably. You remember that video? I forgot. I'm sorry. We have to go back to the segment. I forgot about the most important thing. Do you remember the most pathetic thing that has ever happened? Now that's also one of my hot takes. The hot take that no one has ever dared to give before. So strap yourselves in. Donald Trump is also actually a pretty brittle ego, pathetic person. Do you remember when people started murmuring rumors that actually Elon Musk wants to be president, that Elon Musk sort of wants to jump onto the seat of president off of Donald Trump? And the rumors started being louder and louder and louder and louder. The rumors started seeping into Trump's consciousness, it seems, because in one of his speeches, he nervously tried to keep his cool, and he said with sweat dripping off his orange head, "You know what? I'm not in danger. I'm not afraid of Elon Musk. You know why? Because he was not born here." I think that was some of the most pathetic display I have ever seen. Donald Trump going on a whole thing saying, "Yeah, I'm not afraid of Elon Musk becoming president because he's not a born citizen. Look at me." So there you go. That was one other thing that I just had to mention. If someone can link the video, we'll even watch it. Thank you for the 10 Złotys. Wait, Antilu, are you Polish? Are you actually a Polish viewer? Because you've donated 10 złotys. You've donated in Polish currency, which means you have to be Polish. I have a Polish viewer? This is incredible. Oh my god. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, like, is Elon even eligible to be president? No. That's why he has to be shadow president. His biggest ambition will never come to pass, being the president of the United States of America. That is his biggest strategy, and that is his biggest regret. Also, Auntie Lou, have you ever seen my stream before? Have you ever seen a stream of mine before? Is this your first time? I'm gonna love this. So there you go. Was this dry or was this cool? Let's see if there's any other news that we can just jump on. Defense pact between China, no, not China, Russia and Iran. Wow. Could that mean that Russia and Iran are allies? No way. No, I did not know that. Poland produces most yachts in Europe. What a bougie country. So something should be done about Poland because it's getting out of hand, and I feel like, well, I'm not saying anything, but something should be done. Russia aiming to destabilize Moldova using energy warrants Moldovan Prime Minister. Wow. Well, that's unexpected. That's certainly no. First time watching live. Oh, thank you. Well, I better make good content because people are not enjoying my VODs. So I have to make something that people will actually want and like to watch offline, okay? That is the reality. The sad, sad reality of the situation. I will go back for your VODs now that I am home from my... Thank you, Philip August. But I have to step up my game. I have to be more out there, it seems. Like, I have to... Okay, it feels like I'm just too... And I have to be more... That's the ticket. And if that's the thing that I have to do, then that is the thing that I have to do. You should make friends with she who must not be named. Well, who? Who is she who should not be made? Hey, wait, who? Wait, okay. Who's she who must not be made? Named, made. Okay, can you DM me the name of she who shall not be named? Because I genuinely don't know who you mean. I don't know who you mean. Duan IRL stream in a bad neighborhood and get in a fight. True, I guess I have to. The other small birds. I don't know who you DM me. I have no clue who you mean. Oh no, yeah, now no, you're right. No, I will never know. No, you're right. You know what? Yes, you're right. I will not. Yes. Now I get who you mean. No, I will not. No, I will. If you know what? If what it takes for me to grow is to make friends with that streamer, then yes, I will not. I refuse. Yes, I refuse. You're right. You're completely correct. I refuse. Okay? You're right. I won't. I won't do it. You know me too well. Let's go to Kiev Independent. So I guess you were right. There's nothing interesting. Nothing. It's all so boring. Hmm. Are there no cool news that I can pick apart and make you feel feelings? What day is it today? So petty. It's not petty. That person is not good, okay? No comment shake. I will name the person is not good, okay? I'm not being petty. Yes. I'm not being petty. That is not me being petty. Me stating that I'm not gonna work with no comment check. But it's definitely not me being petty. She's friends with your friends. Like who? Who is she friends with? Who is she friends with that's my friend? Name the friends. Name my friends that are friends with her. Name them. Do it. Do it now. Come on. Give it your best shot. Oh, the emulator. Okay. She's fine. I like her, but I haven't been able to look in her. It's just a drama monger streamer. I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of drama monger streamers. I'm just not a big fan. Although, she has once talked about me positively. I remember her reacting to my content once a long time ago and being positive about it. But I'm just not a big fan of streamers that primarily depend on drama to create their content. If that makes sense. Does it? Does that make sense? Am I making any sense to you? Or is all that I'm saying just one big blob of noise that does not penetrate your consciousness? We've done this, the biggest news of today. That's half of what Sunday does. Yeah, but you know, there's also one thing, okay? All right. I'm gonna get in there, okay? There you go. You want drama? This is sort of like drama, okay? What I'm about to say is sort of like drama. There we go. I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in. I'm gonna give my opinion. You want hot takes? Okay, I guess I don't stop. Listen, people here said that I don't give enough hot takes, that I'm dry, that I'm boring. I'm now prepared I'm so prepared right now to jump in and give my hot takes. Because somebody here said President Sunday does this. Stop. I haven't been interested in the seemingly interminable Hassan hehe stuff, TYT stuff she's been doing. Yes, if you donate, I will stop. Because I'm about to I'm about to give you the hot take, and that hot take is what in my mind is the difference between President Sunday and no comment check. Okay? Alright. I will. If you donate $10, I will. I wanted to give you a big breakdown. I wanted to give you a big breakdown as to what the difference between these two people are. Even if they both, technically speaking, cover drama. Okay? So there you go. I can do it. I am capable of doing it. I'm capable of engagement in the topic. I'm capable of throwing my head in. It's not, believe it or not, I am capable. I'm capable of doing it. I can do it. But do you really want me to? Or do you want me to just, oh, thank you, Few Focus. Thank you for the $10. Well, thank you. That is really nice of you. No? I guess I go back to my dry self then. I am dry as a desert right as of right now. I have been becoming very moist by the second, moister and moister. But you know what? I've been donated $10, so now I am as dry as the Sahara Desert. Excellent. Excellent. See, that worked out perfectly, didn't it? I always knew. I always suspected that there was something to this whole thing. I was also content, right? Exactly. Are you sure you don't want to hear my opinions on these matters? I can give them. But I think you're just Polish. You're not really dry. I think people don't understand that aspect. I don't think people understand that. I don't think people understand that there's a certain bit of my demeanor that is simply Polish. In Poland, dry delivery is how you deliver the news. This dry thing is how you deliver things. That is how it's done in Poland, okay? That is actually and ironically how it's done. Auntie Lou gets it because Auntie Lou is Polish, I assume. You know? Like, watch the interview. Rewatch the interview that I've translated and covered yesterday, and watch just how people talk. Just watch how the Polish interviewers talk, and you will see the same sort of. What do you think about things happening in? All right. Thank you for your answer. But I would like to return to the question once more, and you know, that's part of the Polish charm. You're watching the biggest Polish trans streamer. Shouldn't you embrace that atmosphere? I think you just want me to be more American. I think that's what you want. You want me to be more Western. More energy, more quips, more puns. That's what you want from me. You want to Americanize me. I think that's what you want. Well, your wish is my command. I think that's the only way. And you also want me to give hot opinions about drama streamers. Well, all of you apart from, I suppose, All of you apart from Philippe Auguste. Because Philippe Auguste silenced me with money. So that was a perfect illustration of a Polish conversation. I know I'm Polish. I know that too. People just don't get it. I personally go between being kind of soft-spoken and reserved like that and being a Gen Z hyper beast. All the drama streamers have an F'd up at one point and another. Sunday went after FD for no reason. I mean, FD Signifier just had a horrible take on Attack on Titan. I'm not gonna get into that. Oh no, you're not gonna bait me. You're not baiting me. This whole Attack on Titan is fascist. It's full of fascism. You saying that Attack on Titan is full of fascism? Dripping with fascism? It's not, okay? Attack on Titan is not dripping with fascism. So there you go. So, yeah, I know. That's not good. West Side Tiger's take on Attack on Titan was not good. It's not good. Okay, any last words before I have to finish up stream? Because we've been streaming for, I'm tell you what, 8 hours. 8 hours of stream. I haven't even noticed that I've been streaming for 8 whole hours. This stream has been 8 hours. So what I'm hoping is, okay, that this stream that has just happened was my pleasure. Thank you very much. All I can pray, I can just hope and pray to God that doesn't exist, but that's besides the point, that do you function in reverse, stream at night, sleep during the day? Basically, yeah. And I also go to Ukraine very often when I gather the funds. So I can only hope that this stream has not been dry, that it has given you some form of entertainment, and that I can do better next time. That's all that I can pray for in this world. I can exercise my dryness. So who are we gonna raid now? Also, I hope to see you again, Auntie Lou. That's true. I will try. I mean, sunlight is not abundant during the winter, but I will try. Free Alec. No, 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 no. No, no, no. So who do we... I hope to see you all again. I hope that I have conclusively proven that my coverage is not dry. Thank you. I will come back if you stream when I'm not sleeping. Thank you. Edit. I'm gonna rewind and watch the Brooks Convo. I'm gonna release it as a VOD. There you go. That's a VOD that hopefully people will not be like, I don't enjoy watching that. Well, I think it's worth watching, even as a VOD outside the stream. The lady herself, huh? The lady herself. You really want that, right? Philippe Auguste, you want that? You want that? You want it? Well, unfortunately, she's not online. She's not live right now. I almost did it. I almost did it. You will... What are you saying? What are you trying to tell me, Philippe Auguste? Okay, we're gonna raid Vetcom. Now today we're gonna... Vetcom or Riverboat Jack? You decide. Riverboat Jack or Vetcom? You decide. You decide. You make the... Okay? You make that call. True. Riverboat Jacket is. Alright. Yeah. Well, let's try to grow this channel. Alright. I'll see you. I'll see you again. Thank you so much. It's been lovely. I love you all more than my own children. I like you to know that. I love you tons more than my own children. And I will see you. I will see you. I will see you. Bye bye.